everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Naruto, I founded a Jujutsu clan. Synopsis. I, Zenji, woke up in the middle of a battlefield during the Third Great Ninja War. My only cheats. A complete knowledge of Jujutsu Kaisen burned into my mind and 2 soulbound treasures. I soon discovered a fatal flaw. For my earth body, refining chakra was a slow form of suicide. But I just smiled. With reverse curse technique for self-healing, and the incarnation secret art to switch bodies, I possessed something that even Orochimaru would kill for. Using my knowledge, I created 2 ultimate trump cards, a Gojo Satoru, with his 6 eyes bloodline and localized limitless technique, and a Sukuna, with a wind and fire style malevolent shrine. The Hyuga clan claimed my 6 eyes was a stolen bloodline. I let Gojo handle them. It didn't take long. My ultimate goal is not just to survive. I will use my treasures to re-establish the power of Jujutsu in this world, creating a new branch of power rivaling chakra itself. And my final target. The chakra fruit of the Otsutsuki. Chapter 1-40, Chapter 1, The Weakened Tiger Talisman. 1187 words. Cough. Cough. Zenji doubled over, hacking violently as motes of blue light flew from his mouth. Where am I? Why does everything hurt so much? A twisting agony racked his entire body. Beneath him lay damp grass, and before his eyes stretched what appeared to be a primeval forest. Towering trees loomed overhead while a faint mist drifted through the undergrowth. Then, without warning, a cool sensation flooded his mind, easing the pain that had consumed him. The chaotic energy tearing through his body suddenly balanced. But even as the pain faded, he could feel something deeply wrong. His cells were being drained of their vitality, squeezed dry despite the equilibrium. At this rate, even if the energy remained stable, cellular necrosis was inevitable. In other words, death. What the hell is going on? Zenji's thoughts raced. I was just watching Jujutsu Kaisen. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to make sense of the chaos. Somehow, he could perceive objects floating within his consciousness, a purple-black sphere of light, a familiar small stone, and a slip of paper. The tiger talisman. The thought came unbidden. It was an octagonal stone no thicker than a finger, carved with the image of 2 white tigers joined at the center. A gap resembling the Taiji symbol split them down the middle. This version was far smaller than a normal tiger talisman, because it had been his pendant in his previous life. Among all the talismans, Zenji had always preferred the tiger over the dog's immortality, or the horse's healing. Balance between yin and yang had always appealed to him more. That's why he'd worn this particular pendant. Now, impossibly, it seemed to have become real, and it was the only thing keeping the wild energy in his body from tearing him apart. The second familiar object was the paper. 4 words were written on its back. Book of Ages. This had also been one of his pendants, just a paper model with those words printed on it. But like the talisman, it too had become real, though its power felt far weaker. Only a few lines of text appeared on its surface. Descent. Zenji collapsed in a forest. His flesh and spirit underwent transformation. 2 subtle energies were born within him, and under the influence of an external force, a miraculous fusion occurred, giving rise to a new power. According to external information, this power is called chakra. Chakra. Zenji's blood ran cold. This is the Naruto world. Of all places to end up, this was far from ideal. The world of shinobi was chaotic at the best of times, and death came far too easily. Forcing his eyes open, Zenji found his vision swimming. The once clear forest had become blurred and doubled. Blue light outlined every object while their actual forms grew indistinct. What's happening to me? He looked down at his hands, or tried to. His familiar fingers flickered before his eyes, replaced by something else entirely. Clusters of tiny blue dots filled his vision, magnifying like cellular structures. They pulsed in and out of existence, sometimes crystal clear, sometimes vanishing completely. And through it all, he could see chakra continuously gathering within his body. Ordinary ninjas needed to perform hand seals to mold chakra. Only a select few, those with special bloodlines, unique organs, or the tailed beasts themselves, possessed such massive reserves that chakra generated within them constantly. But right now, Zenji's cells and spiritual energy were producing chakra at a frantic, uncontrolled rate. His physical and mental energies were being wrung dry like water from a sponge. The two energies mixed and flowed through his meridians, transforming into chakra. The massive amount gathered there enveloping his cells in reverse, but without any technique to convert it into vitality or offensive power, it simply corroded him from within. Did I transmigrate physically? Zenji's mind went blank. A normal adult possessed roughly 36 trillion cells. But people native to the Naruto world had over 130 trillion, their bodies specifically designed to generate physical and spiritual energy for chakra production. This was an entirely different biological structure. For natives, producing chakra was as natural as breathing. For Zenji, it had become a death sentence. He opened his mouth carefully. The pain had weakened considerably, and he no longer spewed those mysterious blue motes. Whether they were tissue fragments or individual cells, he couldn't say. But the countdown hadn't stopped. The tiger talisman was keeping him alive, but only barely. Because it had formed from a mere pendant rather than the genuine article, its power was diminished. It couldn't fully balance the forces raging inside him. Sitting on the damp grass, Zenji's expression grew grim. "There's still hope," he muttered. "This is the Naruto world. As long as my soul survives, resurrection is possible. I just need to find a way." He let out a long breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then he closed his eyes and focused on the objects in his mind. These were his lifelines, his cheat abilities. Whether he could solve this crisis quickly enough depended entirely on them. He directed his perception toward the purple-black sphere of light. His consciousness merged with it instantly, and a peculiar space unfolded before him. Countless items manifested as special lights, divided into two distinct categories. The first consisted of complex patterns formed by luminous lines, floating in the void above. The second consisted of glowing orbs of varying sizes, each radiating a different hue. Zenji could feel unique wills pulsing within them, fragments of consciousness perhaps. The entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. A smile crept across his face. I hit the jackpot. It wasn't truly the entire world, but it contained all of its essence. The two types of light represented different things. The patterns were knowledge, innate curse techniques, special moves, bloodline abilities, even information about cursed spirits and cursed objects. Everything that had appeared in the original story, and left an impression was recorded here. The glowing orbs, meanwhile, contained soul information belonging to the more prominent characters. Incarnation, Zenji breathed, staring intently at one pattern that resembled a humanoid form. If I can recreate that technique using chakra, I can survive. But before he could examine it further, a commotion erupted from the outside world. A thick fog rolled in from the surrounding woods, blanketing the clearing in white. At the very beginning, before the tiger talisman had taken effect, Zenji's body had already begun showing signs of chakrification under the violent transformation and energy erosion. The change was similar to what happened with tailed beasts, yet not quite the same. His eyes snapped open, glowing faintly blue. A pale membrane covered them, and through this new vision, everything around him dissolved into particles of chakra light. The surrounding mist simplified into tiny white dots, then became transparent altogether. With a single glance, he locked onto a location where chakra was circulating and condensing. A three-person squad. This new vision granted him extraordinary perception, but it came at a cost. His normal sight was compromised. Half blind to physical details, he couldn't make out any features of the three figures. He had no idea who they were. Chapter 2, Unexpected Black Flash. 1,257 words. He spotted us. The squad leader immediately flashed a series of hand signals to his teammates. All three wore forehead protectors etched with four wavy lines, the symbol of the hidden mist. Something's definitely wrong with this kid. What's the play? The fierce-looking ninja beside him signaled back. Kill him. Anyone capable of detecting us in these conditions can't be ordinary, even if he's not from Konoha. The third ninja's hands moved quickly. We can't take the risk. Their silent exchange lasted only seconds. The moment they reached consensus, they moved. The squad leader drew a short sword and melted into the thick fog, flanked by two clones. Meanwhile, his teammates had already produced clones of their own. Their real bodies slipped away, circling wide to flank their target. Zenji's body went rigid. The instant two additional humanoid shapes materialized alongside the original three, he knew he was in trouble. His obvious stare had given him away, they knew he'd spotted them. Damn it. He clenched his fists and forced himself to stand, pretending he hadn't noticed anything. But his act was pathetic at best, his gaze darting around randomly as he feigned confusion. He used the opportunity to track the two flanking him, careful not to let his eyes linger this time. It didn't matter. The squad leader's gaze had already turned cold. Killing intent radiated from him like heat from a forge. Two cross-shaped shuriken appeared in his hands. Without hesitation, he hurled them. Zenji had been on high alert, but the speed still caught him off guard. He stumbled backward, feeling the rush of displaced air as the blades scraped past him. He dodged, but his foot slipped on the wet grass. His balance vanished, and he crashed to the ground. Now. The squad leader's hands blurred through seals. Water release, wild water wave. A high-pressure torrent erupted from his mouth, rocketing toward Zenji. There was no time to dodge. Zenji lay sprawled on the slick grass, completely exposed. Move. Move. Chakra exploded from the tenketsu in his hands and feet, flooding through his entire body. Desperately, he tried to simulate the effects of cursed energy enhancement, curling into a ball to protect his head and vitals. Chakra and cursed energy shared certain properties. Replicating the enhancement effect wasn't impossible. The water slammed into him like a battering ram. Zenji felt the impact in every bone as he was launched backward. His spine cracked against a tree trunk with enough force to snap it clean through. He tumbled across the ground before finally skidding to a halt. Agony twisted his face. But whether due to the enhancement or the strange transformation his chakra-saturated flesh had undergone, he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. Despite the pain, not even a trace of blood rose in his throat. A shadow materialized behind him. Kunai in hand, the ninja thrust toward his exposed neck. Simultaneously, another appeared in front of him, hands weaving through seals with blatant confidence. A normal person's attention would have been drawn to the obvious threat ahead, leaving them blind to the danger behind. But Zenji was no longer normal. The uncontrollable chakra flooding his body might be killing him slowly, but it was also making him something more than human. His chakra-coated arm whipped backward at an unnatural angle. Perhaps due to his earlier pathetic display, the flanking ninja had let his guard down. He never expected his target to detect him. All he could do was watch, wide-eyed, as a chakra-wreathed fist hurtled toward his skull. Boom! An unnatural roar split the air. Blue chakra coated the fist, and the instant it connected with the mist ninja's head, something impossible happened. Synchronization. Physical energy, spiritual energy, and chakra achieved a high-frequency resonance in that single moment of impact. The blue chakra turned black, spreading outward in a faint wave of distorted light. Then came the force, raw, devastating power unleashed directly into the ninja's skull. Crack! His head exploded in a mist of crimson. The headless corpse crumpled to the ground. The remaining two ninjas froze. Then their expressions twisted with rage. The squad leader charged forward, fury etched across his face. His companion completed his seals, conjuring a whip of water that coiled around his arm as he rushed in from the opposite direction. But Zenji wasn't afraid anymore. This feeling. His contorted expression relaxed for the first time. Incredible. He rose fluidly to his feet. The chakra flowing through him had never felt so smooth, so responsive. Black flash. That's what had just happened. In the split second before the attack, Zenji had pulled two pieces of knowledge from the sphere in his mind, the simplest and most immediately applicable techniques he could find. Cursed energy enhancement was the foundation of Jujutsu combat. Nearly every sorcerer used it, channeling cursed energy to reinforce their body. The results varied based on control and raw power. Gojo Satoru achieved it through absolute precision, near-zero energy loss. Okatsu Yuta relied on sheer volume, an almost limitless reservoir of cursed energy. Both possessed physical striking power that rivaled or exceeded those born with heavenly restriction. And right now, Zenji's body contained a massive amount of chakra. More importantly, his impromptu simulation of Black Flash had actually succeeded, inheriting most of its characteristics. The effect was like a shot of pure adrenaline. His understanding of chakra had deepened dramatically. Controlling it felt effortless now, smooth as silk. You too. Zenji's lips curled into a cold sneer. The tables have turned. His eyes blazed with ghostly blue light, like twin flames burning in the sockets of a vengeful spirit. Then he vanished. The ninja with the water whip barely had time to react. His opponent's speed was simply too fast. He managed to raise his arm. A fist filled his vision. Bang! His head burst apart, spraying a fan-shaped arc of blood across the clearing. The impact drove his body into the earth with bone-shattering force. Terror flooded the squad leader's eyes. In that single moment of distraction, he'd lost track of his target completely. Then two hands wreathed in blue light clamped around his throat. He hadn't been fooled by the clones. Zenji had found the real body instantly. A tremendous force wrenched sideways. Snap! The ninja's eyes bulged. Bloody foam frothed at the corners of his mouth as the life drained from his gaze. Dead. Completely and utterly dead. Zenji stood there clutching the corpse, chest heaving as he gasped for air. That transcendent state was already fading. The chakra enhancement remained, but it no longer responded with that effortless fluidity Naruto squads usually have for members, he reminded himself. Only 3 here. One's missing. This wasn't a place to linger. He glanced at the other 2 corpses. With their heads destroyed, blood pooled rapidly beneath their ruined necks. Good thing I held back on this one, he muttered. Otherwise I wouldn't have any materials to work with. Grabbing the intact body, he leaped onto a nearby tree trunk, picked a direction at random, and fled. Drawing on half-remembered survival knowledge, he found a small river and plunged in, letting the current carry him downstream. After emerging on the far bank, he gathered handfuls of pungent plants and crushed them over his skin to mask his scent. Not long after he disappeared, a foreman squad arrived at the battle site. Their leader was a cold, arrogant-looking ninja wearing a Konoha forehead protector. A distinctive fan crest adorned the back of his clothes. His eyes shifted. Within his crimson pupils, a single tomo began to spin. Chapter 3, The Power of the Book of Ages. 1,267 words. The Uchiha's pupils trembled as his Sharingan locked onto several key points at the scene. With that ultimate perception, he absorbed every useful detail. Within seconds, he'd reconstructed the battle in his mind. A taijutsu specialist. Took a direct hit from a water release technique, yet still managed to shatter the heads of 2 genin with his bare fists. A third mist ninja was taken, likely as a hostage or for interrogation. In mere moments, this Uchiha Chunin had deduced nearly everything that had transpired. His gaze snapped toward the jungle. There, perched on a distant branch, stood a hidden mist Chunin. The man's expression was ugly as he surveyed the carnage below. Those two headless corpses had been his teammates. He didn't linger. The instant their eyes met, he turned and fled. After him, the Uchiha Chunin barked, already launching himself in pursuit. His three subordinates followed without hesitation. Water splashed against the riverbank. Zenji emerged from the river, his body emanating a faint blue glow. Droplets rolled down his taut muscles, leaving glistening trails across his skin. The scent should be masked now, but walking like this leaves an obvious trail. He glanced down at the wet footprints forming beneath him. After a moment's thought, he turned and stepped onto the water's surface. Blue chakra condensed beneath his feet. He stood there, wobbling unsteadily. The techniques barely holding together. Zenji frowned deeply. Shifting his focus inward, he directed his attention toward the yellowed page floating in his consciousness. Lines of text materialized on its surface. You swam while carrying a corpse. Fortunately, the enhancement technique provided sufficient strength to make the process manageable. Upon reaching shore, water dripping from your body formed a clear trail. You recognize this will compromise your concealment. You attempted to walk on water using chakra, but lack any foundational knowledge. The sensation is akin to balancing on a water balloon. Zenji stared at that last sentence. Suddenly, he felt a drain on both his chakra and spiritual energy. The brief passage burst open, flooding his mind with detailed information. How should chakra be condensed? What changes occur during the process? Which actions produce which results? Which effects correspond to which adjustments? The knowledge crystallized in his mind with perfect clarity. His wobbling stance stabilized instantly. What had felt like balancing on a soap bubble now felt as solid as standing on flat ground. So that's how it works. A smile tugged at Zenji's lips. This incomplete book of ages couldn't rewrite reality, but it could dissect the essence of any action he performed, breaking it down to its fundamental components. With this ability, any technique or formula was nothing more than a thin veil waiting to be pierced. His confidence in researching both his condition and techniques like incarnation had just increased dramatically. Drip. Drop. Water fell from the toes of the mist ninja's corpse, disturbing the river's surface with soft ripples. Zenji glanced at the body hanging from his right hand. Carrying it around like this was impractical. He searched the corpse with his free hand and quickly found a scroll tucked into a pouch. Unrolling it revealed no text, only a single large character seal. A storage scroll. His eyes lit up as he gripped it tightly. The corresponding information appeared in the Book of Ages. Zenji consumed more spiritual energy and chakra to explore its secrets. Soon, the detailed mechanics manifested in his mind. After a few attempts, he succeeded. Poof! With a burst of smoke, the mist ninja's corpse vanished into the scroll. Now it was easy to carry, and there'd be no trail of dripping water to follow. After traveling a considerable distance across the river's surface, Zenji made for the opposite bank. He leaped upward, landing on a branch and launching himself through the canopy with increasing confidence. The physical resonance from the black flash hadn't fully dissipated. His body control far exceeded what it had been before. Within just a few jumps, he'd already mastered the rhythm of moving through the trees. I need to find shelter as soon as possible and study the incarnation technique. His expression darkened. Orochimaru's version of immortality, his living corpse reincarnation, left the user vulnerable to genjutsu. Zenji refused to repeat that mistake. Drawing inspiration from a higher-level system like Jujutsu, perfecting his understanding of the soul, and combining it with the Book of Ages' analytical power, that was his true path to survival. Mid-leap, his gaze sharpened. To his left, he spotted a small hill rising above the forest. He changed course immediately. Landing on a rocky outcrop, he discovered a depression behind the hill roughly the size of 2 football fields. Perfect. If he could establish a barrier to conceal and camouflage this location, it would make an excellent hideout. Scanning the area, he noticed a concave hollow carved into a massive boulder a few dozen meters to his right. A natural shelter. He dropped down into it. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest. "You three escort the prisoner back to the village," the Uchiha Chunin ordered. "I'll follow these tracks and find out exactly who killed those mist ninjas. Seisho, going alone might be." One of the genin started to object, but Uchiha Seisho cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Don't compare me to yourselves. Get moving. Hand the prisoner over to the torture and interrogation division." His tone left no room for argument. The three subordinates departed without another word. Sharingan blazing, Uchiha Seisho followed the trail. He reached the river's edge within minutes. A cold sneer crossed his face. Childish tricks. He stepped onto the water's surface and proceeded in a calculated direction. Before long, he found the telltale puddle where his quarry had emerged. Sloppy work. Definitely not a rogue ninja from any major village. He filed away the assessment and pressed forward. After advancing further, his Sharingan locked onto something. "Found you." A hint of satisfaction flickered in Seisho's eyes as he turned to follow the new trail. Completely unaware of his pursuer, Zenji sat cross-legged inside the stone hollow. A small fire crackled before him, its warmth slowly drying his clothes where they lay draped nearby. His attention was focused entirely inward, on the purple-black sphere of light in his consciousness. Countless luminous traces filled his vision. With a thought, several clusters of knowledge drifted toward him. Soul conversion into cursed energy, fragmentation of the soul, the method for creating cursed objects. And finally, incarnation using the cursed object as a vessel. The concept immediately reminded him of a lich's phylactery. The underlying logic was identical. If a soul can be converted into cursed energy, it should also be convertible into chakra. The fundamental principles are connected. His thoughts crystallized with growing clarity. That means incarnation is viable. But a frown creased his brow. "I still don't know where I am or what era this is. Was that squad an isolated patrol? Or am I in the middle of a full-scale shinobi world war?" Research was critical, yes, but survival was the ultimate goal. The fatal crisis within his body demanded attention, but he couldn't afford to ignore external threats either. "Maybe I should prioritize learning a combat technique first. Something to increase my immediate strength." His head snapped up. Behind him, approaching through the woods toward this depression, he sensed it, a cold, sharp chakra signature saturated with killing intent. The aura was predatory. Like a falcon that had locked onto prey. Sinister. Domineering. Radiating arrogance and pressure. "Strong," Zenji breathed, his entire body tensing. His expression turned grave. "Very strong." Chapter 4, The Essence of Chakra Connection. 1141 words. "So you actually spotted me." An indifferent voice drifted down from above. A figure dropped from the canopy, landing with practiced ease. A Konoha forehead protector sat neatly across his brow. Scarlet Sharingan eyes glared coldly at Zenji. "Uchiha Seisho." Zenji's pupils contracted sharply. Of all people, it had to be an Uchiha. He pressed his lips into a thin line, fists clenching silently at his sides. He said nothing. The moment their eyes met, a cold sneer curled at the corners of Seisho's mouth. It had been a long time since anyone dared meet his gaze so directly. The single tomo in each eye began to rotate slowly. His genjutsu activated without a sound. But in the next instant, Seisho's smile froze. The naked young man before him maintained his silent, vigilant posture, completely unaffected. Zenji had merely tensed slightly, bracing for an attack that could come at any moment. He seemed entirely unaware that an invisible assault had just washed over him. Aren't the Uchiha supposed to be cold and aloof? He thought. This guy's expressions are all over the place. Seisho's hands blurred through seals. Chakra surged into his throat, and he exhaled a massive ball of fire. Zenji's glowing blue eyes detected the chakra mobilization instantly. He pushed off hard, diving to the side. The scorching fireball slammed into his previous position, engulfing the small campfire and incinerating his drying clothes in a rush of hungry flames. A taijutsu specialist, Seisho concluded, drawing a kunai as he charged forward. Zenji steadied himself, watching the Uchiha close the distance. The image of Seisho's hand seals and chakra condensation flashed through his mind with perfect clarity. His own hands moved, forming seals. Chakra gathered in his throat. Seisho's eyes went wide, especially when a giant fireball came roaring toward him. Impossible. He dodged frantically, barely avoiding the blast. His composure shattered. It wasn't that someone had copied his technique that happened. What defied all logic was how. The hand seals had been wrong. Several steps were missing entirely. There was no way the technique should have worked. But Zenji didn't care about any of that. Once he'd grasped the underlying method of chakra condensation, the hand seals became irrelevant. He opened his mouth wide and unleashed fireball after fireball. Each blazing sphere grew larger than the last, raining down from every angle. The moment they struck the ground, flames erupted outward in expanding waves of heat. Seisho scrambled desperately to avoid the barrage. His cold arrogance had vanished completely, replaced by frustration and mounting rage. Damn it! How is this possible? I refuse to accept this. How could some clanless nobody, a piece of trash, learn the great fireball technique with a single glance? His heart burned as if consumed by his own flames. Negative emotions flooded through him, and his eyes grew increasingly bloodshot. Something's wrong. Zenji's guard rose sharply. Even if the Uchiha are prone to emotional instability, losing control this quickly isn't normal. A sudden, intense pain lanced through his chest. A cooling sensation spread across the affected area, and the surrounding heat seemed to be forcibly drawn inward, forming some kind of equilibrium. Zenji focused his attention on his chest and immediately identified the problem. Spitting out fireball after fireball had looked impressive, but it consumed enormous amounts of chakra. He'd disrupted the balance in his chest. A gap had formed in the stored chakra, and the cells in that region were being squeezed even harder than before. That was the source of the pain. Fortunately, the Tiger Talisman, weakened though it was, could easily restore this kind of minor imbalance. I still don't fully understand my body's condition. I can't burn through chakra like that anymore. Zenji ceased his assault and charged forward, using the last fireball as cover. Through his blue-tinted vision, he saw that Seisho's overall chakra had dropped by half, its glow noticeably dimmer. More importantly, another humanoid chakra signature had appeared underground. Shadow clone. Zenji's eyes sharpened. Only that technique divided chakra equally between copies. Every other clone method used just a small portion. That equal division made shadow clones incredibly deceptive. So which one was real, the figure before him, or the one below? Zenji clenched his fist and attacked the visible Uchiha. Without knowing which was genuine, he had no choice but to commit fully. His chakra-enhanced blow slammed into Seisho's face. The tremendous force sent his entire body hurtling backward. Poof! Mid-flight, the body dissolved into smoke. Beneath him, a pair of hands erupted from the earth, grasping for his ankles. But Zenji was already prepared. In that critical instant, he stomped down with everything he had. The greater the crisis, the sharper his condition became. Chakra flowed with exceptional smoothness. His leg muscles, his mental commands, his energy circulation, all of it synchronized at a higher level than ever before. A streak of black light flickered over the blue chakra coating his heel. The moment it touched the ground, space itself seemed to distort. Crack! A shockwave rippled outward. One wave drove into the earth, another radiated up through Zenji's entire body. Seisho's hands went rigid. His palms slumped lifelessly against the soil. Zenji felt better than he ever had. The connection between his spirit, body, and chakra had tightened further. His perception seemed capable of detecting the profound mystery where all three overlapped. The brief entry in the Book of Ages regarding Black Flash execution burst open under his intense focus, flooding his mind with knowledge. I understand now. A flash of insight illuminated his thoughts. The chakra-based Black Flash isn't just high-frequency resonance, it's the manifestation of chakra's true essence. Connection. Chakra is the power that connects people. That was how the Sage of Six Paths had originally defined it. Even after 1,000 years of change, that fundamental truth remained. Connection was one of chakra's most essential characteristics. That explains everything. Zenji examined his own body with new understanding. His cells were generating energy uncontrollably, forming chakra in his meridians, which then converged on the cell walls. Body, spirit, and chakra, all three were inherently compressed together. Whether it was an active body pushed by high-intensity movement, a spirit honed to razor focus, or chakra circulating at heightened frequency, any of these could break through normal boundaries and connect intimately with the other two. That was what made Black Flash easier to execute. If an ordinary person's probability of achieving a chakra-based Black Flash was 1, then for Zenji's transformed body, it was 81 times higher. What was meant to be a reaper's scythe hanging over my neck has instead granted me incredible power. He let out a quiet, ironic breath. Reaching down, he grabbed Seisho's hands and hauled him out of the loose soil. This was an Uchiha. A living Uchiha. The experimental value was immense. He couldn't just let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 5, Barrier Techniques and Chakra. 1,167 words. Zenji searched the Uchiha's body thoroughly. Aside from various ninja tool scrolls and medicines, he found a simple map. Several locations were marked with circles and crosses, accompanied by notes identifying suspected hidden mist strongholds. Konoha and the Hidden Mist are at war. If it's a major conflict, this can only be the Third Shinobi World War. In his previous life, Zenji had never actually finished watching Naruto. Too many flashback arcs had driven him to skip through most of it. He'd filled in the gaps through explanation videos and fanfiction, faster, but the details hadn't stuck. Most of the specifics had long since faded from memory, leaving only broad strokes. Deploying the Uchiha against the Hidden Mist, and given the scope of this map, it has to be the Third War. The question is what point we're at. He studied the map, noting its complete lack of information about Konoha's own positions. At this point in time, Uchiha Madara was still alive. His physical condition was likely deteriorating rapidly. At most, he could fight at full strength once before his body gave out entirely. Aside from the people on the moon, he had no true opponents in the ninja world. I wonder if Madara has already selected Obito as his successor. If not, and he happens to notice me. Zenji thought of White Zetsu and suppressed a shudder. He needed to hide himself, gather intelligence, and research a way to stay alive. Sitting cross-legged, he let his consciousness sink into the purple-black sphere of light. Countless clusters of knowledge flashed before him. Soon, a massive formation resembling geometric patterns drifted to a stop before his eyes. Barrier techniques, he murmured. This knowledge cluster was by far the largest among all the lights. Tengen, the foremost barrier master, and Kenjaku, the second greatest, both had lived for over 1,000 years. Moreover, barrier techniques formed the foundation for various domain abilities and domain expansions. That was why this particular cluster had grown to the size of a house. It progresses from simple to complex, making it relatively accessible for beginners. Whether I'm hiding now or enhancing my combat ability later, this will be useful. Time well spent. Another pattern drifted closer, a blurry humanoid figure with only its hands rendered in clear detail. Idle transfiguration. A technique involving both soul and body. This was a powerful offensive method that could also be used for interrogation and experimental purposes. More importantly, its method of soul manipulation related directly to the incarnation technique's requirements, fragmenting the soul and altering its characteristics. Zenji focused on the barrier technique cluster first. The moment his mind made contact, information flooded in. Starting with the simplest barrier, the curtain, various details materialized in his consciousness. He opened his eyes. Forming hand seals, he chanted, "Emerge from darkness, blacker than darkness. Purify that which is impure." Chakra surged. A pale blue light rose, forming a barrier. It wobbled once and shattered completely. "Doesn't work." Zenji frowned. "I can't just copy it directly. Chakra does have its own barrier techniques, but the underlying logic isn't identical the way it was with enhancement." Thanks to the lingering effects of Black Flash, his chakra control and perception were currently operating at peak capacity. He easily identified the problems. Completing a functional barrier technique would require extensive experimentation and adjustment. But this location had already been discovered. Staying here was out of the question. Grabbing Uchiha Seisho, he leaped into the trees to find a new refuge. 1 month later. In a secluded valley, pale blue light rose suddenly, forming a spherical barrier. This turned out better than I ever expected. Zenji examined the barrier enveloping him with quiet satisfaction. He didn't know if it was because he'd transmigrated physically, experiencing the world barrier, perhaps even passing through some kind of space-time tunnel, but his aptitude for barrier techniques was unexpectedly high. Within weeks, he'd developed a set of techniques with a distinctly personal style. Node barrier technique. By using nodes as anchors, he could create long-lasting barriers. The optimal casting node was himself. He could form a protective barrier using his own body as the foundation. "I only wanted a way to hide myself, but I ended up developing a combat skill as well." Zenji sighed, his thoughts drifting to idle transfiguration. His aptitude there wasn't bad either. After all, it wasn't just his physical body that had mutated, his soul had undergone changes too, though without any negative deterioration. However, the available knowledge was too limited. Even if he understood idle transfiguration thoroughly, the process of converting it to chakra-based techniques was proving agonizingly slow. He formed a one-handed seal and waved casually. The stable barrier screen dissipated. Turning, he walked toward the center of the valley, where a small wooden cabin stood. He pushed open the door. The half-dead Uchiha was bound to a wooden pillar, his chakra being continuously extracted. He served as both the barrier node for this valley and its energy source, sustaining the large concealment and detection array that protected this hideout. "I need knowledge," Zenji said, staring intently at Seisho's head. Knowledge of this world. Only then could he research a localized version of idle transfiguration more quickly. But extracting that knowledge from the Uchiha's mind required idle transfiguration itself, a frustrating loop. Whether due to clan pride or professional ninja training, torture had proven useless. Seisho's mouth remained firmly shut. And even if Zenji did manage to break him, the authenticity of anything he said would be questionable. "Kill me." The voice was weak, barely audible. Seisho struggled to open his eyes a crack. "Tell me what I want to know." Zenji repeated the words he'd spoken countless times before. "It's not classified information. Just basic ninja knowledge." Seisho's lips parted slightly. "Impossible. My ninja way. My convictions will never yield." "Humph." Zenji sneered, but the word convictions triggered something. A memory surfaced. Orochimaru using chakra to project killing intent, freezing Sasuke in place with pure pressure. Tobirama Senju oppressing Sasuke, and the revived Hokage with his overwhelming presence. And Gojo Satoru, emotions running high, crushing a cursed spirit to death with nothing but raw cursed energy. Powerful ninjas can instill their will into their chakra, causing it to undergo subtle changes. Zenji couldn't remember where he'd heard that. A forum post, maybe. An explanation video. Perhaps even fan-made lore. But the thought ignited something in his mind. I can't just think about chakra. I can't just reference cursed energy either. I need to combine the two, create a chakra that's uniquely mine. Only then can I fully utilize all the knowledge from Jujutsu Kaisen. His eyes lit up as inspiration flooded through him like a breaking dam. It was just like the Uchiha's visual prowess, a specialized form of chakra. It served not only as the energy source for the Sharingan's abilities, but also activated secret techniques developed specifically around those eyes. Cursed energy. Chakra. Zenji sat cross-legged, excitement written across his face. His consciousness plunged into the purple-black sphere of light. Chapter 6, Release Cursed Energy and Idol Transfiguration. 1,125 words. A palm-sized cluster of glowing patterns drifted before Zenji. Small as it was, the knowledge within was crucial, the technique for cursed energy conversion. In the Jujutsu Kaisen world, cursed energy was born from human negative emotions. Ordinary people could only passively generate trace amounts, primitive, unstable energy that couldn't be stored. It leaked away constantly, condensing in the world through curses to form cursed spirits. Jujutsu sorcerers were those who could store and control cursed energy. While one's upper limit was determined by innate talent, extraction efficiency could indirectly determine output capacity. That was why learning to efficiently extract and generate cursed energy from even the faintest negative emotions formed the foundation of every sorcerer's training. Zenji focused his spirit on the glowing pattern. Knowledge regarding cursed energy and negative emotions flooded into his mind. Negative emotions. Cursed energy. His eyes narrowed suddenly. Could it be treated as release chakra? He opened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Seisho. Leaning forward, he pressed his forehead against the captive's, eyes flashing blue as he stared directly into those crimson pupils. The Sharingan contained that special chakra, visual prowess. A type of release. Blue light scattered from Zenji's pupils, gradually forming a loose, spiraling vortex. He stared intently at the single Tomo Sharingan. His own pupils constricted, and needle-sharp pain stabbed through them. The chakra in his eyes fell momentarily out of balance, then was forcibly corrected by the tiger talisman. The pain repeated again and again. Bloodshot lines crept through his normally azure irises. Finally, a strand of visual prowess made contact with his blue chakra. On the page of the Book of Ages, new words appeared. Sharingan visual prowess. The blue light dissipated. Zenji stepped back hastily and closed his eyes. When he opened them again a moment later, the bloodshot lines had vanished completely. The massive chakra expenditure had left his face pale, and familiar pain radiated through his body. But after more than a month of this, he'd long since adapted. His expression didn't change. He sat cross-legged. Information from the Book of Ages flooded his consciousness. How the brain of a Sharingan wielder generates visual prowess. The changes in chakra. The role of spiritual energy in the process. As profound knowledge materialized in his mind, certain connections became immediately apparent. The methods by which Jujutsu sorcerers condensed cursed energy from negative emotions shared striking similarities with this information. Using those parallels as a breakthrough, Zenji's mind began racing. The generation of cursed energy is innate. It's just that people in the Jujutsu Kaisen world can't store it, the amount produced is minuscule, and its state is primitive. Those techniques allow for more efficient production of larger quantities of purer cursed energy, each bearing a strong personal signature. Chakra has two versions in its setting. The first is original chakra, what the Sage of Six Paths initially spread to humanity. That spiritual energy was meant to connect people with one another. It could be shared, allowing people to undergo spiritual cultivation. The anime showed corresponding scenes. This initial chakra possessed no destructive power. It wasn't until Indra developed the method of hand seals that chakra gained offensive capability. From that point forward, chakra entered its second stage. These fragments of knowledge cascaded through his mind. Based on chakra's fundamental essence, a theory began to form. If the chakra initially spread by the Sage of Six Paths was the original form, merely granting humanity the power to use it, then this second stage is what the ninja world currently possesses. It shifted from connecting spiritual energy between people to connecting the power within oneself. The original setting had contained both versions of this definition. Chakra was defined as the mixture of spiritual and physical energy. But the stamina used to fuel taijutsu was also a mixture of spiritual and physical energy. To be precise, the chakra used to activate ninjutsu was specifically the power generated in the meridians by mixing those two energies. The detailed mechanics of each were completely different, and the resulting effects were entirely distinct. Spiritual energy and physical energy existed in everyone at all times, residing within the body. That was why this power called stamina was always present. However, the chakra used to cast ninjutsu was temporarily extracted through hand seals. It possessed the same body-enhancing effects as stamina, but was extracted and consumed on the spot. If stamina is also considered chakra, a primitive form of it, then many of the contradictory elements in Naruto's world-building suddenly make sense. After all, the original work sometimes described chakra as existing in everyone at all times, and other times as something that couldn't be stored and had to be extracted on demand. A complete contradiction that made no logical sense. My body generates massive amounts of chakra constantly and accumulates it on my cell walls. There's no way to verify this hypothesis directly. Zenji formed hand seals and practiced chakra extraction, paying close attention to the process. The changes were extraordinarily subtle. If his perception hadn't sharpened dramatically over the past month, he would never have detected them. Extract. Mix, his thoughts focused. Can I extract spiritual energy independently? He concentrated on his brain, attempting isolated extraction. The moment he tried, wisps of pain flared through his skull. The tiger talisman in his consciousness emitted its power, balancing the chakra in his brain. Physical energy, passing through chakra as a transit point, miraculously transformed into spiritual energy. Zenji's eyes flew wide. Inspiration erupted violently in his mind. Various pieces of prior knowledge linked together. The Book of Ages flickered with light. Densely packed words materialized on its surface, then rapidly condensed into a single sentence. Zenji experienced a burst of inspiration, comprehending a fraction of chakra's essence. He created two unknown yin-yang release chakra refinement techniques. His aura transformed completely. A tangible presence radiated outward, eerie, deathly still. The power of his chakra made the surrounding air feel like a freezing abyss. The originally bright blue chakra now wore a shroud of dark purple. Even from a distance, one could sense the ominous energy radiating from it. Cursed energy chakra. Zenji clenched his fist, watching the malevolent chakra condense around his hand. Complete. Idol transfiguration operated smoothly now, or rather, halfway smoothly. He stood and placed his hand on Uchiha Seisho's head. His original intention was to alter the man's soul, making him answer any question without resistance. But the moment his cursed energy-infused chakra touched the soul through idol transfiguration, something unexpected happened. The essence of chakra was connection. The original chakra had been designed to connect spiritual energy between people. Wait. A flash of pleasant surprise crossed Zenji's face. Wasn't I researching idol transfiguration? Why does this feel more like I've stumbled onto angel hands? He chuckled softly. Chapter 7, The Divine Power of the Tiger Talisman and the Horcrux. 1188 words. A flood of information poured into Zenji's mind, more detailed hand seal sequences, additional fire release and earth release techniques. Filtering out the irrelevant data, he opened his glowing blue eyes. The Third Shinobi World War hasn't been going on for long. Namake's Minato's name hasn't spread yet, and Obito is still alive. He let out a slow breath. There was still time. But Konoha's really pushing it, deploying a member of the Hyuga main house to this battlefield. The primary forces clashing between Konoha and the Hidden Mist were the Hyuga and Uchiha clans. Uchiha Fugaku was somewhere on this front, and his eldest son Itachi was barely a year old. The Third War started around year 47 and ended in year 50, if I'm remembering correctly. Zenji recalled a timeline he'd once seen online. In the later stages, when things were relatively safe, bringing a 4-year-old to observe the battlefield actually made sense. But would the Hyuga main house really deploy to a combat zone? His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. A name surfaced in his memory, Ao of the Hidden Mist. The Mun had obtained a Byakugan during the Third Shinobi World War. Byakugan. Greed stirred in Zenji's chest, not for power itself, but for the experience and survival advantages it represented. He raised a hand to his forehead. The dim purple-blue chakra surrounding him shifted. The eerie aura vanished completely, replaced by something warm and radiant. His chakra turned blue-white, brimming with vitality and positive energy. The complete opposite of the Yin release chakra filled with curses and death, this was Yang release chakra, saturated with purification and life. The reverse curse technique. The second fastest technique he'd learned. This really is a perfect match for the Tiger Talisman, he murmured, recalling how easily he'd grasped it. Even so, it couldn't compare to his natural talent for barrier techniques. Activating idle transfiguration with Yang release chakra, his body began to shift and squirm. For a moment, he appeared to be transforming into Uchiha Seisho's likeness. But the blue chakra light grew unstable. Zenji's expression changed. He halted the transformation immediately and reverted to his original form. Still doesn't work. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning solemn. Just now, he'd attempted to use idle transfiguration to alter his physical body, not just cosmetically, but at the cellular level. He'd tried to replicate the structure of a native's 130 trillion cell body. The result, massive chakra consumption and accelerated cellular destruction. Worse, it had destabilized his yin-yang balance, pushing the Tiger Talisman to its limits. It's not the genuine article, after all. I have to rely on myself. He shook his head slightly, abandoning the idea of restoring his body through direct transformation. The path forward still required creating a Horcrux and performing the incarnation technique to claim a new life. This body has flaws, but its ability to store chakra has tremendous research value. I could use my own flesh and blood as a base template, then integrate the cellular structure of a native ninja's body. Ideally, I'd incorporate the physical talents of multiple experts to create the strongest possible vessel. His thoughts drifted to the Byakugan and Sharingan, two dojutsu capable of evolving to their absolute limits. He even considered the 6 eyes. Then there was the sage body, and various physical Kekkei Genkai. To achieve the perfect body, I'll need corpses from powerful ninjas. His mind returned to the Byakugan. Fortune favors the bold, but the bold can also lose everything. I need to be fully prepared. He turned and walked out of the wooden cabin. Directly opposite, at the valley's edge, a cave entrance waited. That was where Zenji actually lived. Inside the cave, he sat cross-legged and focused his perception on his own soul. With idle transfiguration mastered, the secret technique of fragmenting the soul was no longer impossibly difficult. In fact, it had become relatively simple, though still dangerous. I need a safe fragmentation method that won't destroy my internal balance. His attention shifted to the Tiger Talisman floating in his consciousness. If any safe method existed, it would involve the talisman's divine power. The entry for the Tiger Talisman in the Book of Ages shattered, flooding his mind with detailed information. After meticulous analysis and deduction, Zenji formulated a logically consistent plan. Time to experiment. Of course, he wasn't foolish enough to test directly on his own soul. No matter how confident he was, that would be reckless beyond reason. First, he ventured outside the barrier and captured several animals. Using the Tiger Talisman's power, he attempted to divide their yin and yang. Yin release chakra can split the soul. Yang release chakra can split the physical body. But performing both simultaneously is impossible. At his feet, two identical rabbits lay on the ground. Above them floated two identical rabbit souls. One lunged aggressively while the other scrambled to escape. No problems with animal trials. Next step, humans. Zenji glanced beyond the barrier. The ninja world had one advantage: bandits and mountain robbers were plentiful. After a few hours outside, he returned with a captured bandit. His hand flashed purple-blue as he reached forward. The man's soul was instantly wrenched free. Under the tiger talisman's divine power, the bandit's soul split in two. The two bewildered halves stared at the scene in shock, then reacted completely differently. Ninja Lord, spare me. The soul glowing blue-white collapsed to its knees, weeping. I was forced into this life. I know I've done wicked things. I'll accept any punishment, just please don't kill me. The purple-black soul beside it flew into a rage, pointing at its counterpart. Bastard. Coward. Stand up. So what if we die? I've had my fun. Go ahead and kill me if you've got the guts. Good and evil were indeed separated. Zenji observed the two souls, his gaze lingering on the kneeling one. The blue-white soul appeared pure, but subtle resentment flickered deep in its eyes. Zenji noticed. Not thorough enough, though. This must be the gap between the pendant and the genuine article. Fortunately, he only needed a safe fragmentation method, not perfect separation of good and evil. The limitation didn't matter. Converting his yin release chakra to yang release, Zenji directed his hand toward the bandit's corpse. White light blazed across the body. It jerked and squirmed as two heads sprouted from the shoulders. Then the light flared blindingly bright. When it faded, two bandit corpses lay on the ground. Ignoring the shouting souls, Zenji knelt and began examining the bodies. He researched continuously for 7 days. The two fragmented souls showed no abnormalities whatsoever. That was enough to prove the method's safety. Zenji casually activated the divine power, merging the two souls back into one, then withdrew his idle transfiguration. The reunited soul dissipated instantly. Time to create the Horcrux. Cursed object sounded too unpleasant. He preferred the other term. Black-purple chakra surged into the tiger talisman. Divine power acted upon his soul. His consciousness split. His soul divided into two. One half bore a youthful face, Zenji as he'd appeared just after transmigrating. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 8, Yin. 1,207 words. The other half bore a sinister countenance, its gaze holding the deathly stillness born from a month of constant pain. Its aura was entirely different. The two souls didn't speak. They moved in perfect synchronization. Because this was the tiger talisman's weakened version, the fragmentation wasn't truly complete. The two halves remained connected in mind, differing only in their ways of thinking. Yin and yang chakra condensed around each soul. Their forms began to shift. Substance emerged from void. An invisible boundary enveloped them both. In the physical world, Zenji opened his eyes. Now he only needed vessels to complete the Horcruxes. The faint blue light in his irises began to recede. His once black pupils transformed into pools of azure. His sclera changed as well. One eye's white turned pitch black, radiating an ominous aura. The other became even purer, emanating an energy that seemed to purify everything it touched, brimming with vibrant life force. The two soul fragments merged into his eyes respectively, instantly transforming both eyeballs into the sturdiest of Horcruxes. The foundation of his survival. Reaching up, he gouged out his own eyes. The two orbs floated above his palms, one in each hand. Blue-white light flared in the empty sockets. New eyeballs grew rapidly, filling the void. Black pupils. White sclera. Exactly as before. But they lasted less than a second before chakra flooded the new cells. His briefly clear vision returned to that gray-white, transparent world saturated with chakra particles. Blue light filled his eyes once more, changing their color. From now on, I have 2 lives. A smile tugged at the corner of Zenji's mouth. He pressed the eyeball with the pitch-black sclera against his forehead. The Yin Horcrux merged in easily. Massive amounts of Yin-released chakra surged into the point between his brows. Rising, he walked toward the small cabin and stopped before Uchiha Seisho. He grabbed the man's hair with one hand and pressed the Yang Horcrux against his forehead with the other. The Yang Horcrux merged instantly. Yang-released chakra rapidly altered Seisho's bodily structure, converting his existing chakra reserves. The process was brutal. Seisho's eyes flew open in agony, and a sinister, freezing aura erupted from them. The ominous pressure intensified, and a second Tomo suddenly manifested in his previously single Tomo Sharingan. Yang-released chakra can trigger Sharingan evolution. Zenji's eyebrows rose in surprise. But after a moment's examination, he shook his head. No. His physical condition improved, which gave him enough mental energy to experience even greater pain and emotional turmoil. Combined with already being at the threshold, it simply pushed him over the edge. Still, this worked in his favor. A temporary spare body with 2 Tomo was definitely stronger than one with a single Tomo. With no more concerns holding him back, Zenji turned and walked outside. Behind him, Seisho's eyes closed. The vertical slit on his forehead shifted briefly, then gradually sealed shut. A moment later, even the mark and the bulge vanished, as if no eye had ever existed there. Passing through the concealment barrier, Zenji glanced back. The valley had vanished completely. Only unbroken jungle remained. The ordinary, I couldn't possibly discover the truth hidden within. I wonder if chakra sensing or the Byakugan can penetrate the barrier. A flicker of worry crossed his face. This location wasn't far from the battlefield's edge. Encountering either Konoha or hidden mist ninjas was always a possibility. That was precisely why Zenji had chosen to take the initiative. As for fleeing further away to hide and conduct his research in peace, where would he find enough ninja corpses for materials? Leaping through the jungle, his thoughts drifted to the depression where he'd briefly sheltered before. A month has passed. Are Konoha ninjas still stationed there? He circled around and stopped in the canopy of a tall tree, gazing down at the distant clearing. Through his special vision, he spotted 4 humanoid figures, each a condensed mass of circulating chakra. Still here after a month. Could they be Uchiha? His eyes lit up instantly. Forming the final seal with one hand, essentially a sword finger gesture, he used himself as the node. A barrier materialized around him in an instant. This technique prioritized interface completeness over defensive strength, completely isolating inside from outside. Ultimate concealment. If I can scale this severing boundary barrier technique into a large area version, I'll never have to worry about my hideout being discovered. A hint of regret flickered in his gaze. There simply hadn't been enough time. In the depression below, a 4-man squad had gathered. 3 of them had clearly lost all vigilance. It's been a month, complained a genin who looked 14 or 15. Whoever killed Seisho is long gone. How much longer are we supposed to stay here? Everyone else is fighting on the front lines while we rot in this backwater. Another genin of similar age, his eyes slightly upturned, spoke with evident anger. It's disgraceful. The third genin remained expressionless, his voice cold. If we can't find the enemy who killed Seisho, then we kill hidden mist ninjas instead. Kill enough of them, and we'll eventually have our revenge. Better than wasting away here. All 3 wore the Uchiha fan crest on their backs. Elite ninjas of the Uchiha clan. Though technically genin by rank, their actual combat ability exceeded many chunin. Their squad leader was also Uchiha, a man in his 30s or 40s wearing a chunin flak jacket. In truth, his jonin promotion had been stalled for political reasons. He should have advanced 2 years ago. At this moment, he too felt dissatisfied about being dumped here for a month. After all, battlefield merit was the most unimpeachable kind. No one could stall a jonin application backed by confirmed kills. He was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. A hand had appeared on his shoulder, when he had no idea. Before he could even mobilize his chakra, his entire body went limp. He collapsed to the ground. Swish! 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 The 3 Uchiha genin reacted instantly, exactly as expected from elite bloodline ninjas. The moment they scattered in 3 directions, kunai and shuriken flew toward the intruder simultaneously. Clang! 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 Crisp impacts rang against the severing boundary barrier. Even though it wasn't primarily defensive, it easily deflected genin-level attacks. Zenji watched the 3 fleeing Uchiha with mild interest. His right hand formed the final seal, while his left reached forward. Trying to run. Get back here. Invisible barriers materialized around all 3, trapping them instantly. Thud. 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 Bodies slammed into invisible walls. The 3 Uchiha crumpled with bruised, swollen faces. The barriers contracted, dragging them back toward Zenji. He stepped forward. His palms passed easily through the barrier walls, pressing against each captive in turn. The connection between their souls and bodies seemed to snap. All 3 went rigid, collapsing like puppets with severed strings. The Uchiha captain's eyes blazed red. 3 Tomo rotated slowly in each iris. Beyond that, he couldn't move at all. Still able to activate the Sharingan under these conditions. Zenji murmured softly. It seems visual prowess, this specialized chakra, creates a far sturdier connection between the eyes and soul than I realized. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 9, The Process of Awakening the Sharingan. 1223 words. The arrogant Uchiha lay on the ground like a limp worm. Beyond widening his eyes, he couldn't move a muscle. Intense humiliation flooded through him. The cold-faced Uchiha's black pupils began shifting toward red. Zenji noticed the change immediately. A special in-release chakra was forming, his eyes lit up with excitement. Without hesitation, he crouched and pressed his hand against the Uchiha's head. Every subtle change in flesh, soul, and chakra fell within his perception. His expression gradually shifted to elation. He couldn't help but chuckle. I really hit the jackpot this time. The Sharingan's awakening process unfolded clearly before him, the subtle shifts in the soul, the brain structure's reaction, the specialized secretion of chakra. Finally, it acted upon the eyes, completing the awakening of a single Tomo Sharingan. Awakening from mere humiliation alone. His talent appeared higher than Sasuke's, Itachi's, or Shirsue's. But in reality, this ninja was already 14 or 15. He couldn't be compared to Uchiha prodigies who awakened at 7 or 8. So this is the Sharingan. Zenji's tone was unreadable. His gaze shifted to the other 2 genin, noting the anger, humiliation, and frustration swirling in their eyes. That's it. Keep it up. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Let me give you a push. He walked over and placed his hands on both their heads. Simulating the process he'd just observed, he began subtly stimulating and altering their soul states and brain structures. The specialized chakra secreted instantly. Both Uchiha felt a jolt run through them as their eyes rapidly turned crimson. Single Tomo manifested in each. The Uchiha captain watched with shock and mounting disbelief. Just because they'd been captured, all 3 of his subordinates had awakened the Sharingan simultaneously. It defied all reason. He knew their situations intimately. Their aptitudes were average, neither exceptional nor poor, but their pride ran high. They consistently fell short of the clan's best while remaining above its worst. Most critically, none had awakened the Sharingan. That was precisely why they'd been assigned this trivial task. It actually works. Zenji examined his hands with undisguised joy. Idol transfiguration. No, this is closer to angel hands. Idol transfiguration altered the form and structure of the soul, but it didn't touch more abstract aspects like memory, will, or mentality. Angel hands, which possess similar abilities, was more comprehensive. Beyond altering the soul's form and structure, it could also modify willpower and mental state. If I can plunge an Uchiha into a state of extreme remorse, could I mass-produce 3 Tomo Sharingan? Or even Mangekyo? The boost from a fully matured Sharingan was enough to transform a genin into Jonin-level threat in short order. That was precisely why the saying existed. Curse your miserable fate for lacking the Sharingan. Zenji stood and walked toward the Uchiha captain, pressing his hand against the man's skull. Memories flooded into his perception. The land of bears? This really is outside Fire Country's borders, that peninsula shaped like a small tail. Landing here posed the least difficulty for forces from the land of water. Every other approach was either too distant, or directly bordered Fire Country. Found it. His eyes gleamed as he located information about the Hyuga main house. The target was on the battlefield's western sector, heading toward Fire Country's border. Hyuga Saka. Son of a main house elder. Zenji's eyes narrowed. The Hyuga main house was remarkably small. Only the clan head and the heirs of a few select elders were considered true main house members. All other children, second sons, third sons, anyone deemed expendable, received the caged bird seal, and became branch house. This time, Konoha was fighting on 3 fronts. Because the hidden mist relied heavily on the hiding in mist technique, they needed the Byakugan's penetrating vision. After all, if the Byakugan could see through the dense chakra concentrations within human bodies, mere chakra-infused mist posed no obstacle. The Sharingan couldn't see through objects, but it could detect chakra flow and color variations, still useful as a counter. Unless an enemy remained perfectly motionless within the mist, they'd be detected. The target hasn't been killed yet. Ao hasn't made his move. Zenji discarded the irrelevant information, and looked down at his 4 captives. I can't kill them. That would practically announce something's wrong in this area. If they expand their search radius and find my hideout, things get complicated. He shook his head slightly. Crouching again, he pressed his palm against the Uchiha captain's head. He deleted the man's memories of this encounter entirely, then planted subtle perceptions deep in his psyche, causing minute alterations to his soul and brain structure. Afterward, he performed identical modifications on the other 3. Only then did he dust off his hands with satisfaction. With my current strength, materials are easy to find. But for sleeper agents, those are hard to come by. The severing boundary barrier flickered. Zenji's form vanished completely, as if he'd never existed. A moment later, the Uchiha captain's eyes opened. He stood up with a blank expression, and the other 3 returned to their original positions as well. Their gazes sharpened instantly, expressions recovering. Captain, say something, the cold-faced Uchiha demanded. As if nothing had happened, they continued their previous conversation. Western sector of the Land of Bears battlefield. Inside a logistics transit camp. Hyuga Saka, who appeared to be in his mid-20s, stood with a taut expression. His voice rang out across the tent. I am of the main house. I possess the noble Byakugan bloodline. A Jonin at 16 years old. Yet upon arriving at the battlefield, I'm ordered to guard rations in the rear. I refuse to accept this. I want to fight for Konoha. Fight for the prestige of the Byakugan. I want to carve my way through the hidden mist's forces. Several branch house guards shifted uncomfortably, their composed expressions threatening to crack. Akimichi Kuryo, the camp's adjutant, couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He'd heard rumors about this main house young master's bizarre personality, completely unlike the rest of the Byakugan clan, but this was beyond lacking self-awareness. Hurried footsteps interrupted his thoughts. The tent flap flew open, and a Byakugan ninja rushed in. Young master. Lord Curio. Lord Naota detected unfamiliar chakra signatures in the forest 5 kilometers north. Approximately 15 to 20 individuals, likely a hidden mist strike team. Lord Naota has already departed with the response unit. He ordered me to report immediately. Before he'd even finished speaking, Hyuga Saka shot to his feet. Excellent. I'll personally capture these infiltrators. The branch house guards' expressions shifted instantly. They scrambled to intervene. You mustn't, young master. The battlefield is dangerous. Lord Naota can handle this. Their protests only fueled Saka's anger. He waved them off dismissively. Silence. My decision is final. Curio, I leave this camp to you. Without waiting for a response, he strode out of the tent. Why did I get stuck as this guy's adjutant? Akimichi Curio rubbed his face wearily. If I'd known it would be like this, I'd have taken my chances on another front. A few hundred meters east of the camp, Zenji stood on a tree branch, wrapped in his barrier's concealment. His glowing blue eyes gazed into the distance. Someone's coming out. What excellent luck. He followed immediately. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 10, Detection and the Changes in the Book of Ages. 1,126 words. Bypassing the camp, Zenji drew steadily closer to the group of ninja. His brow gradually furrowed. 5 of them had begun gathering chakra toward their eyes, forming high-density concentrations. Byakugan. His expression relaxed. When the Sharingan awakened, it condensed visual prowess, a specialized chakra. But these ninjas were gathering ordinary chakra, and Konoha only possessed 2 dojutsu clans. Obviously, this was the Byakugan. What a coincidence. Despite the surge of excitement, Zenji grew even more cautious. He observed them with intense focus. As the distance continued to shrink, the enemy made no unusual movements. The severing boundaries concealment works exactly as I hoped. Relief mixed with satisfaction. They hadn't detected him at all, and his pursuit distance was closing rapidly. Once they'd moved far enough from the camp, Zenji's gaze sharpened. Time to strike. The severing boundary barrier around him fluctuated, then expanded rapidly in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it formed a dome with a 200-meter radius, engulfing Hyuga Saka and his escorts completely. Saka halted abruptly. Shock flashed through his Byakugan. Enemy attack. Protect the young master. How is this possible? Such a massive chakra signature appearing out of nowhere. Space-time ninjutsu. The protective squad couldn't contain their alarm. Their Byakugan had been active the entire time. How could such concentrated chakra have approached undetected? Perfect timing. Excitement blazed in Saka's eyes instead of fear. Rather than retreating, he charged forward. Chakra enveloped his palm and condensed into 2 extended fingers, striking directly at Zenji's tenketsu. Zenji reached to grab the incoming palm with one hand while throwing a punch with the other. Smack. A mocking smile tugged at Saka's lips. With a simple adjustment, he slipped past the grabbing hand and landed a precise strike on Zenji's tenketsu. But the expected result never came. His opponent's chakra wasn't dispersed. He wasn't even knocked back. Instead, intense pain exploded through Saka's chest. His eyes bulged, saliva drooling from his gaping mouth. Zenji's backhand caught him across the neck. Crack. Unconscious instantly. Through continuous research into cursed energy enhancement and chakra adhesion, Zenji's enhancement effects had grown increasingly powerful. His chakra reserves were also expanding, amplifying the results even further. He pulled back and vanished. Thud. 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 One by one, the ninjas went limp and collapsed. Zenji appeared behind the last one, bringing down a hand-blade strike. The instant they made contact, he severed the connection between the ninja's soul and body. The men crumpled to the ground. Fast reactions. Zenji glanced toward the camp, noting the chakra signatures already mobilizing. He formed a one-handed seal. Deep purple-blue chakra flared, generating barriers over each fallen ninja. The temporary constructs enveloped their bodies, causing them to float gently upward. Zenji condensed chakra threads to connect these bubble-like barriers, a cold smile crossing his face. With this many materials, I should have enough to research for a while. Carrying his prizes, he vanished into the forest. 30 seconds later, Akimichi Kuryo arrived with a squad of reinforcements. The tracks all disappear here, a tracking specialist reported immediately. Based on the evidence, the attacker appeared suddenly from the side. Several sets of footprints show hasty, panicked movement. The enemy subdued everyone in an extremely short window. But there's no sign of bodies being dragged away. They may have killed the targets and sealed the corpses in storage scrolls. As the two trackers completed their analysis, a Byakugan ninja interjected with barely concealed panic. Impossible. No one can truly approach the Byakugan undetected. He was branch house, assigned to perimeter patrol rather than Sokka's immediate guard. But fear shone clearly in his eyes regardless. The main house would never forgive this failure. His mind raced with dread. Young Master Sokka is a jonin. How could he be killed so easily? Kuryo's expression turned grim. Whether Sokka was dead or alive was almost secondary. What mattered was the Byakugan. If those eyes fell into enemy hands, he would bear no small share of the responsibility. Search, he ordered, voice cold as ice. I want to see them alive, or see their corpses. Yes, sir. The ninjas scattered immediately. Unfortunately, Zenji had left almost no traces behind, wrapped as he was in the severing boundary. After everyone departed, a white head emerged from a nearby tree trunk. White Zetsu. I was only curious about that oddball from the Hyuga main house. A smile spread across his pale features, as if he'd discovered a fascinating new toy. But this is an unexpected bonus. A barrier technique that completely isolates inside from outside. Interesting. In a distant underground base, Black Zetsu received the same information. What a peculiar technique. A flicker of surprise crossed his features. His personal combat ability might be limited, but over 1,000 years, what techniques hadn't he witnessed? Even so-called innovative jutsu usually revealed familiar, underlying principles upon examination. Very few creators could produce something that felt genuinely novel to him. The last had been the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Judging by your expression, something new has emerged. A deep voice resonated through the chamber. On a stone throne sat a completely withered, elderly figure. Despite appearing moments from death, a heavy, majestic, domineering presence radiated from him still. Master, White Zetsu discovered a new technique, Black Zetsu reported respectfully. A barrier technique capable of completely isolating interior from exterior. Barrier technique. Uchiha Madara's voice dripped with contempt. The Uzumaki clan, supposedly the strongest barrier users, has already been swept into history's garbage heap. Why should such techniques warrant attention? Yes, Master. Black Zetsu nodded, appearing to agree. But a thoughtful gleam remained in his eyes. That sensation, reminiscent of Tobirama, made the matter worth remembering. In the hidden valley, the moment Zenji brought his captives through the barrier, his expression shifted. The book of ages in his consciousness began glowing faintly. The few lines of text on its surface flickered continuously. Hyuga Sokka. A.O. Special power seemed contained within those two names. The book of ages trembled slightly. Rustle. The tome, which had possessed only a single page, suddenly spawned 5 more. These new pages appeared somewhat illusory, lacking the solidity of the original. Beyond the additional pages, a small cluster of light had also condensed on the first page. A drop of ink. Smaller than a fingertip. So that's how it works. Understanding flashed through Zenji's eyes as the information crystallized. The blank pages split from the Book of Ages were straightforward enough, functionally identical to the original page. He needed to use the ink to write a person's name, then locate that individual and merge the page into their soul. Doing so would create a golden finger identical to his own first page, recording all information about that person. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 11, A Year in the Blink of an Eye. 1,181 words. It seemed entirely beneficial to others and detrimental to himself, but Zenji could check this person's information anytime, anywhere. Simultaneously, using that person as a starting point, their information, their story, would become part of the Book of Ages. A part that made it more complete. Complete? A thought flickered through his mind. Excitement kindled in his eyes. If the protagonists, supporting characters, and everyone with a storyline in Naruto were integrated into the Book of Ages, could he use them as nodes to completely record the world? Transform the Book of Ages into a true book of the world? It's theoretically possible, but the Naruto story hasn't truly begun yet. Zenji gradually calmed himself. And there are countless experts who won't be easily integrated. Besides, if he ever achieved that level of strength, such elaborate measures would be unnecessary. He could simply rule the world directly, making his own story the only one that mattered. The result would be the same. Rule the world. His mood soared, eyes brightening. Who wouldn't want to stand at the absolute pinnacle? To be the one who unified everything beneath a single will. But achieving that wouldn't be easy, even ignoring the existence of the Otsutsuki clan. Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama. Nagato. The Ten Tails. These apex combatants and weapons of war were far from easy to handle. Their destructive power operated at the mountain leveling scale. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki possessed world-ending potential. By comparison, the peak fighters of Jujutsu Kaisen, Gojo Satoru and Ryomen Sukuna, barely reached city-level destruction. The gap was staggering. If I only consider destructive output as shown in the original work, the strongest Jujutsu fighters rank somewhere between Elite Jonin and Superkage. But factoring in their actual mechanisms, they should qualify as Superkage tier, right? Zenji judged with some uncertainty. Suppressing the ambition surging through him, he exhaled slowly. The most critical priority remained solving his body's deterioration. He focused on the 5 illusory pages of the Book of Ages. After writing a name, he could only send the page out to merge with that person. Send it out. His frown deepened. He disliked this method entirely. Even if the divided power could eventually be recovered, he rejected it instinctively. He couldn't afford to split his golden finger. He had to maintain absolute control. Furthermore, if the goal is to conquer the world, it should be my story. Not the Naruto story. The idea crystallized immediately. He arrived at the valley's center and set down all his captives. One by one, Zenji began exploring their knowledge. This was the fastest channel for acquiring chakra-based techniques and information. The Hyuga clan's gentle fist. Wind release ninjutsu. Water release ninjutsu. Various foundational principles. It wasn't until his palm pressed against a middle-aged man's head that he froze. Senju clan. Surprise and delight flashed through his eyes. This man's mother had been Senju. He simply hadn't taken her surname. Such pure vitality, and subtle differences in physical structure. Zenji's gaze grew increasingly bright. To possess this level of physical strength and life force with merely a mixed Senju bloodline. If it were Senju Hashirama himself, what kind of monstrous constitution would he possess? The foundation of the Senju clan is the sage body. I now have bloodlines from 2 sage-eye lineages. Using all 3 as the structural framework for my new body should yield far greater growth potential. His mind raced. Cellular structures. Physical architectures inscribed by techniques. The intricate frameworks of brain and soul, all continuously combining and recombining. If he only wanted to replicate Jujutsu Kaisen's power system, he'd likely achieve Superkage level strength at best. Nothing more than a second Nagato. Perhaps even inferior to Nagato, since Chakra's versatility exceeded cursed energy. Ability mechanisms that were unsolvable at the cursed energy level likely had multiple solutions using chakra. And after conversion, unexpected weaknesses might emerge. I must prioritize chakra. Absorb the characteristics of cursed energy. Forge a path with both a high ceiling and powerful traits. Zenji focused his perception on the purple-black sphere of light in his consciousness. All knowledge related to the death-painting wombs drifted before him. These had originally represented the 9 stages of human decay after death. But Kenjaku, while possessing Kamo Noritoshi's body, had used his own blood along with a peculiar woman capable of bearing children from cursed spirits to create 9 special hybrids combining human and curse. Cursed spirits. Humans. Tailed beasts. Zenji immediately thought of something similar, the tailed beasts of the Naruto world. Demonic entities materialized from condensed chakra. Disaster beasts intrinsically linked to calamity itself. If tailed beasts entered the Jujutsu Kaisen world, they'd probably become the most terrifying cursed spirits imaginable. The thought made his eyes light up. Tailed beasts actually entering that world was impossible, of course. But creating something like a tailed beast, something possessing Jujutsu Kaisen's characteristics, growing by absorbing corresponding curses, was not impossible. Not impossible at all. His attention shifted to another cluster of knowledge, information regarding cursed womb forms. If I purely use a cursed womb to shape my new body, I'll likely inherit obvious weaknesses, just like the tailed beasts themselves. Physical flesh must remain the priority. I need to accommodate those characteristics while becoming half-human, half-cursed spirit, like a Dodori. Only I'll add half-tailed beast to the equation. With a preliminary plan formed, Zenji began his experiments immediately. He opened his eyes, reached toward the moon with Senju blood, and tore away a piece of flesh. Blue-white light illuminated the wound. The missing tissue regenerated rapidly. Then he extracted a pair of eyes from Uchiha Seisho, and began the simplest fusion experiment. Time flowed onward. A year passed in the blink of an eye. Illuminated by blue-white and purple-blue light, an embryo hovered above the ground, surrounded by a circular array of intricate patterns. The formation emitted gentle power, enveloping the developing form. Zenji stood before it, expression grim, not because the experiment was failing. On the contrary, progress had been exceptional. With the Book of Ages' assistance, combined with ample inspiration and an active mind, the embryo had developed rapidly. It had already integrated the preliminary characteristics of a cursed spirit. But pain radiated from every cell in his own body. His once bright blue eyes had grown cloudy. His hair had turned half-gray, half-blue. His face had aged to resemble a man in his 40s or 50s. Even with ever-increasing chakra reserves, he couldn't halt the cellular decay. Fortunately, I used my flesh and blood to shape the initial embryo 10 months ago. His voice had grown hoarse. Otherwise, using my current aging cells, I'd only create a body destined for early death. He clenched his fists, surveying the valley protected by the greater severing boundary barrier. The research pace is still too slow. I need to accelerate. And how to accelerate? Naturally, he required more expendable materials. Zenji lowered his head slightly. A faint glow flickered in his cold eyes. A barrier enveloped his entire body, forming a protective sphere. He rose into the air and shot outward. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 12, The 8 Inner Gates Formation. 1178 words. Ninja wars were never straightforward death matches. They were hunts conducted in shadow. Squads interweaving. Covert reconnaissance. Assassinations in the dark. The true killing intent was always hidden from sight. A four-man Konoha squad pushed deep into the hidden mist's flank, searching for enemy supply lines. The Chunin captain's expression remained tense, not daring to relax for even a moment. Without warning, thick fog swept in from nowhere. All four stiffened. They instantly gathered together and began retreating rapidly. But the mist spread faster, swallowing them completely in the blink of an eye. High in the canopy above, Zenji stood motionless. Blue light emanated from his eyes, his gaze easily penetrating the layers of white. He watched the sudden slaughter between hidden mist and Konoha ninjas unfold below, thinking coldly, live experimental subjects are still more useful. His right hand formed a seal. He waved it forward. Thud. 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 One by one, the ninjas locked in chaotic combat were enveloped by transparent bubble barriers, silently imprisoned. One man's expression twisted in horror as he swung his blade wildly, but not even a whisper of sound escaped. Another decisively activated a water technique, only to trap himself inside and drown. Zenji raised his hand casually. All the barriers faded from visibility. Without chakra to sustain it, the battlefield mist gradually dispersed, leaving only eerie silence. Not long after, 7 imposing figures stepped through the forest. Each carried a different blade. The chakra radiating from their bodies projected immense presence. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. A name that made the entire shinobi world tremble. Suikazan Fuguki narrowed his eyes, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. A battle just occurred here, he muttered gruffly, yet they vanished completely. Sounds like an interesting guy showed up. Biwa Juzo licked his blade, eyes cruel and eager. I'm in the mood for a hunt. The group scouted the area quickly but found no trace of chakra. Don't waste time. Mission comes first. 7 figures moved as one, vanishing into the distance. Their objective, slaughter Konoha squads and secure the rear defense line. From beginning to end, not one of them noticed the figure standing motionless in the canopy's shadow. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Zenji's eyes flickered with interest as a crucial plot line surfaced in his memory. During the Third Shinobi World War, Might Dewey, a mere genin, had opened the 8 inner gates and killed 4 of the 7 swordsmen. The 8 inner gates formation. His thoughts turned to the concept of heavenly restriction. The severing boundary barrier spread silently around him. His entire form became an invisible shadow as he followed without a sound. On the other side of the forest, Might Guy, Shiranui Ginma, and Ebisu, 3 youths, darted through the trees at full speed. I feel like something's very wrong. Ginma chewed on a grass stalk, expression grim. Before he could finish, all 3 froze simultaneously. We're surrounded. In the forest ahead, 7 figures waited, some sitting, some standing. Cold eyes fixed on the 3 young ninja. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. It's over. There's no way the 3 of us can escape. Their faces went deathly pale. On their very first solo mission, they'd stumbled into legends. Even brats from other villages recognize us. Biwa Juzo sneered, stroking the Kobikurabocho's massive blade. Looks like we've become celebrities. The sword's been chipped lately, time to let it drink. He started forward. An explosion of chakra erupted from the side. Violent. Overwhelming. I made it in time. Might Dewey dropped from above, landing firmly between the swordsman and the 3 youths. Dad? Guy's eyes went wide. You're just a genin. Why are you here? Don't ask. Run. I'll hold them off. But they're the 7 ninja swordsmen. How could you alone? Don't forget. Dewey's voice was calm. He smiled, turning his head to look at his son. One thumb rose in the air. I have the 8 inner gates. Go. Now. Tears welled in Guy's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he turned and sprinted. Genma and Ebisu followed close behind. Trying to leave. Courier Kushimara shot forward, his needle-like blade piercing through the air. Did anyone give you permission? In that instant. Boom. Blood-red chakra erupted like a volcano. The shockwave distorted the very air. 8 inner gates. Gate of death. Open. Might Dewey became a crimson thunderbolt. His fist shot forward. Crack. Kushimara didn't even have time to scream. His entire body rocketed sideways like a cannonball, smashing through trees, shattering boulders. He finally stopped against a massive rock formation, chest caved in, blood streaming from every orifice, eyes bulging lifelessly. Dead beyond dead. The remaining 6 swordsmen's expressions twisted with shock. Fuguki didn't hesitate. He turned and fled. One of Dewey's arms had already been mangled by the technique's recoil, yet he pressed forward relentlessly. Wherever that blood-red chakra passed, nothing could stop him. Akabino Jinin. Munashi Jinpachi. Others fell one after another. It wasn't until all 4 limbs dripped with blood that Might Dewey finally stopped. The crimson chakra dimmed. His breath grew faint. Life rapidly faded. Guy should be safe now. His vision blurred. Just before darkness claimed him completely, a hand settled gently on his shoulder. Hum. The severing boundary barrier materialized instantly, isolating this region from the world. Zenji stood quietly behind Might Dewey, palm pressed against his nearly charred shoulder. Blue-white chakra brimming with vitality flared to life. The ruined body began regenerating. Already dead. Zenji frowned slightly, then relaxed. The connection between soul and body had been completely severed, but the soul hadn't departed yet. Seizing the moment, purple-blue light emanated from his hand. Information from the lingering soul flooded his mind. The cultivation principles of the 8 inner gates. Meridian routes. Every scrap of relevant knowledge was recorded. He glanced at the fully restored corpse and nodded faintly. No soul. Fine. I'll simply treat this as acquiring excellent material. The pull drawing the soul away grew heavier. Zenji withdrew the purple-blue light. Completely disconnected from its body, the soul drifted upward under that inexorable force and vanished. The Pure Land. That level of power wasn't something Zenji could contend with yet. He turned away and dismissed it from his thoughts. Raising his hand, he swept it downward. Might Dewey's corpse. The 7 blood-stained ninja swords. The bodies of the fallen swordsmen. All were enveloped by bubble barriers and rose into the air. The next instant, Zenji vanished. Moments later, the Hidden Mist's main force arrived in a rush. The scene was devastation, yet they couldn't find a single ninja sword or a single intact corpse. The commanding ninja's face went ashen. His voice erupted in a roar. Send word to the village immediately. Use the summoning scrolls to recall the 7 swords with everything we have. High above the dense forest, Zenji walked on air. The barrier around him concealed all traces. With so many materials acquired, ideas churned through his mind. He fixed his direction and flew rapidly toward the valley. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 13, 8 inner gates plus heavenly restriction plus Samahata structure equals 1,180 words. Returning to the valley, Zenji immediately began his experiments. Using cells from Might Dewey's body as embryonic material, he started constructing a new vessel. Toji Fushiguro's heavenly restriction traded all cursed energy for an overwhelmingly powerful physique. His consciousness sank into the purple sphere of light. The Jujutsu system operated on a special principle, placing restrictions upon oneself to gain corresponding strength or self-amplification. Unlike acquired restrictions, heavenly restriction was innate, a forced limitation imposed from birth. Toji Fushigiro's version had caused him, despite being born into a Jujutsu sorcerer family, to possess absolutely zero cursed energy. In exchange, he'd gained an incomparably powerful body, superhuman athletic ability, and drastically enhanced senses. The physical strength granted by this restriction was formidable in the Jujutsu Kaisen world, but insufficient for the Naruto world. It couldn't even compare to might Dway with the 8 inner gates fully opened. Self-restriction. Zenji's eyes narrowed. These two concepts seem incompatible, fire and water. But if one key point is resolved, they could actually complement each other. Become something greater. That key point, making the heavenly restrictions forced effect controllable. The entry for the 8 inner gates lit up in the Book of Ages. Detailed information flooded his mind. The 8 gates were convergence points along the chakra meridians, inherent structures in every ninja's body. They functioned as suppressors and limiters, controlling excess chakra flow. The 8 inner gates technique exploited this characteristic. Through self-restriction and intensive training, it strengthened the gates while conditioning the body to endure overloads. When needed, the practitioner could temporarily release massive amounts of chakra, creating explosive enhancement. If the self-restriction were more thorough, reaching the state of heavenly restriction, base physical attributes would become even stronger. But how do I reach that point? Zenji began modifications based on the information about Toji Fushigiro's body and heavenly restriction contained in the purple sphere. Soon, a bodily embryo took shape. The moment Yin-Yang released chakra manifested within it, however, the energy began dissipating. The embryo changed according to the restriction. Chakra vanished bit by bit. The process was extraordinarily fast. Within moments, no chakra existed within the embryo. But then the embryo began withering. As expected. The essence of chakra in this world is physical and spiritual energy, fundamentally different from cursed energy. Zenji frowned in thought. Cursed energy was power extracted from negative emotions. Lacking it didn't affect the person themselves. Chakra was entirely different. Whether circulating through meridians or existing in its primitive state, it formed through the mixture and conversion of spiritual and physical energy. Those two energies were themselves components of chakra. If chakra disappeared entirely, those energies disappeared with it. And no human could survive losing them. Direct copying is a dead end. I need to modify the conversion stage, or even the mixing step itself. Zenji restarted the experiment, focusing solely on chakra mechanics this time. He lost count of how many attempts he made. All failures. Preventing the generation of ninjutsu chakra in the meridians was simple enough. But the primitive state, the automatic mixing, couldn't be stopped. The fusion of physical and spiritual energy seemed to be an innate rule of existence. As long as both energies existed within the same body, they would mix and form primitive chakra. How can I prevent them from mixing without affecting the energies themselves? He frowned deeply, feeling his thoughts hit a wall. No solution presented itself. Continuing to search for ways to prevent the mixing seemed futile. This primitive chakra state was likely connected to the God tree, perhaps even to the world itself. Far beyond his current ability to influence. Is there another approach? Zenji paused his experiments, preparing to walk through the valley and clear his mind. Suddenly, a subtle fluctuation rippled through the barrier. His expression darkened. Again. He quickened his pace toward the valley's center, where numerous small wooden cabins stood in neat rows. Arriving at one particular cabin, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. 7 distinctively shaped ninja swords were bound to the central pillar. Traces of spatial power were attempting to penetrate the barrier and summon the weapons away. Among them, the greatsword Samahata struggled continuously. Its massive mouth full of fangs snapped and bit at the air, clearly furious. I only extracted a little chakra. Is this really necessary? Before Zenji could finish his complaint, a thought struck him like lightning. If there's no way to prevent the mixing of primitive chakra, then I'll simply devour the chakra as it's generated. As long as the entire process is tightly integrated, wouldn't that effectively create a body with no chakra? His eyes lit up. Following this thread of inspiration, he thought of his own deteriorating body. That characteristic of uncontrollably generating chakra. The cell membrane's ability to attract and store it. If he absorbed Samahata's traits, perhaps he could solve his own problem. Samahata could devour and absorb other people's chakra to heal its wielder. It could even use stored chakra to achieve cellular regeneration, directly regrowing missing body parts. Unfortunately, my current cells have already aged. Regenerating like that would only accelerate my death. He shook his head slightly. If this had been when he first arrived in the Naruto world, it would have made an excellent temporary solution. His cells had still been young then. Zenji reached out and grabbed Samahata. It thrashed wildly, sharp scales bristling outward. His chakra-coated hand forcibly smoothed down the spikes. The sword's relatively primitive soul structure and physical form materialized in his perception. Despite being called a sword, Samahata was actually a living creature. Zenji's abilities fell squarely within idle transfiguration scope. He systematically analyzed and catalogued its structure. So that's how it works. Realization dawned. He turned and left the room. Behind him, Samahata struggled even more violently, as if deeply offended. Returning to the laboratory, Zenji began a new experiment. He approached the stone platform where Might Dewey's corpse lay preserved. Barrier energy converted to yang release chakra maintained the flesh's vitality. Zenji extracted tissue samples from Dewey's body, then retrieved a sample of his own young cellular material from a nearby cultivation pod. Blue-white light emanated from his hands, enveloping both pieces of flesh. Vitality poured in continuously. The polymorphic soul isomer technique allowed the two cell types to merge perfectly. Samahata's structure was ingeniously embedded within, and gradually, a male body took shape. Aside from slightly thicker eyebrows, the facial features were almost identical to Toji Fushiguro. Through his blue-tinted vision, Zenji observed the results. 130 trillion cells. Meridian convergence points forming the 8 gates. Powerful physical energy and a small amount of brain-generated spiritual energy filled the body, yet they didn't mix at all. Or rather, all primitive chakra that formed was instantly absorbed and converted into yang release chakra capable of healing the body. One portion transformed entirely into vitality-like power suffusing every cell. The other portion flowed into the 8 gates. And under Zenji's modifications, those gates had become something entirely unique. Because they now possessed characteristics of barrier techniques. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 14, Flesh and Soul. 1157 words. It was like an illusory organ, one that didn't exist on the physical level. Not thorough enough. Zenji pinched his chin thoughtfully. It should be completely non-existent until the moment the 8 gates need to erupt. Only then should they become openable. Samahata's traits haven't manifested sufficiently either. Merely absorbing one's own chakra isn't enough. Ideally, it should be capable of devouring all chakra. He continued making adjustments. The sun rose and set. An unknown amount of time passed. This is the best I can achieve for now. Zenji gazed at the body before him, Toji Fushiguro's form, and slowly exhaled. The flesh was complete. Next came the soul. The soul. His eyes narrowed as a name surfaced in his mind. Masamichi Yaga. This man's innate technique was puppet manipulation, the ability to control puppets through cursed energy. When that energy depleted, the puppet lost its motive force. However, Yaga had developed something revolutionary, the independent cursed corpse technique. This wasn't merely about creating puppets. It was about creating artificial souls capable of developing their own will. Because of this breakthrough, independent cursed corpses could generate their own cursed energy and survive autonomously, without requiring human support. The technique's two most prominent features were the birth of self-awareness and the self-generation of cursed energy. Being able to generate cursed energy doesn't mean it can generate chakra, Zenji mused, but the self-awareness aspect alone is sufficient. He searched through all information regarding this technique. Through a specific acquired method, Yaga could extract and replicate the soul information carried within a biological body. He would then inject that replicated information into 3 different cursed corpse cores. These cores needed to be compatible with each other on a soul level. Under their mutual interaction, by observing each other's souls, the 3 cores would eventually generate independent self-awareness spontaneously. The newly born consciousness would activate a cursed energy self-sufficiency mechanism after approximately 3 months, allowing the cursed corpse to operate without external energy supply. True independence. Mutual observation of 3 cores. Zenji focused on this crucial detail. It reminded him of the 3 underlying thought colors: humanity, divinity, and bestiality. Together they composed a person's complex will. Was the birth of self-awareness simply the entanglement of these 3 aspects? His perception entered the purple-black sphere of light. He pushed aside nearby glowing patterns and looked toward the other side. Specks of light in varying sizes floated there, radiating like scattered bulbs. They contained information, soul information. Zenji locked onto Toji Fushiguro's cluster of light. Amidst the fluctuations of will, the soul's data appeared before him piece by piece. Divinity, bestiality. He thought of the tiger talisman's ability to separate good and evil. Those could perfectly serve as 2 of the 3 components. Add humanity to contain and balance them both. His mind drifted to the split pages of the Book of Ages. It feels too simple to actually work. But I should try regardless. Copying all of Toji Fushiguro's soul information, Zenji focused his perception on the Book of Ages. He controlled one of the split pages. A fist-sized drop of ink drifted over from the side. Over the past year, he'd been able to obtain some ink nearly every month. Through careful observation using the Book of Ages abilities, Zenji had basically determined the cause and effect of this power. The Book of Ages used him as an anchor, continuously recording the history of this world. The greater his impact, the more significant his proportion in history became, allowing more ink to generate each month. Furthermore, when he formed crucial historical events or nodes, additional pages would split off. The ink flowed out in thin black threads, writing across the blank page. The first line contained only 5 words, Zenji's Horcrux. The second line bore Toji Fushiguro's name, followed by all his memories and soul-related information. Upon completion, massive amounts of chakra surged in, beginning the refinement process. Suddenly, veins bulged across Zenji's hands. Pain erupted from within his body. Blood flowed abruptly from his nostrils. Chakra surfaced, cleaning away the stains. The consumption really isn't trivial. Expressionless, Zenji extended his hand. The page of the Book of Ages emerged amidst a burst of blue light. A new Horcrux. With a casual wave, the paper flew onto Toji Fushiguro's forehead and merged in easily. The body's eyes opened, devoid of emotion. Like a program awaiting commands. As expected, it didn't work. Zenji exhaled and shook his head. Toji Fushiguro's body was continuously generating physical energy, but spiritual energy remained as scarce as before. The Horcrux merging into the mind had indeed brought thought and memory, but it operated more like software executing instructions. At best, it qualified as weak AI. No self-will. No capacity to self-generate spiritual energy. From a puppet jutsu perspective, this represents a massive improvement. But without growth potential, it's still a failure. Despite the setback, Zenji didn't appear depressed. Methods for improvement still existed. He could use Masamichi Yaga's technique to create true self-will. With a casual gesture, the young Horcrux flew into the laboratory and landed in his palm. Gripping the pure white orb, Zenji sat and closed his eyes. His forehead bulged slightly. The pitch-black eye opened, then slowly drifted free. The Een Horcrux floated above Toji Fushigiro's forehead and began descending. Flesh split apart. The Een Horcrux merged into the body like a third eye. Purple-blue chakra erupted. The energy rapidly integrated into the body and was devoured by it. The third eye grew increasingly illusory. The split flesh sealed and healed, as if the wound had never existed. Life sparked in Toji Fushigiro's eyes. He stood, testing the formidable physique. This is far stronger than my old body. Toji Fushiguro, or rather, Zenji, smiled broadly. Swish. 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 The sound of tearing air filled the chamber as his fists blurred through the space ahead like phantoms. Transfer successful. Initial adaptation proceeding smoothly. Zenji assessed his condition with satisfaction. Although this wasn't the body he'd ultimately prepared for himself, merely a preliminary prototype, the results exceeded expectations. A smile tugged at his lips. Then his expression froze. He turned sharply, looking toward the area beyond the barrier. As his lair, this location naturally possessed defensive arrangements. Within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius, sensing barriers monitored all movement. Any approaching chakra would be detected. 12 chakra signatures. Moving fast. None of them weak. Heading straight toward me. Zenji didn't know who they were, but he absolutely couldn't let them approach unchallenged. His figure flickered, passing silently through the barrier. The entire process triggered nothing, as if this body didn't exist at all. 1 kilometer away, a 12-person team advanced rapidly. 3 were Jonin. The remaining 9 were all veteran Chunin or special Jonin, with minimal gaps in ability between them. The squad gradually halted. The 3 hidden mist Jonin exchanged glances. The summoning coordinates point to this area. The operations captain spoke with a grim expression. The enemy must have used a specialized sealing jutsu to contain the 7 ninja swords. Chapter 15, Ninja Killer. 1,167 words. Another Jonin produced a summoning scroll. Using the scroll at this location should allow us to further pinpoint the sword's position. All 3 Jonin wore grave expressions. This mission to recover the 7 ninja swords had required bringing the summoning scroll itself. If they failed and lost it, the Hidden Mist Village would forfeit the legendary blades permanently. The Jonin in charge unrolled the scroll. The 2 sensory ninjas beside him expanded their perception to maximum range. Neither detected that Zenji was already less than 100 meters away, standing behind a large tree, watching them with cold indifference. Just as the Jonin completed his technique and began searching for the sword's specific location, Zenji stepped from the shadow of the tree. No sound. Not even the faintest disturbance of air. As if nothing had happened at all. He appeared instantly behind the summoning specialist, struck the back of his neck, and seized the scroll with his other hand. The Jonin's eyes rolled back. The connection between soul and body severed. Thud. 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 Both sensory ninjas collapsed sideways, crashing to the ground. The remaining hidden mist ninjas felt their hair stand on end. An aura of deathly stillness radiated outward, and fear erupted from their very souls, clenching around their hearts. The 2 remaining Jonin reacted with impressive speed. They suppressed all emotion instantly and retreated in perfect synchronization. Thick fog surged outward, blanketing the surroundings. Zenji's vision blurred immediately. Without his old body's chakra-saturated state, he could no longer perceive the detailed distribution of energy. But he could still sense chakra in general terms. And most importantly, this body couldn't be detected by chakra perception at all. He stepped forward, melting into the fog. Thud. 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 Bodies hit the ground in rapid succession. Chakra signatures vanished one after another. The squad captain lay prone on a tree branch, staring down into the mass of white. Nothing. There's nothing. Why can't I see anything? His eyes darted frantically, searching the fog for any sign of movement. The air was terrifyingly silent. Beyond the occasional sound of bodies falling, no other movement existed. The enemy was clearly operating right beneath him, killing his comrades one by one, yet he hadn't glimpsed them once. Knowing the enemy was there while being completely unable to detect them, the feeling bred pure, primal fear. His neck tightened. A large hand had seized him from behind, when he had no idea. Terror erupted through him, but his body refused to respond. No matter how frantically his will struggled, neither chakra nor muscle obeyed. A bubble-like barrier enveloped him entirely. He floated slowly upward. Under the sunlight's illumination, he vanished completely. Without a trace. Zenji stood on the branch as the thick fog dispersed around him. With this body's capabilities, I could likely assassinate any Jonin in a one-on-one encounter. The faint sound of flapping wings came from the woods behind him. A crow soared through the air, its pupils a bloody crimson. Swish! A small pebble pierced straight through it. The bird burst apart completely. Far away, a rapidly advancing squad halted abruptly. Seeing their captain stop, the team members pulled up as well. Shursui, what happened? Uchiha Shursui had one eye closed, brows furrowed tightly. My summon was killed. It couldn't even react, destroyed by a pebble. His tone was heavy. A pebble? One ninja's voice carried hesitation. The opponent isn't a ninja. That fog was obviously the hidden mist technique, another Uchiha countered. Why would a ninja use a pebble? Ninja tools like kunai and shuriken were meticulously forged and extremely durable. Only with chakra enhancement could they unleash their true potential, piercing trees, penetrating rock, achieving supersonic velocity. Very few shinobi bothered with stones. There was no chakra attached to it. Shursui's voice grew heavier still. Pure physical strength. The figure he'd glimpsed through his summon's eyes flashed through his mind. Just from the stance alone, he could tell the opponent was terrifyingly powerful. He waved his hand. The squad resumed movement, but with heightened vigilance. When they reached the destination, the fog had already dispersed. Only traces of hidden mist presence remained. The enemy seemed as if they'd never existed at all. Inside the valley barrier, Zenji guided his borrowed body into the laboratory. It lay down on the experimental table surrounded by protective formations. The forehead bulged suddenly, splitting open to reveal a pitch-black eyeball. The Een Horcrux drifted free, and returned to his original body. Zenji opened his eyes. He released his left hand, and the Yang Horcrux flew out. It floated to Uchiha Seisho's forehead and merged back in. This wasn't incarnation, he was merely using the mun as a shelf to store the Horcrux. To ensure the incarnation ritual remained perfect, this Horcrux had to stay completely pure and blank. Aside from the final embryo, it would merge with no other vessel. Using Ninja Killer and Taijutsu Expert as evaluation criteria, this body's framework can be considered perfect. Zenji stood before Toji Fushiguro's form, speaking softly. But for my true new body, this only completes two minor aspects, a formidable physical foundation, and a method for explosive chakra release. If his ultimate body plan was divided into Sage Eyes and Sage Body, this prototype satisfied merely one or two Sage Body requirements. I need more materials. Especially Hashirama's cells, and the chakra of Azura and Indra. His thoughts turned to Konoha. To obtain either, he could only find opportunity there. The chakra of Azura and Indra descended from the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage's chakra descended from Kagaya Otsutsuki. And Kagaya had become the progenitor of chakra by consuming the chakra fruit. In the Naruto world, bloodline determined almost everything. The higher one climbed the pyramid of power, the more absolute this truth became. Naturally, the more perfect his new body, the better. If it weren't impossible, Zenji would have used the Ten Tails itself as material. Neither Sasuke nor Naruto have been born yet. If I can infiltrate Konoha, I'd have excellent chances of obtaining both chakra types. His eyes narrowed. If he only wanted those two bloodlines, there'd be no need to actually join the village. But the main characters of this world were concentrated in Konoha. For the Book of Ages to grow, it couldn't do without them. More importantly, Zenji had set his sights on all of Konoha itself. The Land of Fire possesses the best geographical resources. If I want to rule the entire world, using it as my base is optimal. The decision crystallized. His perception locked onto the Book of Ages. Beyond the original page, 5 others now existed. One had just been born. Capturing the Byakugan generated 5 pages. Killing 12 elite hidden mist ninjas, including 3 Jonin, produced only 1. He shook his head slightly. The difference in historical weight is truly massive. The Tiger Talisman's divine power acted upon Toji Fushiguro's soul information cluster, instantly splitting it in 2. They possessed identical memories. Identical feelings. Yet their emotions and reactions were entirely different. Chapter 16, Konoha's Reaction. 1,123 words. Similar information began writing itself across the 2 pages of the Book of Ages. Soon, a considerable amount of ink had been consumed, leaving behind densely packed text. When both Horcruxes were complete, Zenji retrieved the original and set all 3 to mutually observe and entangle with each other, repeatedly perceiving the others through completely different lenses. Idealized divinity. Instinctual bestiality. Rationality encompassing humanity. The differentiated understanding and reactions of these 3 aspects toward the same events caused the pages to continuously interweave. Dense text appeared across them. The story no longer stopped at the initial death. New words emerged as if 3 people were arguing. Ultimately, the 3 pages merged together, forming a thin volume. On the cover, several words stood out: Zenji's Horcrux, Toji Fushiguro. Complete. Zenji's eyes lit up. The will was still weak, it would take approximately 3 months to fully develop. Just as well. The new body has been optimized and can integrate immediately. He waved his hand. The Book of Ages that had been floating in the air for nearly a month slowly descended onto the nearby experimental table. Toji Fushiguro's body had undergone changes during that time. The physique appeared even more robust, and even without a soul, it exuded a ferocious aura. The soul book merged smoothly into the vessel. Yin-Yang chakra activated instantly. Powerful Yang release chakra flooded the body with vibrant vitality. The vital flesh, in turn, nourished the soul. Zenji withdrew his gaze, looking at the 2 eyes in his hands, 1 Sharingan, 1 Byakugan. After consideration, the Sharingan is superior. The new body will primarily use it. He set aside the Byakugan, though he couldn't abandon it entirely. After all, it could serve as the framework for the 6 eyes. Blue-white and purple-blue light emanated from his hands as the Sharingan merged into the embryo before him. The sage eyes representing the soul. The sage body representing the flesh. Both now have their frameworks and cores. Zenji crossed his arms, fingers tapping rhythmically. All that remains is chakra. Although he possessed yin-yang chakra, this was power formed by combining cursed energy characteristics, and the reverse curse technique's positive energy with ordinary chakra. Compared to standard chakra, tailed beast chakra was far more special. If he could integrate it, his upper limit would increase dramatically. Konoha. Hokage Building. The hidden stone front has finally stabilized. Now we'll see what Inoki decides. Hiruzen Sarutobi, wearing his Hokage robes, allowed himself a rare smile. The more things settle, the less we can afford to relax. Hamura Mitokado sat beside him, voice calm. We absolutely cannot withdraw significant forces due to pressures elsewhere. We must wait until Hidden Stone retreats or negotiates before mobilizing the main force. Kohara Utatane nodded in agreement. Danzo Shimura produced an intelligence report, expression stern. From the land of bears. An unknown enemy appeared there, killing 3 Jonin and 9 veteran Chunin and special Jonin in a short period. Hamura and Kohara both started. Achieving that would require Sanin-level ability. They reached for the report immediately. Hiruzen made no move, he'd already seen it. Why would Hidden Mist detach such a powerful elite squad at this critical juncture? Hamura pushed up his glasses, immediately identifying the key question. Hiruzen took a slow draw from his pipe. The 7 ninja swords. Hidden Mist's summoning scroll couldn't recall them, but it locked onto their general location. So they dispatched an elite squad carrying the scroll itself, intending to recover the blades directly. A summoning scroll. The 7 ninja swords. Hamura and Koharu exclaimed almost simultaneously. This individual took the summoning scroll as well. Can we seize it? 7 ninja swords equal 7 Jonin-class threats. Danzo spoke slowly. Several of the stronger blades could absolutely cultivate experts rivaling your 3 students. Obtaining them would significantly boost Konoha's strength. His gaze settled on Hiruzen. A trace of calculation flickered in his eyes. Even he hadn't known these details, yet Hiruzen had the full picture. Hiruzen took 2 more puffs from his pipe, regarding the 3 advisors. I've decided to send Minato and his squad to the land of Bears front. Danzo and the others fell silent momentarily. The Hidden Stone front needed stability above all else, as long as they could stall the enemy, that was sufficient. Minato's exceptional mobility wouldn't be as impactful there as elsewhere. Agreed. Agreed. The land of Bears front does require support. The 7 ninja swords hold extreme value. I have no objections. Danzo's face remained grim as he spoke. He already knew Hiruzen was contemplating retirement. The next Hokage would likely be whoever accumulated the greatest military merit in this war. Having remained off the battlefield, Danzo himself no longer had a chance. But Orochimaru, whom he supported, still did. He'd originally assumed Jiraiya would be Orochimaru's primary competition. He'd never expected it would ultimately be this man named Minato Namikaze. Hiruzen nodded, produced a scroll, wrote the order, and handed it to an ANBU operative. Far away on the Hidden Stone front, Minato received the summons. He returned to Konoha with his squad. First, he attended Obito Uchiha's funeral. Then he led his team to the land of bears. This is outrageous. Parachuting in a commander-in-chief mid-war. This is blatant credit theft. Inside the frontline command post, an Uchiha Jonin slammed his palm against the table. Fugaku Uchiha's expression had darkened as well. Though he wasn't among the clan's pro-war faction that clashed openly with the Hokage's supporters, that didn't mean he lacked pride. Enough. His voice cut through the complaints like ice. The angry clansman gradually quieted. This is the Hokage's decision. Follow it. Fugaku stood, glancing toward Shisui. I plan to return to Konoha, and bring my son Itachi to experience the battlefield firsthand. If anything arises, consult the new commander. Without waiting for responses, he departed. His transfer application flew toward Konoha accordingly. Minato Namikaze had just arrived at the frontline command post when he felt the cold gazes of numerous Uchiha members. I understand, he murmured to himself. He hadn't expected to encounter complications immediately upon arrival. The Uchiha clan's emotions run hot, but at least they don't hide them. With normal interaction, it should be possible to mend the long-standing tension between the clan and the village. Though he hadn't yet become Hokage, Minato was already contemplating the relationship between the village and its most powerful clan. To lead them, I'll need strength that commands their respect. And direct orders won't work, indirect approaches would be far more effective. His thoughts immediately turned to his wife, Kushina Uzumaki. She had an excellent relationship with Fugaku's wife, Mikoto. That could serve as an ideal starting point. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 17, Confrontation. 1055 words. Kakashi, you're already a jonin. I've decided to let you lead a team on missions. Kakashi nodded silently, accepted the assignment and departed. Minato Namikaze watched his students retreating back and sighed inwardly. War still raged. He didn't have the luxury of time to comfort his disciple. Fortunately, the conflict was nearly over. When peace came, there would be plenty of opportunity. You must be sure, Sway. Can you walk me through what happened? Minato turned to the young Uchiha. About Kakashi's age, he noted. Perhaps even younger. Yet he's already made a name for himself on this battlefield. Truly worthy of the Uchiha clan. Yes, Lord Minato. Shursui began recounting the scene he'd encountered. No aura could be detected. No chakra sensed. Yet he killed 3 jonin, 5 special jonin, and 4 veteran chunin, including 2 sensory specialists. Minato's expression grew solemn. Just imagining such an enemy made clear how difficult they'd be to handle. After reviewing all relevant intelligence, he immediately led his team out. They soon approached the location where the hidden mist elite squad had vanished. Minato's face hardened. He stopped abruptly. Shursui and the elite ninjas behind him halted instantly, going on high alert. Lord Minato, what is it? There's a barrier here. Anyone who enters will be detected. Though not a sensory ninja, Minato's exceptional space-time talent and extensive knowledge of sealing jutsu allowed him to perceive what others couldn't. A barrier? The team members started scanning their surroundings. None of them could detect anything. Shursui activated his Sharingan, carefully examining every detail. Branches. Trunks. Ground. Canopy. No traces of chakra anywhere. Then his gaze froze. A figure. Someone's there. He gripped his short blade, voice low and tense. Minato looked immediately. On a small path through the adjacent woods, a powerfully built man approached. He wore ordinary clothes. His footsteps made no sound. His body emitted no aura whatsoever, not even a whisper of chakra. Without direct visual contact, they never would have sensed him at all. The moment fighting starts, all of you retreat immediately. Minato stepped forward, placing himself between his team and the stranger. This one is dangerous. Shursui opened his mouth to protest, but teammates grabbed his arm. They understood Minato Namikaze's combat style. Staying would provide no benefit, only burden. This is private territory. Toji Fushiguro's deep voice rang out. Leave immediately. His gloomy eyes, combined with the scar at the corner of his mouth, gave his face a ferocious edge. Yet his half-lidded gaze and flat tone made him seem almost disinterested. A primeval forest. Since when did it become private territory? Minato replied with a faint smile. Of course you wouldn't know, Konoha ninja from the land of fire. Toji spoke lazily. This is the land of bears. You're the outsider. I'm aware of where we are. A few months ago, an elite hidden mist squad was operating in this area. I wonder if you encountered them. Minato didn't rise to the provocation, maintaining his calm tone. Behind him, his teammates slowly retreated, eyes locked on Toji, terrified of losing track of him for even an instant. Toji didn't answer. He merely sized up Minato continuously. Though his self-will had only recently awakened, his memories contained the trajectory of an entire lifetime. Some personality traits naturally carried over. Are you strong? A grin spread across Toji's face. It seems you don't know me. Minato's guard rose internally, though his smile never wavered. Oh? Toji's grin widened as he stepped forward. So you're a powerhouse with quite the reputation. He flexed his fingers slightly. Not having a weapon was somewhat inconvenient. But this body had gained several new abilities. Perfect opportunity to get familiar with them. The corners of Toji's mouth split into a savage smile, and he vanished. Soundless. Traceless. Not even a whisper of displaced air. Multiple specially marked kunai flew outward as Minato disappeared from his position. A large hand grabbed empty air. Toji's expression showed faint surprise. Impressive reaction speed and observation. Appearing instantly on the opposite side, Minato felt genuine surprise at the comment. You're actually the first person who didn't praise my speed after seeing the Flying Thunder God technique. Speed. Toji withdrew his hand dismissively. No matter how fast a technique is, without the observation and reaction skills to match, it's worthless. Only with those can its true power emerge. It was the first time Minato had encountered someone who could perceive the essence of his abilities so clearly on first contact. I came here without hostile intent. I simply want to retrieve the remains and spoils of war belonging to the Konoha ninja Might Due. He killed members of the 7 ninja swordsmen, but his body and the blades all vanished. Surely those don't belong to the land of bears. While speaking, Minato calculated how long it would take his subordinates to reach safety at their current pace. This was supposed to be reconnaissance. He hadn't expected direct combat. If he'd known, he would have come alone. The ninja you mentioned only killed 4 of the 7 swordsmen before dying himself. Toji's voice remained flat. If you want answers, ask the surviving 3. Hidden Mist has no word of any survivors. They're all dead. Even so, that's Hidden Mist's concern. What does it have to do with you? That's only your version of events. And yours isn't. They drifted closer as they spoke. Toji suddenly glanced past Minato's shoulder. Your subordinates are far enough away now. His grin returned. We can fight properly. The instant the words left his mouth, Toji blurred forward like a phantom. His fist struck empty air. Minato appeared behind him. Throwing a kunai with one hand, he simultaneously formed a Rasengan and thrust it forward. Surprised by his opponent's reaction speed, Toji nevertheless matched it perfectly. He spun into a back kick, dodging the hidden weapon while counterattacking in a single motion. Minato flickered again, reappearing behind Toji. Another marked kunai flew as the Rasengan drove forward. Toji sneered savagely. He'd been anticipating this from the start. He pivoted and threw a punch directly at the spiraling sphere. The two collided, but the expected roar never came. The Rasengan didn't explode. Instead, it began shrinking rapidly. Seizing the opening, Toji grabbed forward. Rip! A torn strip of blue cloth dangled from his fingers. Minato had already vanished. Chapter 18, 3. 1105 words. After using the sensory barrier to observe the battle between the two for a while, Zenji withdrew his attention. Toji Fushigiro's strongest chakra absorption points were concentrated in his hands, feet, and mouth. The rest of his body referenced the Hyuga clan's special physiology, but absorbed chakra at far lower efficiency. Still, combined with his powerful physique, ordinary attacks would find it nearly impossible to harm him. Without mastery of Sage Mode, without the Ninetales Chakra Mode, with only the basic Rasengan at his disposal, Minato Namikaze had no means to quickly defeat Toji Fushiguro. However, Minato's observation and reaction skills exceeded even Toji's. Combined with the Flying Thunder God technique, he could truly fight when he wished and leave when he wished. Toji Fushiguro without the 8 inner gates activated can't reach Kage level, Zenji mused. unless he acquires suitable, powerful weapons. As for the 8 inner gates formation, after several modifications and the restrictions imposed by heavenly restriction, activation was no longer simple. Using cursed energy-infused chakra to establish mental-level restrictions was essentially in release. Its ability to create something from nothing allowed him to set rules upon himself, similar in principle to Izanagi and Izanami. Then Yang release chakra filled those rules, making them truly take effect on the physical body. At the cost of possessing no chakra, the body gained drastically enhanced strength and growth potential. A portion of absorbed chakra was stored in the 8 gates, the remainder was absorbed directly by the flesh. This final modified version made Toji's body stronger, and his physical growth ceiling higher. But activating the 8 inner gates formation would break those established rules, sacrificing both the physical amplification and growth enhancement. Reshaping self-imposed rules required massive amounts of time. The technique couldn't be used lightly. Zenji's gaze fell on the experimental table before him. Barrier spheres enveloped one embryo after another. Among them, an embryo with snow-white hair, and eyes shining bright blue-white like jewels. A grotesque form with 4 eyes and 4 arms. Several normal-looking specimens. And in the center, his new body. I'm only missing tailed beast chakra. The timing is actually perfect. He looked toward the distance. The 3 tails was present on this battlefield. Though weak among the tailed beasts, what Zenji wanted were the characteristics of a chakra life form. Not its raw power. He waved casually. The barrier enveloped him instantly, and his entire form vanished without a trace. Elsewhere. A battlefield. Blood pooled everywhere. Countless hidden mist corpses littered the ground. A figure completely encased in white substance stood before the body of a young girl. He reached out to touch her palm, only for his hand to pass right through. His shoulders trembled. Tears fell unbidden. Rin. Rin. The trembling voice gradually hardened into resolve. I will create a world where you exist. Careful. Someone's here. White Zetsu's voice rang through his mind. The single exposed Sharingan transformed instantly. A hand appearing suddenly behind him passed straight through his head. Impressive reactions. Zenji's aged voice echoed across the field. The white figure moved rapidly, retreating to the battlefield's edge in an instant. Zenji revealed himself, standing atop the blood-soaked water, regarding Obito's single visible eye. Obito stared back, tension coiling through every muscle. His voice emerged hoarse. Who are you? When did you appear? Obito, I can't sense him. White Zetsu's voice filled his mind. That barrier technique is shielding him from perception. Looking at Zenji's aged figure, White Zetsu immediately recalled who this was. Don't let him touch you. He's a mysterious powerhouse native to the land of bears. Physical contact causes instant paralysis, and he wields a peculiar barrier technique. Zenji ignored the question entirely. His gaze dropped to Rin Nohara's body at his feet. This corpse contained massive amounts of tailed beast chakra, but it was dissipating rapidly. The beast itself was already dead. When a Jinchuriki was killed, the tailed beast died with them. In reality, only the tailed beasts will disperse. Given time, that would recover condensed chakra, and resurrect at a location fitting its nature. In the original timeline, within a few years, the 4th Mizukage would capture the 3 tails again and seal it within himself. Then Obito would come knocking and take control directly. Zenji aimed his palm at Rin's abdomen. A circular barrier sphere formed in his hand as his other hand wove seals. Chakra absorption technique, activate. Her abdomen bulged slightly. Massive amounts of gray chakra flowed out, streaming into the barrier sphere. What are you doing? Anger crept into Obito's hoarse voice. His Sharingan fixed on Zenji with murderous intensity. If White Zetsu hadn't kept warning him how dangerous this opponent was, he would have charged already. You seem to care a great deal about this girl. Zenji turned his head, speaking casually. Obito fell silent. He couldn't reveal his identity now, and had no idea how to respond. Still, relief flickered through him. Based on this, the stranger had only just arrived. He hadn't heard Obito's earlier words. Zenji studied the silent figure, his gaze focusing on that Mangekyo-level Sharingan. A twinge of regret stirred. If he'd arrived a little earlier, he could have personally witnessed the Mangekyo's formation process. He was confident he could force a qualified Sharingan to rapidly awaken that level. Unfortunately, he'd been late. The last traces of chakra flowed from Rin's abdomen into the barrier sphere. He grasped it and held it before his eyes. A massive quantity of specialized tailed beast chakra had been condensed. Though it lacked will and couldn't regenerate itself, the sheer volume was sufficient for practical research. Obito, we should retreat. White Zetsu's voice echoed in his mind. He didn't see your true face, and Konoha reinforcements are almost here. Obito stared coldly at Zenji. He took one final look at Rin, then turned and vanished. The eye that reflects the heart. Zenji watched him go. Truly unreasonable, possessing such profound space-time abilities the moment it awakens. Kamui could even pierce Kagaya's alternate dimensions. The depth of its space-time manipulation was staggering. He approached Kakashi's unconscious form and placed a hand on his head, sensing the flesh-and chakra structure of the Mangekyo-level Sharingan. Unfortunately, Kakashi wasn't Uchiha. He lacked that peculiar brain architecture, and couldn't reveal what changes occurred at the Mangekyo level. Ultimately, Zenji obtained only a useful single-eye template. The profound mystery of Mangekyo awakening remained beyond his reach. After leaving a small something within Kakashi's mind, arc light flickered around Zenji like a transparent sphere. He vanished. Dozens of seconds later, Konoha's reinforcement troops arrived. They found not a single living enemy. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 19, Waiting. 1082 words. Crash. A tree thick enough to require for people to encircle was smashed apart. The broken trunk and canopy flew upward, kicking up massive clouds of dust and debris. Toji Fushiguro withdrew his fist, gloomy eyes growing even darker. His clothes hung in tatters. Scrape marks covered his arms, shoulders and back. He turned to regard Minato Namikaze in the distance, impeccably dressed, handling everything with ease. Toji gritted his teeth, fingers curling into a grasping motion. If only he had a weapon to extend his reach. Your strength is impressive. Minato's tone remained conversational. That technique on your body not only erases your chakra signature completely but absorbs enemy chakra as well. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have appeared directly in front of me from the start. His words were casual, but his mind raced with calculations. His perception stretched to its absolute limit. Based on his movement arcs throughout this fight, the intersection point he keeps protecting should be his base or stronghold. But whether observed with the naked eye or explored through summons, there's only forest there. Only my perception detected something off. Minato understood that anomaly clearly. Some kind of space-time technique, very likely a barrier. Truly difficult to handle. Is this what Kage level feels like? Toji's expression suddenly twisted into a savage grin. But he doesn't give me the same oppressive feeling that Brat did at the end. This world was vast. He found himself curious whether, when that annoying Brat also returned to life, he'd encounter enemies that would put him in equally miserable states. Both men's thoughts lasted only instants. They moved simultaneously. Toji charged toward Minato like a black streak of lightning. Summoning, food cart destroyer technique. A massive shadow blotted out the sky. Minato vanished from his position. Boom. A giant crimson toad crashed down, crushing a wide swath of forest. The earth itself trembled. Toji dodged at the last possible second before impact. The shockwave howled past, mixed with smoke, dust, and debris. His expression shifted. Without hesitation, he accelerated out of the chaos. Minato had disappeared from his perceptual lock. Just like before, the opponent always held the initiative. But this time was different. Toji couldn't find him at all. Clang! Metal sang as Gamabunta's massive blade slashed downward. Toji glanced at the towering toad, turned and vanished, rocketing toward the distance at maximum speed. On the other side, having briefly escaped, Minato had already reached the valley barrier's periphery. To his eyes, only forest lay ahead. He took several steps forward. The anomaly became unmistakable. Looking down, he stomped twice, then glanced behind him. Something's wrong. There's definitely something here. Just as he prepared to investigate further, an inexplicable chill raised every hair on his body. He vanished instantly. A marked kunai appeared beneath his feet. A large hand grabbed empty air. Toji materialized briefly, then flickered away again. Reappearing in a nearby tree, Minato's frown deepened. This is problematic. Though he'd shaken his pursuer and gained an opportunity to investigate, he'd also given his opponent a chance to conceal himself again. No longer engaging directly, Toji Fushigiro's threat level had skyrocketed. Minato looked up at the anomalous location one final time. Then he vanished. Sensing the enemy's presence disappear, Toji emerged from his hiding spot. His eyes remained as gloomy as ever. Why didn't you activate the 8 inner gates formation? Zenji's voice materialized beside him. Toji showed no reaction. He merely gazed into the distance, voice flat. That man's reaction speed is exceptional. Even with the gates open, he'd react in time, and simply leave. The loss would outweigh the gain, and it would expose intelligence. He paused. Besides, didn't you say not to use it unless absolutely necessary, clan head? Though the battle hadn't lasted long, what impressed him most about Minato Namikaze were the man's observation, perception, and reaction capabilities, all far exceeding ordinary shinobi. Speed, by comparison, was almost secondary. Zenji also watched Minato's departing figure. The thought that had been growing in his mind solidified further. Now was the opportunity. Good. Continue calling me clan head from now on. Yes. Turning back into the valley, Zenji surveyed the empty surroundings. A plan had already formed. He extended his hand and wove seals, mobilizing chakra. Earth release, earth shore return. The chakra flowed and converted with exceptional smoothness. A rectangular outline appeared on the ground ahead. A stone slab as thick as a man slowly rose. Interesting. A guess formed in his mind. He hurried to the nearby utility room, and located a piece of chakra paper among the supplies. Chakra surged into it instantly. The paper crumbled apart. This body actually has a chakra nature. Though he'd suspected as much, surprise still flickered through him. Worth studying carefully. It counts as an additional combat method. Aside from barrier techniques, all of Zenji's current abilities were close range. He possessed almost no options for long-distance engagement. The rocky ground throughout the valley began rising and collapsing. Buildings formed from stone gradually took shape. Training grounds. Neat pathways. Houses in various styles. It actually resembled the dwelling place of a reclusive clan, but it looked far too artificial. Too new. Anyone would notice immediately. Zenji frowned. His perception focused on the Book of Ages in his consciousness. Compared to before, the original page had grown considerably thicker. 7 newly spawned pages had joined it. 3 came from harvesting the Three Tails chakra. The other 4 resulted from Zenji's intervention at the tail end of Rin Nohara's death. To obtain more pages, I still need to dive deep into the original plot. The thought passed quickly. His attention shifted to a large mass of ink. After 3 years of growth, the Book of Ages had undergone subtle developmental changes. Mental energy drained rapidly. A small blob, roughly fingertip-sized, separated from the main mass. This amount seemed insignificant, but it could write nearly 100,000 words in the Book of Ages. He opened his eyes. A thumb-sized cluster of dreamlike light appeared. It spread outward in all directions. The surrounding structures began changing. Floors grew mottled. Wall plaster peeled slightly. Patterns shifted and aged. Some buildings turned decrepit. A few collapsed entirely. When the light exhausted itself, the settlement no longer looked new. Done. A smile curved Zenji's lips. Now I simply wait for the fish to take the bait. He turned and headed for the laboratory. 5 embryos floated within barrier shields, including Zenji's new body. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 20, Tengen, Choso, and the Intruder. 1,118 words. Among the 5 embryos, Zenji's new body only required the young Horcrux to achieve resurrection. The other 4 needed 12 pages of the Book of Ages to form their soul book Horcruxes. Currently, Zenji possessed only 10. He was 2 pages short. Besides his main body, Gojo Satoru, and Ryaman Sukuna, embryos predetermined from the beginning, he'd already made choices for the remaining 2. First is barrier techniques. Zenji regarded one of the embryos. My energy going forward should focus entirely on research, not on barrier maintenance and upkeep. He'd decided to shape Tengen, and have her take over all barrier-related work. Toji Fushiguro's physical body is exceptional, but he specializes in assassination and close combat. There are many aspects he can't cover. I still need a guard with comprehensive capabilities. The choice came immediately, the eldest of the death-painting wombs, Choso. More importantly, the blood manipulation technique could be considered a variant of water release. And having just obtained the 3 Tails chakra, his research in that area would soon see major breakthroughs. On the other side. Frontline camp. Minato Namikaze looked at the unconscious Kakashi, sighed softly, and said, "Let him rest. No missions for the time being." "Yes, sir." The ninja beside him nodded immediately. Minato composed himself and headed out. "Is everyone assembled?" "Everyone's present." "Lord Fugaku Uchiha has also arrived," the accompanying ninja replied. Entering the adjacent tent, Minato found Fugaku seated to the side, a 4-year-old child beside him. Everyone else had gathered as well. "You're all aware of the situation." Minato's voice carried decisive authority. The Hidden Mist just lost dozens of elite ninjas in one stroke. More critically, the 3 Tails is dead. Having lost their greatest combat asset, Hidden Mist won't hold out much longer. The outcome here is essentially decided. Smiles flickered across several Jonin faces. Few people actually enjoyed war. But one problem remains on this battlefield. A mysterious powerhouse native to the land of bears. This individual very likely obtained the Hidden Mist's 7 ninja swords. The disappearance of numerous corpses since the war began may also be connected to this native. So the war isn't over. We must determine exactly who this powerhouse is. What's their attitude toward Konoha? Why are they collecting battlefield remains? Ideally, we recover the remains of our fallen heroes. We absolutely cannot allow their bodies to be desecrated. As he spoke, Minato recalled the orders transmitted from the village. Minato, the land of bears borders the land of fire directly. If this is merely an ordinary small hidden village, there's no need for excessive attention. Simply recover the 7 ninja swords. Those are Might Dewey's spoils of war, they should belong to his son, Might Guy. Minato Namikaze. The land of bears sits adjacent to Fire Country's heartland. A powerhouse hostile to Konoha cannot be permitted to exist there. Use the wartime period to eliminate all enemies. Then seized the 7 ninja swords. Whether used to negotiate with Hidden Mist or to cultivate our own swordsmen, both options strengthen Konoha. Though the Hokage's and the advisor's orders differed somewhat, the core meaning was identical. Recover the 7 ninja swords. Minato didn't entirely agree with forceful seizure, but he wasn't Hokage yet. He had no authority to veto such decisions. Moreover, to become Hokage, he needed more merit. His competitor was Orochimaru, hero of the Second Shinobi World War. The more accomplishments Minato accumulated, the more convincing his succession would be. If I can cultivate 7 Jonin-class swordsmen, many of my plans can bypass the advisors entirely and be executed directly. Though not yet Hokage, Minato had already begun thinking like one. 2 years ago, Jonin Hyuga Saka vanished in the rear. A Jonin from the Hyuga branch house spoke up suddenly. Could that also be this native powerhouse's doing? Akimichi Kurio, seated in the corner, darkened visibly at the mention. Ever since Saka's disappearance, he'd been targeted both overtly and covertly. First transferred from logistics to the front lines. Then, for 3 full years, regardless of merit earned or injuries sustained, he'd been denied transfer back to Konoha to recuperate. Obviously someone wanted him dead on the battlefield. Fortunately, the war was nearly over. Fugaku Uchiha's eyes narrowed. This reminds me, 3 years ago, when the war began, Chunin Uchiha Seisho also vanished without explanation. Byakugan. Sharingan. Members of both great dojutsu clans had gone missing. Shikaku Nara, seated nearby, rubbed his forehead. A name surfaced unbidden. Orochimaru. He shook his head. Lord Orochimaru is on another front. The distance is too great. It can't be him. Though rumors existed, he was simply letting paranoia get the better of him. After gathering more detailed intelligence, Minato concluded the meeting, but kept Fugaku behind. Fugaku-senpai, I'll have to entrust frontline matters to you. Minato's tone grew heavy. I plan to infiltrate the enemy's hiding place alone. Fugaku regarded the respectfully bowing Minato. Whether he sighed or felt relief, even he couldn't say. I'll maintain the line. Be careful. A hint of a smile touched Minato's lips. The next day, preparations complete, Minato focused on the Flying Thunder God formula he'd left behind. I can't appear directly beside that person. I can only use the mark as a node to arrive nearby. His perception stretched to its absolute limit, expression solemn. If someone could assist me, this would be far easier. The thought sparked an immediate decision. Once the war ended, he would search the village for ninjas with space-time talent. A flash of light. He vanished. Inside the valley barrier, 2 figures knelt before Zenji. A young girl and a young boy. The girl wore a loose kimono, her long hair somewhat coarse and unkempt. Profound eyes held a calm, ancient gaze. This was Tengen, shaped with barrier techniques as her core. Her future role, assuming all barrier development and maintenance from Zenji. The boy beside her had 2 explosive pigtails pointing upward. A faint redness ringed his eye sockets, and a horizontal stripe crossed the bridge of his nose. The eldest of the death-painting wombs, Choso. Clan head. Their voices spoke in unison. Zenji nodded with satisfaction. Barrier techniques were a discipline he'd conquered long ago. Shaping Tengen as the core had proceeded exceptionally smoothly. Choso's blood manipulation technique had even condensed the death-painting traits, forming a highly specialized secret art. A fluctuation rippled through his perception. Zenji's gaze sharpened and Tengen spoke almost simultaneously. Someone is locking onto this location. The barrier can't block it. The intruder has entered. Nearly zero gap between perception and judgment. Tengen brought her right index and middle fingers together, preparing to activate reinforcement barriers. But a hand stopped her. Good reviews/ratings are greatly appreciated. Drop some power stones to push the story forward. Chapter 21, Chapter 21, Domain Expansion, Metamorphosis of Form and Soul. 1165 words. Minato Namake's vision went dark. His surroundings shifted to gloomy gray. The smell of decaying wood and old paper filled his nostrils. Dust coated every surface. Cobwebs hung in corners. On corroded bookshelves lay massive quantities of books and scrolls. A study? Joy surged through him. He hadn't expected such luck. He reached for a nearby scroll and unrolled it. His brow furrowed immediately. The essence of chakra is physical energy and spiritual energy. Why must the two mix to form this power? Does physical energy itself possess the conditions to become an independent power system? The relationship between spiritual energy and genjutsu. On the connection between spiritual energy and the soul. Compatibility of soul and physical body. Preliminary concepts of the incarnation ritual. The incarnation ritual and immortality. The further Minato read, the more alarmed he became. The content grew increasingly unhinged toward the end. Who exactly is conducting experiments here? His expression darkened. He grabbed another book and finally found an answer. A piece of paper slipped out. A contract bearing numerous signatures. Minato's eyes lit up as he examined it. Though brief, the text revealed considerable information. We, wandering rogue ninjas and insignificant small clans, unite as one to jointly research the secrets of chakra, in order to protect ourselves in this chaotic world. We do not value bloodlines, nor do we esteem background. Only those with profound mastery of jutsu, and the strongest power shall be established as the main house. The rest shall be the branch house, assisting and serving them. Main and branch are one body, sharing existence and perishing together. Those who violate this oath shall be mutually abandoned. Based on the paper's texture. Roughly 30 years old. 30 years ago would have been the First Shinobi World War. A group of wandering ninjas and declining clans had united to overcome hardship together, and simultaneously begun researching ninjutsu. Put that paper down. Don't damage it. A faint voice shattered the silence. Minato's scalp prickled. His entire body tensed as he whirled toward the source. An old man stood in the darkened room. Long blue hair emitted a faint glow, illuminating his entire form. His eyes appeared condensed from blue light itself, pupils impossible to discern. When did he appear? Why didn't I sense him? Horror flooded through Minato. With his sensory abilities, he should have detected the man instantly. How was this possible? Moreover, that blue light radiating from the stranger's body, wasn't that chakra? How could such obvious energy disturbance have escaped his perception? Though they hadn't exchanged blows, Minato's heart sank. He lowered into a defensive stance while carefully placing the contract back on the nearby shelf. You're making things quite difficult for this old man. Zenji's aged voice carried weary resignation. He glanced at Minato, then at the book still clutched in his hand. Suddenly, his hands came together. An indifferent yet majestic voice resonated through the chamber. Domain expansion, metamorphosis of form and soul. A massive sea of grayish-blue chakra erupted from Zenji's body. Two giant spectral hands embraced from left and right, closing inward. Everything they touched began distorting. Wooden bookshelves transformed into blooming wooden flowers. Scrolls took flight like paper butterflies. The floor itself flowed continuously, like a living river. And this was merely the change produced in the instant before the hands fully closed. Every cell in Minato Namake's body screamed in primal terror. In that moment, his entire being reached perfect consensus. One will. One thought. Flee. Pushing the Flying Thunder God technique to its absolute limit, Minato vanished. The deliberately slowed domain finally sealed shut. A hint of satisfaction flickered in Zenji's eyes. An impression like that should leave quite the mark. Warmth trickled down his cheeks. The blue light in his eyes dimmed as he wept tears of blood. Fresh blood surged from his nose and ears. The domain dissipated instantly. Everything around him reverted to its original state. Zenji grabbed the nearby bookshelf for support as blood spilled from his mouth. The consumption was far more massive than expected. Even the tiger talisman can barely compensate. The blood transformed into blue light and dissipated. Within moments, not a trace remained on his body. The glow surrounding him replenished itself. Recalling the domain expansion, Zenji formed a hypothesis. It must be because of yin-yang release. The current idol transfiguration had evolved far beyond its Jujutsu case and origins. Yin-yang release chakra. The meticulous depth of angel hands. Integration of the reverse curse technique. The tiger talisman's yin-yang balance. Multiple abilities had pushed this technique beyond its previous limits, in both depth and scope. A domain expanded with this as its core would naturally demand staggering consumption. Yin-yang release chakra, one aspect created something from nothing, the other breathed life into form. Combined they could birth all things. That characteristic is probably why the consumption became so terrifying. He recalled the wooden flowers and paper butterflies he'd transformed moments ago. I need to accelerate the plan. The new body is nearly ready. Metamorphosis of form and soul can't be used again casually. I need to design a new ultimate technique as a safety net. My chakra nature is earth release. Earth release. His thoughts turned to two innate techniques, anti-gravity system and star rage. Both were highly compatible with earth release. Arriving in the laboratory, Zenji directed his gaze at the central embryo among the three. Powerful vitality radiated from within. Slightly open eyes emitted traces of red light. Though still in embryonic form, it already possessed massive chakra reserves. It's nearly perfect, but many concepts still need integration. Moreover, every story needs a proper beginning and end. Inside a tent at the frontline camp, several elite ninjas maintained vigilant watch. At the center of their formation, a specially crafted trident-shaped kunai stood planted in the ground. Crack! Minato Namikaze materialized and collapsed. Catching himself on his hands, sweat poured from his head like rain. His breath came in ragged gasps. Lord Minato! Exclamations filled the tent. None of them had ever seen the illustrious yellow flash in such a state. Minato, what happened? Inuzuka Gaku rushed forward, helping him stand. Minato rose, exhaled slowly, and gripped the book in his hand tightly. I'm fine. Everyone out. His expression had turned deadly serious. The assembled ninjas withdrew immediately. As qualified shinobi, they understood, extremely important intelligence had been discovered. Raising the book before him, Minato took a deep breath and began reading. We wandering masses, insignificant clans and lone travelers. Without a main house or society, weak in power and influence, in order to seek survival, we jointly establish this treaty. 1. Unite as one, jointly defending one main house. All who enter this treaty belong to one family, assisting one another, jointly resisting foreign insults. Sharing the techniques of chakra, jointly researching the secrets of its origin, without mutual annexation or betrayal. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. EV 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Ush the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 22, Konoha's decision. 1159 words. 2. Co-research as the path, strength and weakness as the order. This main house does not follow bloodlines, does not value background. Only profound mastery of jutsu, strength of power, and great achievement in research are esteemed. 3. The superior is the main house, the rest are branches. Within the treaty, whoever researches most deeply, and whose strength is greatest, shall naturally become the lineage of the clan head, inheriting leadership of the main house. The rest shall be branches, assisting on the left and right, jointly defending the clan. 4. If one lineage prospers, the entire clan prospers. The main house does not oppress the branches do not betray the main house. Sharing existence and perishing together, sharing honor and disgrace. Those who violate this treaty shall be mutually abandoned and jointly condemned. Those who establish this treaty jointly swear to this. According to Minato's intelligence, the paper this treaty was signed on shows traces of at least 30 years of aging. That places it during the First Shinobi World War. Hamura Mitokado frowned deeply, casting his gaze at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why did we never hear of such a group back then? Who would pay attention to a band of wandering ninjas who couldn't survive, along with some insignificant small clans? Danzo Shimura's voice dripped with dismissal. They probably hadn't even mastered a handful of techniques. Who knows how many such groups existed across the ninja world? Hiruzen Sarutobi studied additional intelligence, disorganized theories, and fragments of research records. Though Minato Namake's memory was excellent, time had been short, and he'd been shaken. The experimental projects and data he'd written from memory were incomplete, some sections quite vague. Orochimaru has returned, hasn't he? Hiruzen suddenly looked at Danzo. He has. Summon him. Yes. An ANBU appeared, bowed to accept the order, and departed swiftly. Shortly after, a knock sounded at the door. Orochimaru entered, his gaze sweeping over Danzo before settling on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Sensei. You called for me. Examine these materials and assess their authenticity. Hiruzen gestured with his pipe toward the intelligence spread across the table. Orochimaru's practiced smile remained unchanged, though inwardly he breathed a slight sigh of relief. He'd obtained fascinating materials on the battlefield this time. Just as he'd been preparing to return and conduct research, this summons had arrived, making him fear he'd been exposed. He approached the table and picked up the documents one by one. His expression shifted immediately. Initial curiosity gave way to seriousness. When he reached certain theories and data regarding the incarnation ritual, fervor flickered in his eyes. Most of it is genuine. Some theories are vague, likely the recorder couldn't remember clearly. A pity it's so fragmented. He sighed, looking at his teacher. I wonder where this intelligence originated. His tone seemed perfectly normal, but Hiruzen knew his disciple extremely well. Orochimaru had already set his sights on this information. It was still 2 years before Orochimaru's eventual defection. According to certain analyses, his living corpse reincarnation must have been conceptualized before the Third War's end. Preliminary refinement occurred during the 2 years between the war's conclusion and his departure. Mature application came afterward. So at this moment, Orochimaru already possessed a relatively complete framework for the technique. The rejection reaction between physical and spiritual energy. After chakra fails to mix perfectly, it leaves a vulnerability to genjutsu. The experimental data he'd just seen flashed through his mind. Excitement mingled with lingering dread. He hadn't considered this point at all. If he'd perfected and used living corpse reincarnation as planned, wouldn't he have created an inherent weakness to genjutsu? The incarnation ritual. And the bath mentioned within it. I must find a way to obtain them, then perfect my own technique. The decision crystallized instantly. Hiruzen handed over another pile of intelligence. Review this as well. Give me your assessment. Orochimaru accepted the documents and began reading. His eyes lit up immediately. A group dedicated to researching jutsu. His voice turned eager. How many members do they currently have? What techniques do they possess? What's their combat strength? We've only confirmed their location so far. Exact numbers remain unclear. But the 2 powerhouses who've already appeared are extremely troublesome. One possesses no detectable chakra whatsoever. Beyond visual confirmation, he cannot be sensed at all. His physical strength is immense, and he can absorb chakra. The other struck only once but poses the greater threat. Even Hiruzen couldn't suppress a frown. With his own strength, putting Minato Namikaze in such a state would have been impossible. Orochimaru glanced at the description of Minato's condition and formed an immediate judgment. Domain expansion. Likely a combination of barrier techniques and sealing jutsu, perhaps even incorporating space-time ninjutsu. Object distortion. Wooden books becoming animate, combined with yin-yang release chakra. Instinctual fear. He paused thoughtfully. That shouldn't be raw power. If he were that strong, Minato couldn't possibly have survived to deliver this report. Distortion. Yin-yang release. Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. Certain research data from the incarnation ritual surfaced in his memory. A hypothesis formed. What have you deduced? Hiruzen noticed his disciples shift immediately and asked directly. Though called the professor of ninjutsu, his expertise lay in learning, understanding, application, and execution. Not dissection, modification, and innovation. Without a researcher's mindset, crucial information might slip past. But he understood his student. Orochimaru wore his cold, practiced smile, concealing certain details. It should be a technique that directly attacks the body, or even the spirit. Combined with that enclosed barrier domain, it actually counters Minato quite effectively. Hiruzen regarded his disciple with piercing eyes. He took a slow draw from his pipe. Ultimately, he chose not to press whether the other was hiding something. Tell me, what should our next move be regarding this mysterious clan? Cold light glinted behind Homura Mitokado's glasses. He spoke first. Regardless of circumstances, we cannot abandon the 7 ninja swords. Moreover, this intelligence suggests the disappearance of our personnel may be this hidden clan's doing. Any existence that threatens Konoha cannot be tolerated. Danzo made his position clear. Since Minato is countered, let him hold the front line. Koharu Yudatane's voice carried ice. Have the Uchiha and Hyuga clans seek justice themselves, and simultaneously retrieve the swords. Displeasure flickered through Hiruzen. Making enemies of an unknown entity so directly didn't align with his thinking. He turned to Orochimaru. What is your view? Mine? Orochimaru smiled, eyes narrowing. His deep voice resonated through the chamber. No matter what action we take, we need intelligence to make proper judgments. Why not let me go and gather more detailed information? Indeed. Only with thorough intelligence can we make the right choice. Hiruzen nodded. Orochimaru, lead an ANBU squad to support Minato Namikaze. Additionally, deliver this to him. He produced a scroll and extended it. Yes, sensei. Orochimaru accepted the scroll, expression betraying nothing. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Ush the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 23, The Separation of Yin and Yang, Two Sides of Good and Evil. 1156 words. At the frontline camp, Minato Namikaze led the assembled Jonin captains to welcome Orochimaru. Orochimaru-senpai, what is the village's decision? First, we investigate the enemy's intelligence thoroughly. A playful smile crossed Orochimaru's otherwise expressionless face. He produced a scroll and extended it. The old man told me to give this to you, for your eyes only, Minato. Minato thanked him respectfully and accepted the scroll, paying no mind to the casual tone. As he read, his frown deepened. The document detailed situations on other fronts. Konoha appeared poised for victory in this war. However, the losses from fighting on multiple fronts had been staggering, both in resources and ninja casualties. Konoha couldn't withstand another major blow. This was a crucial moment. If they simply maintained pressure, the other major villages would eventually negotiate peace or surrender outright. But if Konoha suddenly gained a powerful new enemy now? or if news spread that a renowned powerhouse had been severely injured or killed. It could destabilize the currently favorable situation, causing unpredictable shifts in the war's trajectory. This group was originally cobbled together from small ninja clans and wandering rogues. Though they appear unified, they are not truly monolithic. After 30 years of isolation and hardship, the new generation may not wish to remain hidden forever. We should recruit them on the condition of joining Konoha as official ninjas. Once they integrate into the village, we can slowly sort out proper arrangements. Minato instantly grasped the third Hokage's intent: wait until they join Konoha, then scheme for the ninja swords, or even their secret techniques. Recalling everything in that study, his thoughts turned to his own experience creating the Rasengan. The sudden inspiration. The difficult process. The dangers involved. My Rasengan is already considered a relatively smooth, simple, and safe technique, yet even its development carried risks. A technique like theirs. The entire development process must have been a constant brush with death. He thought of the ninja assassin who absorbed chakra and moved without sound. He thought even more of the old man whose mere presence had triggered primal terror in his body. Reflecting carefully, both the man's aura and physical condition had seemed deeply problematic. That study was suspicious too. Important items like the treaty and research materials were covered in dust. The answer was obvious: that clan had likely been decimated, leaving very few survivors. And those survivors were probably young. Minato's eyes flickered. Rather than the third Hokage scheming for ninja swords, he wanted something more valuable: a group of loyal subordinates who genuinely supported him. After all, only with enough capable followers could he execute his political ambitions. He put away the scroll and looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru-senpai, everyone, please rest for now. We'll discuss our approach this afternoon. Orochimaru observed Minato's shifting expression after reading the scroll. A hint of amusement touched his cold features. He offered no objection, walking toward the camp. His elite ninja squad followed, entering to rest. Inside the valley barrier. The laboratory. An eyeball radiating blue-white light floated above an embryo. It descended slowly. The glowing orb merged into the forehead. The embryo's entire body radiated blue chakra light, suffused with rich vitality. 130 trillion cells began developing. Chakra meridians circulated. Major Tenketsu and the 8 gates functioned normally. Abundant physical energy filled every fiber. The brain secreted specialized chakra. Pupils turned blood red as a single tomo slowly manifested. Special yin-yang release chakra began forming. The body grew at visible speed. Growth halted at approximately 6 years of age. The chakra gradually dissipated. Zenji opened his eyes and leaped from the barrier, naked. The protagonist is born. He laughed loudly, stretching his new body. He floated in midair, an invisible barrier automatically radiating outward to envelop him. No aging. No pain. No oppressive discomfort. Hearty laughter rang through the chamber. This body is incredible. The other Zenji standing before him had changed dramatically. His blue hair had dimmed to white. His eyes were slightly clouded, deep wrinkles creasing his skin. His back hunched unconsciously. He'd aged from appearing 50 to looking well into his 60s. The moment their eyes met, both paused. Empathy and all that, what utter nonsense. Zenji couldn't help but complain. From now on, you are the young clan head Zenji. The aged figure spoke with flat indifference. I will take the name Zenshu. They were originally the same person, sharing the same mind. Empathy wasn't merely metaphorical here. They could clearly feel each other's pain and joy. This caused Zenshu's already cold and eerie aura to become freezing, almost sepulchral. His purple-blue cursed energy chakra darkened to deep violet. The profound, malevolent presence strengthened continuously. Zenji dressed himself, watching Zenshu's transformation. A slight frown crossed his young face. Perhaps you should keep the tiger talisman. I'm concerned you might turn your blade on me someday. Zenshu raised his eyes slightly. His wrinkled mouth stretched into a somewhat terrifying smile. You are me. What benefit would come from attacking myself? Besides, I'm destined to die eventually. This body is nearly at its limit. In the time remaining, I only want to focus on research. Furthermore, even if the Tiger Talisman and Book of Ages remain with you, I can access them whenever needed. After all, we're merely the good and evil aspects of one soul, not two different people. His gaze shifted to the remaining two embryos. The Book of Ages just spawned another page. Zenji followed his line of sight. It seems significant internal changes, not just external events, can make it grow. One embryo possessed the 6 eyes, formed on the foundation of the Byakugan. Snow-white hair crowned its head. Gojo Satoru. The other embryo had 4 arms, a robust frame, and 2 smaller eyes beneath its main pair. Ryaman Sukuna. Zenshu raised his right hand. 3 pages of the Book of Ages flew out and combined. They formed a soul book, which merged into Sukuna's mind. As for Gojo Satoru, his soul book had integrated long ago. After nearly 3 months of observation, the self-wills had fully matured. The embryo opened its eyes. Sapphire irises shone with brilliant chakra light. The body expanded as if being inflated, growing into a 7-year-old's form in the blink of an eye. Gojo Satoru leaped from the barrier and beckoned with one hand. Clothes flew over automatically. Hey, hey, hey. His young face twisted with displeasure. Why did you stop my growth at 7? Any older and infiltrating Konoha becomes impossible. Zenji shrugged, standing to the side. Moreover, if you grow directly to full size, your strength becomes fixed. To become stronger, you'll have to earn it through your own efforts. TCH. Disdain crossed Gojo Satoru's small features. So what if the body and soul need a growth period? Even without that process, the Great Me will still become the strongest. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Ush the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 24, The Impending Arrival of Orochimaru and his group. 1121 words. Is that so? Zenshu's deep, cold voice resonated through the laboratory. In mere moments, his aura had undergone a dramatic transformation. There are many powerhouses in this world capable of destroying a country, or even the world itself. The moon was created by someone, after all. Gojo Satoru blinked in surprise, then his face lit up with excitement. The moon was made by someone. Ha ha ha. How interesting. Tell me how it was done. The Great Me will create 10 moons in the future. Zenshu's expression darkened. A sudden chill ran down Gojo Satoru's spine, and he hurriedly ducked behind Zenji. Hey, hey, hey. Old man, why do you look like you're about to keel over? Even while hiding, he couldn't resist provoking. I think it's better to let the young master inherit the clan head position right now. Young master, I support you. Get rid of the geezer and take charge. Zenji's brow furrowed deeply. Gojo Satoru's personality really was insufferable. Unfortunately, the memories implanted in Satoru included this clan's history. He knew his birth involved multiple secret techniques. But he had no idea that Zenji and Zenshu were the good and evil aspects of the same soul. After his self-will awakened, his past life memories had been deliberately obscured. His true self-understanding was simple. He'd been born in this valley 30 years ago, during experiments creating the unique limitless technique and 6 eyes modifications. Those experiments had left unavoidable aftereffects on his body. Ultimately, after Zenji researched Horcruxes, and Zenshu perfected idol transfiguration for shaping bodily embryos, they'd created the reincarnation ritual, allowing the few successful clan members to be reborn. If you keep acting up, I'll give your naked photos to Ryaman Sukuna. Zenji's smile didn't reach his eyes. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Gojo Satoru dropped into an immediate dejiza, voice ringing with theatrical contrition. Zenji rubbed his forehead, genuinely puzzled. I remember you being quite reserved as a child. How are you exactly the same as your adult self? TCH. Gojo Satoru bounced back to his feet. Only my physical body became small again. It's not like I actually regressed mentally. His gaze drifted toward Ryaman Sukuna's embryo. A mischievous grin spread across his young features. That guy Sukuna hasn't woken up yet, has he? Zenshu shook his head slightly, gesturing toward the door. You two, out. Familiarize yourselves with your bodies and develop your abilities. Don't disturb my research. Zenji grabbed Gojo Satoru and headed for the exit. Research. Satoru's voice carried genuine confusion. Hasn't everyone already perfected the techniques they consider invincible? Why bother with more research? He paused. Oh right, I remember now. Before I reincarnated, your new technique still wasn't complete. How's it coming along? If it's disappointing, I might just swoop in and claim the next clan head position myself. After all, my technique is invincible. It's still incomplete. Zenji's eyes narrowed. His technique genuinely remained unfinished. He'd only just obtained this body, and the necessary materials and knowledge were still in Konoha. Research could only begin after acquiring them. Gojo Satoru stopped walking and turned around. I was serious about what I said. Satoru, you seem to have underestimated the body reshaping step of Horcrux reincarnation. Zenji's eyes slowly opened. A single tomo formed in his blood-red pupils. Intense chakra erupted from his body, manifesting as a visible cloak. The materialized energy was infused with willpower, distorting the surrounding air. Fire. Gale force wind. Lightning. Spheres of water. Floating stones. All 5 nature transformations swirled around him simultaneously. Ha ha ha. Gojo Satoru's grin widened. Zenji, you bastard, just how many things did you cram into that body? Sky blue chakra exploded from Satoru. The two auras collided violently. An invisible barrier materialized instantly, encasing them both in a massive dome. The shield contained the shockwave formed by clashing materialized chakra. Tengen, appearing as a young girl, watched the two fighting within the barrier, her expression thoroughly exasperated. Two idiots who only know how to cause trouble. The sky darkened. The dense forest fell silent. Then dark figures flickered through the trees in rapid succession. Orochimaru, Minato Namikaze, and Fugaku Uchiha led an elite squad of over a dozen ninjas into the sensory barrier's range. Minato raised his hand. Everyone's pace immediately slowed. The enemy should have detected us by now. Be cautious of that ninja killer. His voice carried deadly seriousness. Ninja killer. Orochimaru chuckled coldly. I wonder if this person truly possesses such ability. Orochimaru-senpai, please maintain your vigilance. Minato's tone remained earnest. Seeing Minato's expression, Orochimaru's sneer faded. Snakes were cold-blooded creatures. They couldn't survive long under scorching sunlight. Humph. He turned his attention forward. The gloomy forest atmosphere pressed down in oppressive silence. Before long, movement appeared ahead. A giant boulder materialized before them. Set into the stone was a glowing cave entrance, like an enormous door. Heh! Opening the door to welcome us. Orochimaru halted. The moment Minato focused on the stone entrance, a thought struck him. He spun around. A figure had appeared more than 10 meters behind the group, when no one could say. Careful. Toji Fushiguro stood there silently, a pitch-black short blade in his grip. The Hyuga branch house Jonin's expression twisted with horror. His sightless pupils contracted to pinpoints. How is this possible? If he hadn't witnessed it directly, he never would have believed it. In the Byakugan's vision, this person simply did not exist. Unless observed with the naked eye, even the Byakugan's 360-degree field couldn't detect him. Toji cast a gloomy glance at Minato, the type he despised most. Then his gaze shifted to Orochimaru. This one he hated even more. The clan head wishes to see you. His attention returned to Minato, voice flat and emotionless. Orochimaru frowned, his gaze flicking toward one of the ANBU. No. What if you intend to harm Lord Minato? The root ninja, disguised as ANBU, spoke up immediately. Minato cast an expressionless glance at this supposed subordinate. He'd already guessed the man's true affiliation. Before he could respond, Toji's emotionless voice cut through. It doesn't matter. Bring as many people as you wish. The casual dismissal instantly heightened everyone's vigilance, the Ino Shikacho members, the Hyuga Jonin, all of them. Interesting. Orochimaru's cold voice rang out. Minato, I'll accompany you inside. Clan head Fugaku, remain here. If anything goes wrong, return immediately and request reinforcements from the village. Fugaku nodded. Seeing the Uchiha clan head accept without objection, the Hyuga members swallowed their protests. Orochimaru strode impatiently toward the cave. Minato followed close behind. Passing through the stone passage and emerging inside a valley, both men sensed something immediately. They looked around, shock flickering through their expressions. Read Advain chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. EV 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Ush the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 25, Probing. 1141 words. Mount Mayaboku. Ryuchi Cave. Both men felt a subtle shock. As they emerged from the passage, a familiar sensation washed over them, like entering a sacred land via reverse summoning. However, that rich natural energy was absent. This confirmed it wasn't some peculiar sage region. A highly specialized barrier. Orochimaru's snake-like pupils swept the surroundings before locking onto the two figures standing ahead. He glanced at the sour-faced young man, then fixed his attention on the girl. Are you the one maintaining this barrier? Tengen ignored the snake-faced stranger entirely. The clan head wishes to see you. Follow me. I advise against acting rashly. Choso's warning carried an edge of hostility. Don't worry. Minato's tone remained gentle, completely unruffled by the tension. We're also eager to speak with that gentleman. Orochimaru chuckled coldly but said nothing, his attention absorbed by their surroundings. He noted the marks on the ground. The layout of the buildings. The musty smell permeating the air. Signs of decay covered every structure. Scattered dust lay undisturbed. This place could house perhaps 500 people at capacity. Looking at it now, there are probably fewer than 50. Basic literacy for any ninja. Exactly as I expected, Minato thought. Aside from that old man, the rest are likely all young. Tengen and Choso led them to a large gate. Beyond it lay a spacious courtyard. In the reception room at the courtyard's rear, an old man sat cross-legged on the wooden floor. Cold, gloomy energy radiated from him in waves. If Orochimaru possessed the chill of a cold-blooded animal, this man was the source of fear itself, an aura saturated with death. Orochimaru's pupils contracted to slits. His cold blood seemed to quicken. It was the subconscious vigilance that arose when encountering a similar predator, one slightly stronger than oneself. His presence has grown more powerful, more extreme, Minato observed keenly. But the feeling of a living person has weakened considerably. Like a castle built on clouds. Senior. Minato stepped forward, genuine apology in his voice. I am Konoha Jonin Minato Namikaze. This is Orochimaru-senpai, one of the Sannin. I apologize for our earlier intrusion. He had the lowest seniority here. That made him the most appropriate person to humble himself. Zenshu regarded Minato without speaking. He simply extended his left hand, expression unchanging. Minato's gaze paused. Understanding dawned instantly. He withdrew an old book from his coat, and placed it in Zenshu's hands with both palms. At this distance, even with his reaction speed, the danger was immense. But trust required one party to lower their guard first. Otherwise, it could never be established. You are bold. Zenshu looked at the young jonin standing before him. Several hypotheses formed in his mind. He wants reconciliation. Why? This couldn't be Hiruzen Sarutobi's directive. Compared to the major ninja clans, the third Hokage trusted talents cultivated from civilian backgrounds far more. Could he be thinking along the same lines as me? Zenshu searched his gathered intelligence and arrived at a bold conjecture. He wanted to join Konoha to acquire research materials, and to claim the main storyline of this world, which centered on Konoha itself. For unknown reasons, Minato Namikaze seemed to want him to join as well. It was merely speculation without evidence. Yet Zenshu felt increasingly certain this was precisely what Minato was thinking. Didn't Senior already welcome us as guests? Minato smiled, stepping back several paces. I figured you wouldn't start a fight without at least having a conversation. May I ask how to address you, Senior? Zenshu. The name came flatly. Many people in this world lacked surnames. Nagato, for instance, despite various theories about Uzumaki heritage, he'd never claimed a family name. Orochimaru's eyes flickered. His eerie, hoarse voice cut through the tension. I didn't expect a powerhouse of your caliber to be a nameless nobody. A nameless nobody. Zenshu's gaze shifted to Orochimaru. A hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Active in the same era as Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, who isn't a nameless nobody. You, however. His attention sharpened. You actually possess a rather decent Inyang release technique. There are traces of modification on your body. A cold-blooded animal, a snake. The technique shows promise, but the execution remains mediocre. There are also traces upon your soul. It seems you have a plan but haven't implemented it yet. But looking at you now, you must have been drawn here by my jutsu. Orochimaru had maintained his cold, practiced smile throughout. When his plan was called mediocre, disdain flickered in his eyes. But upon hearing the word soul, his expression shifted. His heart sank. What did this old thing see? How did he see it? What exactly is his technique? He. Orochimaru's presence turned icy and piercing, a venomous snake locking onto prey. That cold sneer immediately put Minato on edge. Orochimaru-senpai, don't be impulsive. Minato, I'm here to assist you, not take your orders. Orochimaru didn't even glance at him. Your Excellency saw through my technique at a glance. That makes me very curious. His voice dropped dangerously. What exactly is your jutsu? The moment the atmosphere shifted, Choso turned toward Orochimaru. He clapped his hands together in a seal-like gesture. Blood-red chakra surged from the tenketsu in his arms, converting to crimson liquid in his palms. The death-painting blood technique's fundamental ability, converting chakra into blood. A variant of water release. I woke too late. Only had time to cultivate to the second stage. This level probably isn't enough to handle this guy. Choso's expression darkened with frustration. The death-painting blood technique was a secret art Zenji had localized, using the death-painting wombs as the core, blood manipulation as the method, and combining the Three Tails chakra characteristics with various water release nature transformations. In Choso's implanted memories, the technique's early and middle stages relied heavily on physical development. The late stages also required bodily participation. After changing bodies, he could only cultivate from scratch. But my technique is perfect. As long as I complete all the steps. Minato felt genuine anxiety stirring. If they provoked the enemy here, safety was the least of his concerns. With his abilities, he could always escape. But that wasn't necessarily true for Orochimaru-senpai. Just as he prepared to intervene, a gaze fell upon him. Tengen had formed a sword finger with her right hand, ready to activate a barrier technique at any moment. You want to see my jutsu? Zenshu tilted his head upward. Pale blue hair hung by his ears. His eyes resembled dim blue glass. In the faint light, his pupils were completely invisible. He raised one hand and gestured dismissively. Tengen and Choso both withdrew their aggressive stances. Seeing this, Minato could only retreat to the side. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. EV 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 26, the second technique. 1148 words. Retreating to the wall, Minato glanced at Tengen and Choso nearby. They're young, exactly as I guessed. But their strength is completely unexpected. Both have mastered highly distinctive techniques. Konoha had existed for 50 years. Under the third Hokage's administration, the civilian faction had reached its peak. This included the dividends of the Hidden Village system's new policies, as well as the fruits of victory from the Second Shinobi World War. But civilian ninjas weren't the only ones who'd grown stronger. Even though the Senju clan had fully integrated into the general population, and Hiruzen had strongly supported civilian ninja development, the major clans had also expanded their power. By now, the village's internal structure had solidified. Bringing about meaningful change and restoring Konoha to its former glory, the era of the first Hokage, when the other four great nations hadn't dared provoke conflict for 20 years, seemed nearly impossible. Unless another powerhouse like Hashirama emerged. Minato shook his head slightly. Since that path was closed, he could only focus on strengthening the entire village. If managed carefully, introducing external changes could stimulate the major clans. And I could accomplish certain goals in the process. But if they're too powerful, things might not proceed as I hope. His attention fixed on Zenshu. He needed to understand more about this old man and his clan's background before making any judgments. Orochimaru's thoughts ran in an entirely different direction. Compared to politics, he was far more interested in the strange traces covering Zenshu's body. Strange. Truly too strange. His snake pupils narrowed. His desire to explore had been thoroughly ignited. Movement rippled through his wide sleeves. A massive swarm of snakes surged directly toward Zenshu. A foul stench filled the air as venomous fangs gaped wide. Zenshu's fingers twitched slightly. The approaching snakes seemed to be struck by invisible sledgehammers, slamming into the ground one after another. Crack! 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 They lashed against the floor like whips, driving into the earth as blood flowed freely. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. No hand seals. Akekiai Genkai. Is that your technique? Wrong. Zenshu's voice remained unhurried. This is merely earth release. Earth release. Orochimaru's tongue flicked across his lips. Excitement glinted in his eyes. This doesn't resemble any ordinary earth release I've seen. A new technique. Something he'd never encountered. His body dropped low. His mouth opened impossibly wide. Myriad snake net formation. A massive sea of thick, writhing serpents erupted forth, flooding the entire room and courtyard. Crisp cracking sounds echoed continuously as snakes were crushed to pieces one by one. A circle formed around Zenshu, 6 meters in diameter. Any snake entering that range was instantly pulverized into bloody pulp. The effect resembles the added weight rock technique. Orochimaru produced the sword of Kusanagi, gripping it firmly. The corpses and shattered bones of countless snakes piled high. Under the crushing pressure, they slid inward, surging toward Zenshu at the center. Good observation. Zenshu raised his right hand, forming a sword finger pointed upward. Then what about this? The 6-meter circle underwent a subtle shift. A force resembling anti-gravity repulsion erupted. The bloody mud and bone fragments piled on the ground launched violently upward, flying into the sky before falling back down like crimson rain. Snakes were launched as well. One managed to struggle, opening its mouth toward Zenshu. The sword of Kusunagi's blade shot forth from within, extending rapidly like a missile. Lightweight rock technique. Genuine surprise colored Orochimaru's voice. The sword in his hand had vanished. Clang. The instant before the blade struck Zenshu, an invisible force deflected it entirely. Crash. The sword of Kusunagi embedded itself in the wall. The snake that had carried it burst into flesh and blood, painting the cracked surface red. Zenshu clapped his hands slowly. To recognize the lightweight rock technique at a glance, your research talent truly is outstanding. The lightweight rock technique alters an object's mass. It cannot deflect the sword of Kusunagi. Orochimaru's gaze sharpened. I'm very curious how you obtained such a technique. He glanced at the rain of bloody mud falling around them. The crushing and launching of the snakes still fit within the scope of lightweight and added weight rock techniques. But deflecting the Kusunagi? Those two jutsu couldn't possibly achieve that. The lightweight rock technique is merely B-rank earth release. Obtaining it isn't difficult. Zenshu snorted lightly. As for the added weight rock technique, they're two sides of the same coin. Surely you don't think this old man couldn't deduce one from the other. In truth, Zenshu had only acquired the lightweight rock technique. Deriving its counterpart had been trivially easy. Both techniques suited Star Rage perfectly. Star Rage granted virtual mass to oneself. This didn't truly alter body density, rather, it created a phantom weight that provided physical enhancement. Because the mass was virtual, it carried minimal burden or negative impact. The upper limit was extraordinarily high. Nearly infinite. Though the technique could only target oneself and Earth, combining it with the anti-gravity system created something miraculous. Zenshu extended his palm toward Orochimaru. Two words spoken softly. Black hole. Before Orochimaru could respond, force seized his entire body. He rocketed toward Zenshu like a cannonball. A ring of black wave light ignited around the extended palm. Slam. Orochimaru crashed into Zenshu's hand. Fingers closed around his throat. This old man dislikes probing bit by bit. Zenshu's gaze was profound, his tone sepulchral. You wanted to see my technique, didn't you? Orochimaru's skin tightened. His snake pupils contracted to golden slits. Every sense screamed frantic warnings. Then I'll show you. Before the words finished, Orochimaru's mouth wrenched open. A pair of hands thrust violently outward. The sound of tearing fabric, no flesh, filled the air. Ryup. The Orochimaru in Zenshu's grip deflated like an empty sack. A dark figure shot free and landed on the ground, Orochimaru covered in slime. He half-crouched there, gasping heavily, recalling the sensation from moments ago. Every cell in his body. Every fragment of his soul. All of them screaming in unified terror. What exactly was that? For the first time, Orochimaru's voice trembled. Minato stood against the wall, shock written across his face. He'd never seen the always composed Orochimaru-senpai in such a state. Yet the scene felt familiar. It reminded him of facing that domain expansion, metamorphosis of form and soul. That feeling, where every cell seemed to possess its own will, frantically sounding alarms, warning of danger. No matter how powerful someone was, the first time they experienced it, they'd be left utterly shaken. You want to know what this is? Zenshu held Orochimaru's shed skin in one hand. A smile spread across his aged features. On that weathered face, combined with his eerie presence, the expression appeared absolutely terrifying. Pale purple chakra ignited in his left hand. Blue-white chakra blazed in his right. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 27, Orochimaru. 1060 words. An aura of dark despair radiated from the left hand, while the right emitted a cleansing presence that purified everything, brimming with vibrant vitality. From the bloody ground and surroundings, wisps of black-purple chakra drifted upward. The energy was peculiar, gathering toward the dark chakra in Zenshu's left palm. Images of frantically writhing snake remnants coalesced within the purple-black light, gradually condensing into a serpent of pure shadow. Orochimaru's gaze fixed on the scene. Shock flickered across his features. He sensed something familiar in that black snake. A technique surfaced in his mind. Spirit transformation technique. The sensation did resemble a manifested soul, but this was absolutely not the spirit transformation technique. Using the chakra of dead snakes to fabricate a soul. Excitement crept into Orochimaru's deep voice. The possessiveness in his eyes was barely concealed. Is this your technique? Zenshu didn't answer. He simply activated the blue-white chakra in his right hand. The deflated shed skin instantly swelled. Another Orochimaru rapidly took form. In the blink of an eye, an identical body wearing familiar clothes stood on the ground. Since you want to see my technique so badly, experience it yourself. As his words fell, Zenshu threw the black snake into the reconstructed body. Its eyes snapped open, pitch black and soulless. Hiss. Bastard. I'll kill you. Ha ha ha, I am Orochimaru. You who only uses me as fodder, die. Overlapping, contradictory voices spilled from its mouth. The moment this black-souled Orochimaru was released, it attacked. Its jaw unhinged impossibly wide. A small snake covered in steel-like scales shot forth. Orochimaru dodged with a sidestep, shock rippling through him. A rumble sounded behind him as the wall collapsed, dust billowing outward. How did he do it? How could the soul adapt to the body so seamlessly? He licked his lips. His golden pupils shone with peculiar light. He was looking at a perfect experimental specimen, and the possessiveness was almost ecstatic. Chakra saturated with cold, gloomy intent erupted domineeringly. Without holding back, Orochimaru charged at his doppelganger. This time, his attacks were decisive. A massive white-scaled snake coiled instantly around the black-souled copy. Though the fabricated Orochimaru possessed muscle memory and serpentine combat instincts, making its close-quarters ability arguably superior, coordinated ninjutsu combinations quickly overwhelmed it. Seizing an opening, Orochimaru sealed its chakra with a single precise strike. Not a corpse. A living physical body. Exactly like mine. His eyes brightened sharply. He produced bandages in bulk, binding the black-souled body completely. A sealing jutsu rendered it immobile. Hand seals formed. Poof. Two snake clones appeared in the smoke, grabbed the excellent specimen, and executed reverse summoning. Orochimaru rose slowly, regarding Zenshu, whose face had grown noticeably pale. This was truly a grand gift. It seems Konoha also possesses experimental materials he wants. Orochimaru resumed his cold, practiced smile. To someone who dared modify their own body, both of them understood exactly how precious a vessel identical to one's own, one capable of housing a soul, truly was. The gift couldn't have been given without purpose. Considering the battlefield intelligence and Zenshu's current attitude, Orochimaru dispensed with pretense entirely. Senior, would you like to come to Konoha? Take a look at my research. Beside him, Minato's pupils contracted in shock. What's happening? Wasn't I the one here to recruit him? His thoughts raced through the battle just witnessed and that sealed, black-eyed Orochimaru. A judgment crystallized instantly. These two had very likely completed a secret negotiation right under his nose, and had perhaps already exchanged terms. What should I do? Continue trying to recruit him. Hesitation flickered through him. Though he deeply respected Orochimaru-senpai, the man remained a competitor. That couldn't change. His gaze shifted to Zenshu, settling on that deathly pale face. Blood trickled from Zenshu's nostrils, then transformed into faint blue chakra light and vanished. Using the shed skin's cellular tissue to reconstruct a complete physical body had consumed considerable chakra. Fabricating the soul had been equally draining. This had clearly exacerbated his physical pain and cellular deterioration. But if he'd wanted to hide it, Zenshu could have forced the blood to dissipate within his nasal cavity. He simply hadn't. Minato's instincts stirred. He stepped forward. Senior Zenshu, there has been some misunderstanding between us regarding the 7 ninja swords. But after learning about your clan, Konoha genuinely welcomes you. Moreover, I believe that after more than 30 years of research, you and your people cannot remain in obscurity forever. If 3 decades of sacrifice only results in anonymity, what meaning did that perseverance hold? You need a stage. You need prestige like the Byakugan and Sharingan command. Something to honor those 30 years of dedication. Zenshu regarded the eloquent young jonin. These 30 years indeed cannot be meaningless. But why must it be Konoha? A confident smile touched Minato's lips. His entire presence radiated like a small sun. Because Konoha is the victor of this war. In the coming years, there will be sufficient peace and resources for your younger generation to grow safely. After all, no matter how superb a technique may be, without successors who've matured to inherit it, its power cannot be unleashed. Your eloquence is impressive. Zenshu's expression remained cold. But empty words cannot sway this old man. Return and discuss a sincere proposal with your Hokage. Then it may not be impossible for me to agree. Only at the end did his gaze grow distant, deliberately lonely. After all, not many of the younger generation remain. Now, this old man must rest. I hope next time won't be more empty promises. Seeing himself dismissed, Minato could only bow respectfully and turn toward the exit. Orochimaru was already impatient to return and begin his research. At the main gate, he paused and glanced back at Zenshu. His lips moved slightly, forming silent words. Then he departed. Zenshu sat on the wooden floor. A sinister smile gradually spread across his features. Welcome me joining. Outside the stone cave, Fugaku Uchiha breathed a slight sigh of relief as Orochimaru and Minato emerged. The Hyuga ninjas beside him had already stepped forward impatiently, eager to learn whether Hyuga Saka had been abducted by these people. Quiet down. Minato shook his head. Return to camp. The next course of action must be reported to the village. Lord Hokage will decide. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 28, Debate and Retaliation. 1036 words. Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat at his desk, silently smoking his pipe. His gaze rested on a snake coiled on the table, and the intelligence scroll it had disgorged. Fabricating souls. Shaping bodies. His tone remained even. What a truly mad clan. I suspect Minato's assessment is correct, this clan has dwindled to almost nothing. Humph. Hamura Mitokado's expression turned cold. Even if such a mad clan genuinely joins Konoha, they'll only cause trouble. Moreover, we cannot determine whether their intentions are sincere. Koharu Yudatane's face scrunched as she studied the intelligence in her hands. Furthermore, quite a few of our people have gone missing on the land of Bear's Front. members of the Hyuga main house, and the Uchiha clan among them. If this matter isn't clarified, neither clan will let it rest. When that happens, not only will it fail to strengthen the village, it will aggravate internal conflicts. Absurd. Danzo Shimura's voice carried weight. He jabbed a finger at the nearby map. Look carefully. This is the land of bears, directly adjacent to the land of fire's heartland, surrounded by sea on 3 sides. If we don't deal with this mysterious clan, they could become a bridgehead for hostile nations at any moment, bringing war directly into fire country. Such a situation is absolutely unacceptable. This clan must be dealt with. Hamura and Koharu both stiffened. Danzo, the war is ending, they protested. We absolutely cannot provoke new incidents. Danzo didn't yield an inch. If military force won't work, then use other methods. Stop making excuses. Hiruzen couldn't help glancing at his old friend. Based on decades of understanding, Danzo had probably set his sights on something specific. Danzo makes a valid point. Hiruzen spoke up. To put Orochimaru at a disadvantage so quickly, this person's strength likely approaches my own. The other 3 reacted with visible shock, especially Hamura and Koharu. They simply couldn't believe anyone possessed such power. Hiruzen, you're not joking. Danzo's gaze sharpened. After a slow draw from his pipe, Hiruzen nodded. However, his condition appears poor. According to Minato's report, during their encounter, Zenshu gave the impression of being severely constrained. What if he was faking it? Danzo frowned deeply. Then have Tsunade make a trip. Hiruzen's voice carried decisive finality. With both Tsunade and Orochimaru present, we can properly assess the situation. The other 3 raised no objections. Everyone understood exactly how formidable Tsunade's medical expertise was, not to mention Orochimaru's presence as backup. Now we must discuss this matter of sincerity. Hiruzen's frown deepened slightly. Without any contribution, what more does he want? Koharu spoke dismissively. A jonin position should be more than sufficient. Don't forget the 7 ninja swords. Danzo's frown matched his displeasure. Based on that alone, a single jonin position is insulting. This old woman is so stingy, how does she expect to recruit anyone? Even when luring a dog, you had to offer a bone. Let alone a clan possessing multiple secret techniques. A single jonin position is indeed insufficient. Hiruzen nodded slowly. We can add 2 special jonin positions. Appoint him as deputy director of the Technical Research Institute, with authority to independently propose research projects without reporting to Orochimaru. Additionally, their barrier techniques appear quite distinctive. We could also have him join the barrier team, and lead a squad. As Hiruzen finished, both Hamura and Koharu frowned. Before either could voice objections, they met the Hokage's gaze. It's decided. I'll have Anbu deliver the orders and locate Tsunade. Hamura and Koharu could only remain silent. Danzo cared nothing for these positions, none held real importance. On the contrary, the relatively minor role of barrier team squad leader made him slightly attentive. Land of Bears. Frontline camp. Tsunade arrived at the command post and immediately located Minato and Orochimaru. Where is he? Her brows were knitted, eyes showing obvious reluctance. She produced a scroll and tossed it to Minato. He unrolled it, scanned the contents quickly, and breathed a slight sigh of relief. Commotion erupted outside the tent. Fugaku Uchiha and a Hyuga Jonin entered. Fugaku frowned slightly, shooting the Hyuga an annoyed glance. Lord Minato. The Hyuga's voice rose sharply the moment he entered. Lord Hyuga Saka's whereabouts remain unknown. Suspicion points directly at that mysterious clan. When exactly will we infiltrate and rescue him? The outburst made Tsunade, Orochimaru, and the others frown. Minato's expression tightened. There's currently no evidence proving Hyuga Saka was captured by Zenshu. Don't jump to conclusions. The Hyuga Jonin knew this perfectly well, but he had no choice. Ever since the clan learned of this news, the fourth elder, who'd lost his heir, had nursed a grudge against this mysterious clan, convinced they were responsible. He'd issued multiple orders for covert investigation. This time, he'd gone further, a private directive to sabotage any alliance, or even conduct a secret assassination. But the only parties with capability and motive are Hidden Mist and this mysterious clan. The Hyuga pressed forward. Yet throughout this war, Hidden Mist hasn't produced a single ninja with a transplanted Byakugan. Obviously, it wasn't them. That leaves only this mysterious clan. They conduct research. A wave of cold chakra cut him off mid-sentence. Orochimaru wore his expressionless smile. His deep, eerie voice emerged slowly. Research. You believe research constitutes motive? The Hyuga Jonin's mouth snapped shut. A thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The gap between Jonin and Kage level was stark. Reaching that tier required meeting two conditions. First, the ability to defeat, or instantly kill, a Jonin in short order. Second, the ability to handle, defeat, or kill multiple Jonin simultaneously. Though the current Orochimaru hadn't reached his peak, he already qualified as Kage level. A mere Jonin didn't dare retort under that pressure. While Hidden Mist hasn't produced a Byakugan wielder, that doesn't prove innocence. Minato stepped forward smoothly. As for Zenshu's clan, we need further investigation before drawing conclusions. Then for the next contact, can you bring us along? The Hyuga breathed a sigh of relief and spoke quickly. This had been his goal all along. Whatever he intended to do, he could only act after making contact. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 29, Bargaining. 1129 words. In the middle of a forest clearing, a table and 2 rows of benches sat incongruously on the grass. More than 20 elite ninjas were distributed around the perimeter. Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Fugaku Uchiha occupied one side of the table. They're approaching. The other party has 5 people. A Byakugan ninja nearby hesitated slightly as he spoke. He hadn't spotted the ninja killer, couldn't spot him, which made him uncertain. Orochimaru and the others looked toward the tree line. 5 figures emerged. The aged Zenshu walked with steady steps. Flanking him were 2 boys of 6 or 7 years. Behind them followed Tengen and Choso. What is that? An astonished voice broke the silence. The Hyuga ninjas all stared at the white-haired child in shock. Short pale hair fluttered in the breeze. His blue-white eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to the Byakugan. After all, the 6 eyes had been shaped using this world's Byakugan as foundation material. The resulting blue, crystal-like pupils appeared even more transparent and pale than the original. No, that's not a Byakugan, but how is this possible? What exactly is it? The Hyuga Jonin's words tumbled over themselves. At first glance, it evoked the Byakugan. But upon closer inspection, those crystal-clear blue-white pupils were clearly something else entirely. Not a Byakugan, yet so similar. Before Zenshu could even sit down, the agitated Hyuga Jonin rushed forward. Did you abduct Lord Hyuga-saka? What's the story behind this child's eyes? Minato frowned at the outburst but found intervention difficult. Hyuga Kazumasa. Watch your tone. Only then did Kazumasa realize this meeting was being led by Orochimaru and the other senior figures. Feeling the weight of their gazes, he could only grit his teeth and retreat. Zenshu seated himself expressionlessly on the opposite side. Zenji and Gojo Satoru took positions on either side of him. Tengen and Choso stood calmly behind the 3. Observing this arrangement, Orochimaru and the others instantly formed their assessments. Mr. Zenshu, my subordinate was presumptuous just now. However, we are genuinely curious about this young one. Minato's tone carried a hint of apology. Curious? Gojo Satoru lounged lazily in his chair, chin tilted upward. An utterly indifferent smile traced his lips. Curious about what? Do you want to know my name? Or do you have designs on these eyes of mine? Silence fell. The atmosphere turned distinctly awkward. No one had expected such directness from a child. Zenji couldn't help but pat the boy's head, leaning back casually. Gojo Satoru, saying that basically puts both dojutsu clans on the spot. Satoru's expression shifted to displeasure. Hey! Zenji, they might not know, but you should. These are my unparalleled 6 eyes. How could any other eyes possibly compare? The words landed like stones in still water. Expressions shifted across the table. Fugaku Uchiha and Hyuga Kazumasa's faces changed most dramatically. Minato couldn't help but glance at Zenshu, who had produced a cup of hot tea from somewhere, and was sipping it with apparent serenity. His gaze remained fixed on the cup, as if contemplating the entire universe within its depths. Gojo Satoru, clan head of the Gojo lineage. Zenshu spoke only after feeling Minato's attention. Zenji, my younger brother, the next main clan head. I wonder what exactly these 6 eyes are. Fugaku spoke up. He had no choice. The chakra of multiple clansmen behind him was fluctuating. Their gazes had converged. If he didn't seek clarification, they would never let this rest. If you want to know, why not try them yourself? Gojo Satoru leaped up, hovering over the table. Surging blue chakra bloomed around him, radiating unbridled will. It formed a powerful aura that spread in all directions. This alone was beyond what ordinary ninjas could achieve. Orochimaru's narrow golden pupils contracted sharply. His snake-like vertical irises trembled slightly. The corners of his mouth curled into a cold, eager smile. His tongue flicked across his lips. As the ninja world's resident eccentric, and something of a professional when it came to collecting talented children, the more gifted a child appeared, the more his interest was piqued. Gojo Satoru shuddered slightly and followed that unsettling gaze. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, an aged hand grabbed him and pulled him down. Stay quiet. If you want to fight someone, there will be plenty of opportunities later. Zenshu's voice was flat. To expand the Book of Ages story and scope, only soul books possessing pure self-will could become story branches, opening up the narratives of supporting characters. Therefore, Zenji could control these people's lives and deaths, even manipulate their bodies to perform actions. But he couldn't control their thoughts or change their hearts. And that was precisely the core of any story, the fundamental reason for creating story branches. Gojo Satoru slumped back in his chair, clearly bored. He didn't spare the Hyuga or Uchiha ninjas even a glance. Complete dismissal. Ahem. Minato cleared his throat, produced a scroll, and extended it across the table. Mr. Zenshu, this outlines the village's proposed arrangements. If anything is unsatisfactory, we can discuss further. Zenshu accepted the scroll, unrolled it, scanned the contents, and placed it expressionlessly on the table. 1 jonin position. 2 special jonin positions. Honestly. Mediocre. Even adding the deputy director position at the Forbidden Jutsu Research Institute was insufficient. What the other party truly wanted were the 7 ninja swords. Moreover, the deputy director role was clearly aimed at extracting the secret techniques he'd revealed. It seems Konoha's sincerity is rather underwhelming. Or perhaps you simply look down on these old bones. Zenshu's tone remained indifferent. Mr. Zenshu, these matters are negotiable. Minato breathed a slight sigh of relief. Please state any requests you have. The ability to communicate meant opportunity remained. Though Zenshu wanted to join Konoha immediately, to collude with Danzo and Orochimaru for research materials, he couldn't appear overeager. That might arouse suspicion. Orochimaru, you wouldn't happen to be the director of this Forbidden Jutsu Research Institute, would you? Indeed. Orochimaru revealed his practiced smile. That is my village position. However, for someone of your caliber, senior, I would not interfere with your research. I'll help you apply for independent laboratories and projects. His voice dropped to something almost intimate. I only hope that when necessary, we might communicate together, reference different perspectives. Having just received a grand gift, Orochimaru seemed quite agreeable. With Orochimaru's attitude confirmed, which essentially confirmed Danzo Shimura's position as well, Zenshu's next words came far more directly. 3 Jonin positions. The deputy director role. An independent laboratory and research projects. The first project application must be approved within 3 months. A plot of clan land near Konoha's center must be allocated. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 30, concluding the negotiation. 1049 words. When the negotiated terms reached the village, they immediately drew the attention of the Hokage, the 2 advisors, and the Hokage assistant. They quickly reached consensus. Even if the conditions exceeded their established limits, agreement was necessary. Dojutsu was simply too tempting. After so many years with the Sharingan and Byakugan clans under their roof, Konoha understood better than anyone just how terrifying ocular powers could be. A brand new dojutsu. Hamura Mitokado couldn't contain his curiosity. I wonder what its specific effects are. Is it as powerful as the Byakugan or Sharingan? That child was extremely arrogant, it shouldn't be weak. Koharu Yutane frowned. But I worry it might become another Uchiha situation. He's only 7 years old. Still young. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled nonchalantly. Once he joins Konoha and enters the academy, he'll become a ninja who carries the will of fire. Though he'd been contemplating abdication, he had no plans to relinquish his role as academy principal. He intended to pour the remainder of his life into cultivating the next generation. Humph. Danzo Shimura's face twisted with displeasure. Hiruzen, your thinking is too naive. He's a 7-year-old child, he should be placed en route. Once he's en route, I guarantee it won't take long for him to become a true Konoha ninja. The other 3 frowned immediately. Sending a child into darkness the moment he joins Konoha. Are you trying to force Zenshu into rebellion? Rebellion? Once he joins, that won't be possible. Absolutely not. I refuse. Humph. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Danzo stood and strode toward the exit. I warn you, do not defy my orders on this matter. Hiruzen's gaze sharpened, fixed on Danzo's retreating back. I am the Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, strength still at its peak, remained that majestic leader. Under his unquestionable authority, Danzo didn't dare say another word. Soon, the revised proposal was delivered. Land of Bears. Zenshu examined the scroll in his hands. The other party had essentially agreed to his conditions. However, several new requirements had been added. Most notably, youths under 12 must attend the Ninja Academy for at least 3 years. Very sincere. I have no objections. His voice came slowly. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, but the next sentence made his heart skip. However, there's one matter I neglected to mention. It may prove somewhat troublesome. His eyelids twitching violently, Minato restrained his expression. What is it? 3 years ago, a member of the Uchiha clan trespassed here, and attacked my people. He was captured. But don't worry, he's still alive and well. He's simply been imprisoned for 3 years. Minato's initial tension eased slightly at the confirmation of survival. Uchiha Seisho. It's good that he lives. After all, we were the ones who trespassed into the land of bears. Let's see him first. As long as he's alive and unharmed, everything remains negotiable. Zenshu had no objections. After all, Uchiha Seisho was indeed alive and well. They quickly entered the valley barrier. Zenshu led Minato to a particular building. Pushing open the door revealed Uchiha Seisho bound to a pillar, looking haggard but intact. "I'll leave him to you. I'll prepare things on my end and await your people." Zenshu turned away. Seeing Seisho unharmed, Minato's expression relaxed. No death meant 3 years of imprisonment was a minor matter. Hearing voices, Seisho slowly raised his head. His gaze found the blonde-haired figure. "Minato. Namikaze." The words emerged with faint surprise. In Seisho's memories, Minato Namikaze was merely the disciple of Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. He hadn't yet earned the title of Yellow Flash, let alone knowing he was about to become 4th Hokage. Minato walked over and untied him, supporting the weakened man with one arm. He nodded at Zenshu. The next instant both vanished. Zenshu stood alone in the dim room. After a long moment, he murmured, "It's finally over." He would soon join Konoha, gaining a superior research environment and more materials. But there would also be complications. "My strength remains insufficient. And this body is a burden." He turned and walked out, heading toward another building. Entering this laboratory, a circular pattern surrounded a barrier-encased embryo at the center. The embryo's eyes opened at that precise moment. Its cold gaze met Zenshu's, pupils contracting slightly. The body expanded rapidly. Within moments, a 9-year-old child stood before him. 4 arms. 4 eyes. An exceptionally robust physique. Ryaman Sukuna picked up clothes and dressed himself. "Ninjas?" The corners of his mouth curled into a savage grin. "How truly interesting." He regarded Zenshu with frivolous contempt. "Old man, are you strong? Call me clan head." Zenshu's expression remained flat despite the provocation. "Hey, hey, hey." Sukuna flexed his 4 arms and cracked his neck, clearly eager for confrontation. "You don't think that just because you control my life, you can order me around? I control more than just your life." Zenshu's cold gaze locked onto Sukuna. His entire being radiated sepulchral menace. Sukuna's body went rigid. Unable to move, he was dragged forward by an invisible force. Though frozen before Zenshu, his eyes blazed with fierce defiance, fixed unwaveringly on his captor. Observing that maintained ferocity even while controlled, Zenshu understood clearly, hard tactics would only fuel this one's fighting spirit. "I can also make you eat filth." Sukuna's expression flickered. Right in front of Gojo Satoru. The defiance vanished instantly. A trace of genuine horror flashed through those 4 eyes. His gaze lowered. Gradually, the stiffness in his body dissipated. He regained movement, but the arrogance had evaporated. He turned his face aside, utterly silent. "In a few days, we join Konoha. You'll enter the academy to systematically learn chakra control. You are not permitted to injure people arbitrarily, nor attack others without justification." "Got it." Sukuna started walking toward the exit. He paused. Spoke again. "Yes, clan head." Zenshu watched the retreating figure. This final task was complete. Now he could begin his true research and plans. Souls. Chakra. Ninjutsu, these will have to wait. He raised his hands. Blue-white chakra enveloped them. The physical body. Cells. Yang release chakra. His eyes narrowed. Ideas for his upcoming research had already crystallized. These are the subjects I'll pursue next. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 31, Konoha. 1139 words. When Minato Namikaze announced at the Land of Bears frontline camp that Zenshu, Toji Fushiguro, and Tengen had been granted Konoha Jonin status, Zenshu and his people had essentially placed one foot inside the village already. Afterward, they followed Minato, Orochimaru, and the others on the journey to Konoha. As one of the 5 great ninja villages, Konoha was no small organization. Its appointments had to possess both fairness and sanctity. If such things could be arbitrarily rescinded or modified, it would trigger a cascading collapse of trust. And losing trust carried severe consequences for any hidden village. A major source of income came from missions, after all. If even the village's own appointments could be revoked at will, then the entire commission system would become worthless. Minato slowed to a halt and raised his hand. Everyone, take a break. We resume in half an hour. The surrounding elite ninjas dispersed immediately. Some leaped into the trees, resting while maintaining vigilant watch. Senior Zenshu, we've now entered the Land of Fire. Minato approached. Less than a third of the journey remains before we reach Konoha. Zenshu sat on a large boulder nearby, waving dismissively. Don't concern yourself with me. It's just travel, it won't kill me. Minato smiled at that, his gaze drifting toward the others. Zenji, Zenshu's younger brother and the next clan head. That had been genuinely unexpected. But most observers' attention had fixed on another figure entirely. A tall, robust youth standing 1.5 meters. Powerful physique. And most strikingly, 4 arms beneath a loose yukata, along with 2 pairs of eyes on his face. Orochimaru licked his lips, studying Ryaman Sukuna with obvious interest. 4 eyes and 4 arms. Acquired modification or congenital variation. Before his thoughts could progress, Tsunade suddenly rose nearby. She stared at Sukuna with an increasingly grim expression, then turned her glare toward Zenshu. Finally unable to contain herself, she strode over aggressively. Zenshu looked up as she approached, expression unchanging. Is this the secret technique your clan researched? Tsunade's voice carried sharp accusation. Not even sparing children. Just how deranged are you people? She finally couldn't hold back. Orochimaru observed the scene with detached interest. Ever since the village had begun would release experiments, resulting in numerous Senju clan deaths, Tsunade had been vehemently opposed to such human experimentation. Zenshu regarded her calmly before speaking. Sukuna, do you resent the experiments your mother performed on you? Ryaman Sukuna grinned, sizing up the Sannin with casual interest. His tone remained utterly flat. Couldn't be better. It would be even better if I were a bit stronger. Tsunade's expression froze. She clearly hadn't expected such a response. You don't care about your appearance. Don't care what others say. Humph. Sukuna sneered with contempt. The voices of the weak are inaudible, how could they reach the ears of the strong? As for the strong themselves. His gaze shifted to Orochimaru. What do you think? He he he. Orochimaru's laughter was as eerie and cold as ever. No one cares about the gossip of losers. I'm far more curious about what powers your body possesses. Their words made Tsunade's expression darken further. She walked away without another word, settling down to brood in silence. Through that exchange, Sukuna and Orochimaru found common ground. Sukuna wanted to understand more about chakra, specifically wind and fire release techniques. Orochimaru was curious about what secrets that unusual body contained. The two hit it off instantly, conversing with enthusiasm. Even when departure time arrived, they seemed reluctant to stop. By the time they approached Konoha, they'd become thoroughly familiar with one another, and had apparently made several private agreements. Konoha lies just ahead. Minato slowed his pace. At the road's end, a massive gate came into view. 2 great green doors bore the characters for A and N respectively. Above them hung the Hidden Leaf Village symbol. Earth-yellow walls extended on either side. The gates stood open. A welcoming party waited before them. At the center stood the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. His gaze fell on the returning Minato Namikaze with evident satisfaction. However, welcoming Zenshu's arrival alone wouldn't warrant the Hokage's personal presence. Sending the two advisors would already represent the highest courtesy. But Minato was different. He was Konoha's hero of this great war. Moreover, to ensure his smooth ascension to fourth Hokage, Hiruzen needed to build momentum for him publicly. His gaze flickered briefly to Orochimaru. Inwardly, he could only offer silent apology. Addicted to human experimentation. Possessed of that eerie aura. Orochimaru was truly unsuitable for the position. Furthermore, signs suggested he was descending into darkness. He was probably no longer that kind-hearted disciple from years past. Lord Hokage. Minato spoke respectfully. This subordinate has completed the mission. Hiruzen stepped forward, clapping Minato's shoulder with a broad smile. Well done. You've worked hard, Minato. The land of water has already surrendered. The Hidden Mist village has even dispatched envoys to negotiate war reparations and ransom the 7 ninja swords. This is all thanks to you and Jonin Zenshu. His attention shifted to the aged figure. Lord Hokage. Zenshu inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Hiruzen Sarutobi in his prime possessed strength that couldn't be underestimated. He might not reach Super Kage level combat power, but he ranked among the strongest at Kage level, and exceptionally well-rounded. Truly deserving of the title Professor. When a powerhouse achieved such versatility, the pressure they exerted on those beneath them was terrifying. Their capacity to withstand those above them was equally formidable. He'd knocked the Ninetales clear out of the village with a single staff strike. As anyone knew, forces were mutual. Maintaining steady footing while delivering such impact demonstrated just how formidable Hiruzen's physical strength and taijutsu truly were. Excluding the 8 inner gates formation, he was probably Konoha's premier taijutsu expert. Combined with mastery of all 5 basic nature transformations and a repertoire of ninjutsu worthy of the God of Shinobi title. He was even among the rare few ninjas capable of learning high-level sealing techniques, like the dead demon-consuming seal. Incredibly dense chakra. That was Zenshu's first impression. In this world, the chakra quality of powerhouses differed completely from ordinary ninjas. Sometimes, merely sensing their presence revealed whether someone was truly formidable. Of course, this applied to only a minority of exceptional individuals. But Zenshu, who had infused consciousness into his chakra and converted it to release cursed energy, possessed perception far exceeding ordinary shinobi. He could discern chakra quality and the will contained within it with extraordinary precision. Come. Hiruzen chuckled lightly. Let's enter the village first. There are still details to discuss regarding your positions. We'll finalize everything today. The academy term begins in a few days. They can enroll just in time. Read Advain chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 32, Reversal of 8 Directions. 1068 words. Mr. Zenshu. A voice rang out from nearby. Zenshu turned. An old man with glasses and a full head of white hair approached, accompanied by an elderly woman with narrowed eyes. He identified them instantly, Hamura Mitokado and Koharu Udatane. How may I address you? Zenshu spoke softly. Hamura Mitokado, Hokage advisor. The old man's tone was measured, gaze fixed straight ahead. This is Koharu Udatane, also a Hokage advisor. The 2 elders. What brings you here? I have no objections to you and your clan joining Konoha. However, Jonin are not ordinary ninjas, the missions they execute are often difficult or highly classified. I don't question the strength of your 3 Jonin candidates. but we know too little about any of you to determine what assignments would be appropriate. The reasoning was sound. Neither Hiruzen Sarutobi nor Minato Namikaze objected. And how do you intend to learn more? Zenshu's voice remained indifferent. By arranging a test. As Hamura finished speaking, the group arrived at an enclosed training ground. A tall, middle-aged ninja stood at the center. He wore a forehead protector marked with the character for oil. White hair hung to his waist. Red markings traced beneath his eyes. A red haori covered his brown ninja outfit. Geta on his feet, guards on both hands, and a large scroll strapped across his back. Unmistakably, Jiraiya. This is Jiraiya, one of the Sannin. He will serve as the examiner. Kohara's gaze shifted to Zenshu, discreetly assessing the three figures behind him. Toji Fushiguro, Tengen, and Choso all appeared to be in their teens or 20s. Two of them would surely be the other Jonin candidates. Then this old man shall go first. Zenshu walked toward the training ground. Seeing those eyes, like condensed blue light, Jiraiya spoke with unusual respect. Mr. Zenshu, please forgive my offense. Relax. This old man still has a few tricks. The moment battle commenced, Jiraiya activated the Wild Lion's main technique. Strands of white hair shot toward Zenshu with incredible speed. Yet Zenshu seemed unable to react, merely watching the attack approach. Crack! The airborne hair lashed downward like a whip, slamming into the ground and pressing firmly into the dirt. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. He felt tremendous force, as if a massive weight was crushing his hair. But nothing visible sat upon it. The space above remained empty. Fire release, flame bullet. Jiraiya formed seals, condensing chakra into oil and expelling it violently. The stream ignited into a large, adhesive fireball. This modification made the flames far more powerful than ordinary fire techniques. The instant the flames entered a 6-meter radius, they dropped suddenly, slamming to the ground and spreading into a suppressed sea of fire. The blaze burned weakly, as if crushed beneath invisible weight. A decent technique. Zenshu's slightly eerie voice echoed across the field. But too scattered. He raised his right hand. A black point condensed before his palm. The flames on the distant ground were instantly drawn toward it. Viscous lines of fire spiraled inward like water down a drain. In the blink of an eye, they compressed into a fireball the size of a fingertip. Jiraiya didn't hesitate. He formed a seal and stomped the ground. A thick stone wall erupted upward. The concentrated fireball launched forward. The instant it struck. Boom. A burst of flame spanning 10 meters exploded outward. Scorching heat warped the air. A searing shockwave spread in all directions. What technique was that? Hiruzen Sarutobi produced his pipe and took a slow draw. That ability barely resembled ninjutsu. Almost no hand seals had been formed. It looked more like a Kekkai Genkai. His gaze shifted to Zenji and the others. His attention lingered on the three adults momentarily before settling on Zenji. Young as he was, this one had been explicitly named the next clan head. Reversal of 8 directions. Zenji remained silent a moment before answering. A technique specializing primarily in earth release. He offered only a name and inconsequential details. Reversal of 8 directions. Not a bad name. Orochimaru murmured nearby. The method of returning enemy attacks replayed in his mind. Hiruzen fell silent. Though the boy was the designated heir, he was ultimately only 6 years old. One question was acceptable. Pressing further would be beneath his dignity. He could ask Zenshu later. After all, it was merely a secret technique. The fire and smoke dispersed. The half-meter-thick rock wall had been shattered to pieces. Somewhat scorched white hair formed armor-like protection before Jiraiya. Whoa! Almost didn't make it. He patted flames from his body, knocking away charcoal like strands of singed hair. Looking at Zenshu, who hadn't taken any offensive initiative, Jiraiya scratched his head. The opponent's ability to condense and rebound attacks essentially neutralized most long-range techniques. Chakra rapidly condensed in his palm, forming a Rasengan. The next instant, he charged. Zenshu frowned, his gaze drifting behind Jiraiya. Is he dissatisfied? Or? Shaking his head slightly, he watched Jiraiya enter the 6-meter radius. His focus sharpened. Gravity within that zone shifted instantly. Jiraiya's foot met empty air. His entire body flipped and floated upward. Hey! What's happening? He flailed like a swimmer, shouting loudly. Hiruzen's face darkened immediately. This fool was making a spectacle of himself again. Jonin Zenshu's test is sufficient. Let's proceed to the next candidate. Zenshu regarded Jiraiya, thrashing in midair like a beached octopus. He extended one hand and flicked his finger. Poof! The airborne Jiraiya dispersed into smoke. Not the real body at all, merely a shadow clone. Just as I suspected. Zenshu withdrew the gravity field, turned and walked back. At the spot where Jiraiya had initially stood, the ground rippled slightly. The real Jiraiya surfaced slowly. Who's next? His loud laugh rang out, completely ignoring the stares around him. Toji Fushiguro walked forward in silence. Even his footsteps made no sound. Without direct visual confirmation, almost no one present could detect him. Even sensory ninjas would fail, their abilities simply weren't strong enough. In the entire venue, only Minato Namikaze could sense Toji without using his eyes, relying on vague perception alone. I can barely tell something's wrong. Let alone his specific location, even his general direction is blurry. Minato's frown deepened. And from within a large tree at the training ground's edge, a pair of eyes fixed unblinkingly on Toji Fushiguro. Read Advain chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 33, Gojo Satoru picks a fight. 1133 words. I can't sense him at all. Black Zetsu, does your technique even work? Shut up. This guy has absolutely no chakra. How am I supposed to sense him? In a distant, hidden base, Black Zetsu frowned deeply. Though he was sensing through White Zetsu, even his abilities had failed to detect the target. How can anyone in this world possess absolutely no chakra? Even Black Zetsu found it difficult to believe. More importantly, this man was capable of killing Jonin, yet had no chakra whatsoever. What had begun as routine surveillance now held his full attention. He focused intently on the training ground. Barrier, canopy method formation. An invisible sensory barrier radiated outward from Jiraiya, spreading in all directions. Found you. He turned and looked behind him. Toji Fushiguro stood there gripping a short sword, his expression gloomy. Troublesome. The word had barely left his lips before his entire body blurred. The next instant, he appeared directly in front of Jiraiya. The blade danced, creating phantoms. White hair formed armor-like protection around Jiraiya's body. Clang. 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 Crisp metallic sounds rang continuously. Both moved so fast they left afterimages. After a bout of close combat, Jiraiya called a halt and announced that Toji Fushiguro had passed. Tengen stepped up last. After casting a barrier technique, she flew directly skyward. She then continuously deployed barriers to trap Jiraiya, ultimately completing her test as well. Hiruzen Sarutobi's gaze settled on the final youth who hadn't been tested. I wonder how to address this one. Though Jonin rank cannot be granted lightly, we could still evaluate him. If he performs well, Chunin is possible. His name is Choso. Death Painting Choso. Zenshu's voice remained indifferent. He serves as a clan guard. There's no need for him to become a registered ninja. Though becoming an official ninja granted corresponding rights, it also carried responsibilities. If the Hokage personally assigned missions, they had to be accepted. Therefore, one person needed to remain as a guard. Even if everyone else was deployed, someone would still protect Zenji and the other children. After all, they were still young, bodies not yet fully developed. Even possessing special techniques, their strength remained limited by their physical frames and chakra reserves. That's reasonable. A clan ultimately needs guards. Hiruzen nodded slightly. This held true for all major clans. Each maintained ninjas who weren't on the official roster. The Hyuga and Uchiha clans had the most. Hayashi Hyuga had been frowning from the start, his gaze occasionally drifting to the bored-looking Gojo Satoru. Behind him, a pale-faced, gloomy Hyuga elder stared fixedly at the white-haired child. Seeing the tests nearing completion, seeing Zenshu's group about to officially join Konoha, the elder grew anxious. He was the fourth elder of the Hyuga main house. The missing Hyuga Saka was his son. Lord Third, is the evaluation really going to end like this? He couldn't contain himself any longer. Hayashi's expression shifted, but the fourth elder had already stepped forward. There was no way to stop him now. Hiruzen's face remained unchanged. He merely lowered his eyelids and regarded the elder. Danzo Shimura snorted coldly beside him, voice merciless. Clan head Hayashi, does the Hyuga clan object to the village's decision? Or do you have opinions about the Hokage's judgment? The unreservedly menacing tone made the fourth elder's brow twitch. Danzo coveted the Hokage seat, but he absolutely refused to allow the Hokage's authority to be questioned, because that authority was precisely what he desired. This was also why he targeted the Uchiha clan. In his view, the Uchiha's very existence challenged the legitimacy of every Hokage except the first. The Hyuga clan's extreme insularity displeased him equally. Advisor Danzo, your words are too harsh. Hayashi stepped forward hastily. I believe everyone understands the Byakugan's importance to the village. It is an extremely precious Kekkai Genkai of Konoha. Now a member of the main house has disappeared, and this young Gojo Satoru's eyes bear such striking resemblance to the Byakugan. How could it not arouse suspicion? If we don't investigate thoroughly, it won't benefit the village either. Hayashi hurried to frame the matter as a village concern, using collective interests as his shield. The people have already come to Konoha, Danzo thought with cold disdain. Even if it was them, so what? As long as another village wasn't responsible, Konoha lost nothing. Still, he was curious about what exactly Gojo Satoru's eyes were. For that brat to be so arrogant, claiming his eyes were unparalleled, how could anyone not wonder? Suspicion. Gojo Satoru's light smile appeared. His indifferent voice cut through the tension. Every gaze turned toward him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, his entire body slowly levitated, rising until he floated a head taller than Hayashi Hyuga, looking down at the Hyuga contingent. No need to worry. No need to suspect. Because compared to my eyes, the Byakugan is simply too weak. Silence crashed over the training ground. Zenji couldn't help but smack his forehead. This bastard was as insufferable as ever. Knowing how many powerhouses existed in this world, Satoru had probably been itching to act for some time. But the young body he'd chosen for optimal growth severely limited his current strength. There was no telling how well he could actually perform. If he became a target, things could turn dangerous quickly. Then again, this works too. Let Gojo Satoru draw all the heat, while I develop in peace. Zenji stroked his small chin thoughtfully. After all, Satoru was just a soul book. If the body died, it died. He could always reincarnate again. Fierce chakra erupted from Hayashi Hyuga. Hideous veins bulged around his eyes as his Byakugan fixed on Gojo Satoru. As someone who believed the Byakugan was Konoha's supreme dojutsu, he absolutely could not tolerate such dismissal. What did you say? His voice turned dangerously cold. Ah, didn't you hear me? Gojo Satoru acted as if the killing intent didn't exist. He sat cross-legged in midair, hands spread, wearing an expression that practically begged to be punched. Then let me make it clearer. No matter what kind of eyes they are, beneath these eyes of mine, they are all too weak. He pointed at his own eyes, smiling, enunciating every syllable. What? Such arrogance. Insolent brat. Before the Hyuga could react, the nearby Uchiha members lost their composure entirely, voices rising in outrage. Cold chakra erupted. Sharingan manifested one after another. That distinctive, intense aura of ocular power mixed with chakra, forming a violent pressure. Insolence. Danzo snorted, glaring at the Uchiha Jonin. Fugaku Uchiha remained at the Land of Bears front, so the clan was represented by several elders. One elder, known for his moderate stance, hurriedly restrained the clansmen who were glaring murderously at Danzo. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo246. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 34, Flamboyance. 1082 words. Clan head Zenshu, is it acceptable to let this continue? Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned slightly. Zenshu glanced at Gojo Satoru with his dim blue eyes. That's simply his personality. Such a personality will cost him eventually. No matter how talented he is, he's too young. Hiruzen took a slow draw from his pipe. He is young. But the technique this child inherited gives him the capital to act this way. Hiruzen paused mid-motion. He had indeed witnessed various highly distinctive techniques today, each powerful in its own right. But as the disciple of Tobirama Senju, the second Hokage, he had watched his master develop those legendary jutsu firsthand. He knew exactly how formidable some of them were. Setting everything else aside, the Flying Thunder God technique alone surpassed all others. Except for that unknown technique capable of shaping souls and physical bodies, nothing compared to Flying Thunder God. And even that unknown jutsu, in Hiruzen's assessment, couldn't match the impure world reincarnation. Therefore, while others might be astonished by these peculiar secret techniques, Hiruzen Sarutobi remained perfectly calm. That actually makes me curious as well. He chuckled lightly. Why not give a demonstration? It could resolve the misunderstanding with the Hyuga clan. After all, we'll all be sharing the same village from now on. Hayashi Hyuga breathed an internal sigh of relief, but then the fourth elder spoke. Lord Hokage, how exactly should he demonstrate? The pressing tone made several onlookers frown with displeasure. Hiruzen paused his smoking, casting a glance at the fourth elder before shifting his gaze to Hayashi. He couldn't determine whether this represented the Hyuga clan's internal attitude, or merely this one elder's personal stance. Either way, it reflected poorly on Hayashi's leadership. That's simple. Gojo Satoru hovered in midair, beckoning mockingly toward the fourth elder. Exchange a few blows with me and you'll understand. Fine. The fourth elder agreed impatiently. He was now convinced that Gojo Satoru's eyes came from his son. No matter what, he had to find a way to kill this child. Or force out the stolen Byakugan. Without giving anyone a chance to interfere, veins bulged hideously around the fourth elder's eyes. He charged. Chakra surged from his palms, and he struck directly at Gojo Satoru's forehead. Clearly aiming for a killing blow. Such viciousness immediately made Hiruzen, Minato, and the others frown. Minato's hand moved, but he hesitated, turning to glance at Zenshu. The old man's expression remained utterly calm. No worry. No intention to intervene. In that moment of hesitation, the fourth elder's palm struck Gojo Satoru solidly. Succeeding with the first blow, he executed a rapid combination. Smack. 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 Palm phantoms surrounded Gojo Satoru. Multiple strikes seemed to land simultaneously, a full-body assault. How is this possible? Hayashi's astonished voice broke the silence. Hideous veins traced around his eyes. His Byakugan was clearly active. Why? A suppressed, furious voice emerged from the fourth elder. Why can't I seal your tenketsu? He retreated several steps, hands clenched into fists. Staring at the child floating motionlessly in midair, he couldn't contain his rage. What did you do? What ability do your eyes possess? Gojo Satoru's entire body emitted a faint glow. His delicate features and jewel-like transparent eyes radiated an almost sacred presence. He genuinely resembled a divine child. Chakra. A special kind of chakra is attached to that brat. A low voice emerged from the Uchiha contingent. Compared to the Byakugan, the Sharingan excelled at observing chakra flow rather than seeing through objects to detect internal energy. They could identify anomalies earlier. Gojo Satoru floated in midair, clapping his hands continuously. He bent slightly, tilting his head to regard the Uchiha members. Very sharp. Bastard. The fourth elder charged again like a desperate fool. His two fingers struck Gojo Satoru's body in a pinching motion, then continuously shifted techniques, landing consecutive blows. 8 trigrams 64 palms, every strike connected. The fourth elder's face twisted with shock and fury. His chakra was clearly being expelled, why was there no effect? What? Why haven't your meridians been sealed? He roared. Gojo Satoru looked down at him from above. Then he moved. His hand rose, palm extended toward the advancing elder. Powerful chakra force erupted. The fourth elder's white pupils contracted. Staring at the palm hovering before his eyes, fear flickered across his face. Boom. He launched backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. He rolled several times, kicking up a massive dust cloud before finally stopping. Slowly, he lowered the hands shielding his face. Fresh blood flowed continuously from his arms, dripping from his fingertips. Dead silence. The Hyuga contingent stood frozen. Hayashi's expression turned thunderous. The surrounding atmosphere pressed down like a physical weight. He'd expected this arrogant child to be strong, perhaps capable of fighting the elderly fourth elder to a draw. He'd never anticipated such an ugly defeat. More importantly, he still hadn't seen how the gentle fist had been negated. How exactly did you accomplish that? Hayashi's voice came out dangerously low. Why did the gentle fist fail? As someone who believed the Byakugan was Konoha's supreme Kekkei Genkai, he absolutely could not tolerate a fundamental flaw in his clan's signature technique. It's very simple. Gojo Satoru spread his hands, smiling faintly. Because he didn't hit me. Didn't hit you. Impossible, my Sharingan saw it clearly. Every single strike landed. I saw it too. Clearly. Is this brat playing us for fools? Several Uchiha ninjas who'd been watching with activated Sharingan began murmuring amongst themselves. Hiruzen took a draw from his pipe. Doubt flickered in his eyes. Didn't hit him. Genjutsu. No one had expected this answer. Most ninjas simply didn't believe it, they'd watched the attacks connect with their own eyes. Space-time ninjutsu. Thought flickered through Orochimaru's gaze before crystallizing into a guess. Ding-dong. Correct. Gojo Satoru snapped his fingers casually. Everyone froze. Hiruzen's eyes brightened, he knew all too well just how powerful space-time ninjutsu could be. After all, his chosen candidate for fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was living proof. 7 years old, slightly old to begin, but there's still time. Once I retire, I can teach him properly, one-on-one. Hot blood surged through Hiruzen's veins. To cultivate another Hokage who carried the will of fire, that would be an excellent goal for the remainder of his life. Read Advain chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. P.S. The old Patreon link was wrong, yeah, I somehow didn't notice it like an idiot. It's fixed now, so if you tried before, you can check it again. Chapter 35, Might Guy Comes Calling. 1075 words. Danzo Shimura's eyes also gleamed with interest, but after glancing at Hiruzen beside him, he instantly recognized what his old friend was thinking. Bastard. He'd missed his chance at the Hokage seat years ago. Now that succession was being smoothly handed to the next generation, the position had slipped even further from reach. If he allowed Hiruzen to install the fifth Hokage as well, then Danzo Shimura would never have a chance in his lifetime. Simple mathematics made it clear. Calculating based on Hiruzen's tenure, one person ruling for 30 years meant 60 years for two. Even at 20 years each, that was still 4 decades away. By then, forget becoming Hokage. Simply being alive would be an achievement. Orochimaru has no chance anymore. Danzo's eyes lit up as a new idea struck him. If Hiruzen Sarutobi could cultivate and support the next generation of Hokage, why couldn't he? For some reason, his attention drifted to the other youth. Ryaman Sukuna stood with 4 arms crossed, looking thoroughly impatient as he stared at Gojo Satoru with obvious displeasure. Elsewhere, another heart grew restless. Space-time ninjutsu. He was clearly hit, yet claims he wasn't. Obito Uchiha's remaining I manifested the Sharingan. Are you certain you didn't mishear? White Zetsu regarded the transformed Obito with unusual seriousness. I saw it myself. He wasn't hit. That so-called Gojo Satoru said it directly. Obito felt a surge of panic. He'd only recently awakened Kamui. How could such a similar technique suddenly appear? Aren't Gojo Satoru's eyes similar to the Byakugan? Could the Byakugan also undergo a transformation like the Mangekyo? He couldn't help glancing at the withered figure seated on the stone chair nearby. No need for panic. The calm voice immediately settled his nerves. The Byakugan possesses no transformation comparable to the Mangekyo. That is merely a space-time secret technique. Don't frighten yourself. Moreover, as an Uchiha, you should never doubt your own eyes. Madara Uchiha's entire body had shriveled. He looked as though death might claim him at any moment. He cast a measured glance at Obito, perceiving the panic within. Ultimately, this was just a 12-year-old who'd graduated from the academy only recently. His knowledge base and way of thinking remained neither mature nor stable. This was precisely why Madara had to force himself to hold on. Recalling White Zetsu's intelligence, he coughed lightly. The Sharingan differs from all others. This difference brings not only powerful strength, the techniques it awakens cannot be compared to mere secret arts. Though I remain unclear about the specific mysteries of that space-time technique, I can roughly analyze its principles. His voice turned thoughtful. It's nothing more than using the Byakugan to emit chakra from every tenketsu, forming a special protection with space-time attributes. But it differs from your Kamui. Yours is spatial displacement, capable of dodging attacks with absolute certainty. Regardless of an attack's strength, it cannot affect your ability to phase through. The other party's technique operates differently. His principle isn't evasion. He merely shapes a special shield, using it to block attacks. The shield's strength might be invincible. But the person sustaining it is another matter entirely. As long as one possesses sufficient power to destroy the person behind it, whether the shield is invincible becomes irrelevant. Furthermore, whether this shield truly is invincible remains unknown. Madara's gaze fixed on Obito. Therefore, this person's technique cannot compare to your Kamui. The turmoil in Obito's heart gradually settled. His hand, hidden beneath his clothes, slowly clenched into a fist. I understand. Just the useless efforts of people without the Sharingan. But their strength isn't negligible. Their addition will make Konoha even stronger. You intend to sabotage their joining? Madara frowned slightly. No. Obito shook his head, his gaze shifting to the nearby mirror. In its reflection, his single eye glowed red, Sharingan activated. To collect the Nine Tails, all 5 great nations will become our enemies. But besides Konoha, the others aren't worth mentioning. Only Konoha, the Konoha possessing the bulk of the Uchiha clan, is the enemy that must be weakened. What do you intend? Madara regarded him calmly. Facing the mirror, Obito's eyes hardened. His voice turned cold. The Nine Tails. I'll release it. Then use the Sharingan to control it, have it destroy Konoha village. Frame the Uchiha clan. The Nine Tails isn't easily sealed. Even if released, we have no means to collect it currently. Madara's tone remained neutral. No need. Let Konoha reseal it. Observing this cold-voiced Obito, Madara confirmed that hatred had completely consumed the boy's heart. The plan's execution should not be abandoned halfway. Then proceed according to your design. White Zetsu and Black Zetsu will assist you. After speaking, Madara slowly closed his eyes. Konoha. Forbidden Jutsu Research Institute. Lord Zenshu, this is your office. A ninja led Zenshu to a spacious room. Zenshu nodded slightly, entered and surveyed the space. Your laboratory is currently under expansion, approximately 10 to 15 days until completion. Lord Hokage hopes you can finalize your research project application during this period. He'll approve the subsequent funding as quickly as possible. Understood. Zenshu nodded, glanced around once more, and walked out. Clanking sounds echoed from nearby. Adjacent to the office was a construction site, where a laboratory framework was already taking shape. It appeared to be a research institute expanded from an originally modest facility. Though he held the deputy director title, Zenshu's initial conditions had included the requirement for an independent research space. Crossing a street, a courtyard came into view. A thick-browed youth stood there, blocked by Choso. Please, let me see Lord Zenshu. I want to know where my father's remains are. Did he leave any final words? The youth's voice carried clearly. Several passers-by glanced over with curiosity. Choso stood with arms crossed, expression flat. I already told you. The clan head isn't home. What's happening? Zenshu's cold voice cut through. Clan head. This person is asking for you. Might Guy, who had looked dejected moments ago, brightened immediately and turned toward the voice. Mr. Zenshu. My name is Might Guy. Do you know where my father's remains are? Did he leave any final words? Might Guy. Zenshu's eyes flickered with interest. He noted the numerous pedestrians nearby, then looked at the youth. This isn't the place. Come inside with me. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. P.S. The old Patreon link was wrong. Yeah, I somehow didn't notice it like an idiot. It's fixed now, so if you tried before, you can check it again. Chapter 36, Orochimaru's Proposal. 1062 words. Zenshu led Might Guy into the courtyard and seated himself at the stone table. Sit. He gestured to the opposite side. Might Guy lowered himself cautiously. Your father did leave remains. But by the time I found him, his body had already turned to charred carbon. Even with my abilities, there was nothing I could do. Zenshu's voice was soft. Where? Disappointment colored Might Guy's words. Where are my father's remains? I found a spot in that forest and buried him. If you need to visit, I can have someone take you there. Zenshu showed no intention of concealing anything. Might Guy looked up, staring at the old man. His emotions churned in turmoil. He understood that if Zenshu hadn't claimed his father's remains, they would have fallen into Hidden Mist's hands. 3 of the ninja swordsmen had survived, after all. But taking the corpse clearly meant research had been conducted. As a son, how could he not care? Your father's body had already turned to carbon by then. Zenshu read his thoughts effortlessly. After retrieval, I found meaningful research was impossible. Aside from some traces, I gained absolutely nothing. Nothing. Might Guy's expression froze. However, those traces did bring considerable insight. The 8 Inner Gates formation is formidable taijutsu, but the price is truly too great. Zenshu's gaze fixed on the youth before him. This one would play a significant role in the story's later stages. If you're interested, you can seek out Toji Fushiguro. He can provide guidance on taijutsu. Zenshu gestured to the side. Might Guy glanced over instinctively. A powerfully built man with a gloomy gaze stood beside him, having appeared at some unknown moment. When did you get there? Might Guy stumbled back 2 steps in shock. Not the slightest sound. He had absolutely no idea how the man had approached. If he hadn't seen it directly, he'd never have known someone was standing right there. A brat like this. Troublesome. Toji Fushiguro muttered indifferently. Take him to the burial site. Zenshu paused. Before you go, report to the Hokage first. If they want to send an escort, let them. Fine. Toji regarded Might Guy through half-lidded eyes. Brat. Come with me to the Hokage building. Okay. Senior. Zenshu watched them leave, then turned his attention to a large tree beyond the courtyard wall. An ANBU. Wasn't there before. Doesn't seem to be monitoring me. Sure enough, shortly after, the ANBU departed. The target appeared to be Might Guy himself. Or perhaps protection rather than surveillance. After all, the 8 Inner Gates wasn't a technique just anyone could cultivate. Reaching the level of opening the 8th gate required exceptional physical talent, immense endurance, and extraordinary tolerance. Only then could the 8 Inner Gates formation be fully activated. Since Might Guy's father could open the 8th gate, the Hokage, based on his understanding of bloodlines, surely believed the son also had potential. Mere contact only generates slight changes in ink. If I could recruit him, how many pages of the Book of Ages might spawn? Zenshu's perception sank inward. Being souls of one body, their inner worlds were naturally connected. He easily perceived the Book of Ages within Zenji's soul. The history book had directly spawned 8 pages. Worthy of Konoha. Just joining has already generated 8 pages. Many major events would unfold here. Even doing nothing, merely existing as a background figure, each incident would probably generate additional pages. And he had no intention of remaining in the background. Time flowed onward. Perhaps because they'd only recently joined, Danzo Shimura made no apparent move to contact them. Hiruzen Sarutobi officially confirmed his abdication, issuing a letter of apology that took full responsibility for Konoha's massive losses during the Third Shinobi World War. He then publicly endorsed Minato Namikaze, recommending him as 4th Hokage. Though Hiruzen accepted blame for the village's losses, this didn't mean he'd lost popular support, authority, or influence. He merely transferred the Hokage faction's political network and resources to Minato. Combined with Minato's own subordinates and prestige, the transition completely overshadowed Orochimaru's position. The transfer of power began in earnest. In the newly constructed laboratory, Zenshu observed cells in a petri dish, cells emitting a faint blue luminescence. Chakra had accumulated on the cell membranes, causing them to glow softly. Knock knock. Lord Zenshu, Lord Orochimaru is here to see you. He's waiting in your office. Zenshu frowned slightly at the voice. Understood. He sealed the laboratory surroundings with a barrier technique, then walked toward his office. Opening the door, he found Orochimaru seated against the wall, scroll in hand, wearing that practiced smile. What do you want? Zenshu sat nearby, voice blunt. He'd already guessed the purpose, but said nothing of it. I heard Senior submitted a research project on cellular structure and total chakra. Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a light chuckle. I expected some unique technique. I didn't anticipate such a basic project. Zenshu leaned back. His cloudy eyes regarded the eerily composed figure before him. My clan researched techniques for 30 years. Countless peculiar ideas emerged, but whether they can be realized is the key. What you consider basic is precisely the foundation determining whether certain techniques become possible. It seems Senior intends to research techniques that aren't limited to personal use. Orochimaru's interest sharpened visibly. Techniques others could also employ. Zenshu didn't answer. He rubbed his forehead wearily, then spoke with cutting directness. Don't waste my time. If you have something to say, say it. Orochimaru showed no offense. He simply placed the scroll on the table between them. Research data on a special type of cell. I believe it might prove quite useful to Senior. What do you want in trade? The incarnation ritual. And the technique for shaping souls. Orochimaru, what kind of fantasy are you living in? Zenshu's cloudy eyes flashed with sudden sharpness, piercing like a blade. A pile of data, and you want both my secret techniques. Did you wake up confused this morning? Forget idle transfiguration, even the incarnation ritual alone couldn't possibly be traded for mere materials. Orochimaru remained unruffled by the rebuke. Instead, he caught the crucial information within. Then what? Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. P.S. The old Patreon link was wrong. Yeah, I somehow didn't notice it like an idiot. It's fixed now, so if you tried before, you can check it again. Chapter 37, Trade and Suppression. 1,120 words. Senior should examine the material first before deciding. Zenshu reached out and picked up the scroll. Despite what countless fanfictions might suggest, Hashirama's cells were actually Konoha's most closely guarded secret. Very few people knew the truth. Even if Orochimaru directly stated these were Hashirama's cells, Zenshu's normal reaction should be ignorance of their peculiar properties. After all, even for the god of shinobi, cellular structure wasn't necessarily remarkable. His eyes widened slightly. Even with mental preparation, truly seeing the data on Hashirama's cells still shocked him. That near-infinite division characteristic was so formidable that despite Hashirama Senju being dead for over 30 years, the cellular vitality remained exuberant. More importantly, the self-healing ability and massive chakra reserves were a perfect match for his own cells. The enormous chakra ceiling combined with automatic healing, merged with his current body's cells, could shape reserves and regeneration comparable to a tailed beast. Over the past 3 years, the damage caused by infinitely extracting chakra had brought Zenshu to the brink of death. But with Hashirama's cells, he could potentially heal this microscopic damage at the cellular level. This judgment combined the research materials in his hand with knowledge from the original story. Hashirama's cells possessed not only limb-level healing, but could also cure the blindness of the Mangekyo Sharingan. And Mangekyo blindness wasn't permanent disappearance of visual prowess, nor was it chakra-related. It was simply wear and tear. For meticulous deterioration in a body part like the eye, this was likely irreversible, permanent damage at the cellular tissue level. Since these cells could repair that kind of permanent wear, they could definitely heal the deterioration throughout Zenshu's entire body. I can't be too optimistic. This is only my judgment, it might not repair internal cellular damage. Moreover, my issue affects every cell in my body, which differs from the localized eye region of the Mangekyo. What does Senior think? Orochimaru's eerie voice cut through his contemplation. Zenshu looked up, mentally cataloging the various techniques he'd mastered. What he wanted most wasn't the living corpse reincarnation, or the impure world reincarnation. Rather, it was the source of the cursed seal, the cells of that child naturally capable of sage transformation. However, that boy was only a year or two older than Naruto. He might have just been born. Even if Zenshu wanted to find him, he couldn't. You must provide at least 3 cell samples. I don't have time to cultivate them incrementally. Deal. Orochimaru's face broke into a smile. After discussing the exchange method and timing, Orochimaru stood to leave. But Zenshu stopped him. Orochimaru. The snake paused, turning his head slightly to regard Zenshu in the shadows. Your research somewhat exceeded my expectations. But there are aspects of my work you completely don't understand either. If you have time, we could exchange ideas. Orochimaru let out a cold, soft chuckle, then regarded Zenshu with renewed interest. Doesn't Senior support Minato? I thought you wouldn't want much contact with me. It's merely research exchange. Furthermore, even if I supported you, you can't win against Minato Namikaze. Zenshu's flat words instantly darkened Orochimaru's expression. With his personality, losing to Jiraiya already felt stifling. Losing to Jiraiya's disciple, a junior, was infinitely worse. What stung most was his sensei's choice. It made him feel completely denied. Abandoned. You think I'm inferior to that brat? Orochimaru's tone turned eerie. Hokage isn't a title for the strong, it's a position. From a political perspective, whether it's your image, your methods, or your presence, you cannot possibly defeat Minato Namikaze. Hokage. Only fools want that position. Leaving that single sentence behind, Orochimaru departed. Watching the retreating figure, Zenshu's cloudy gaze remained indifferent. He needed the other party's research materials and Hashirama's cells. Orochimaru needed the incarnation ritual. Those two sentences wouldn't change anything. Elsewhere, Ryaman Sukuna walked the streets with obvious displeasure as people around him pointed and whispered. Running children stumbled to a halt upon seeing his 4 arms and 4 eyes. Monster. Ah. Mommy. I want my mommy. Some collapsed to the ground crying. Others, clearly from ninja families, weren't completely frightened. They pointed at Sukuna, using loud voices to mask their fear. Ugly, ugly freak. 4-armed monster, get lost. 4-eyed monster, go away. Small pebbles flew toward him. Just as they approached, a sound like a plucked bowstring hummed through the air. The stones shattered into fragments that scattered across the ground. Sukuna's eerie eyes fixed on the group of children. Fierce light flashed in his gaze. This instantly terrified them into collapsing where they stood. Several adults nearby stepped forward on trembling legs, positioning themselves before the children and shouting, "What are you going to do? You're not allowed to hurt these children." Hypocritical as always. Disgusting scum. Sukuna's voice was ice. His past self would have killed these brats long ago for daring to attack him. Humph. He snorted coldly, flicked his hand dismissively, and continued walking. Good and evil. Good and evil. Good my ass. This world is just as terrible. His palms clenched slightly as he suppressed the urge to kill. When his self-awareness first emerged, the kind side separated by the tiger talisman hadn't completely disappeared. This formed one foundation for the birth of self-will, meaning even Ryaman Sukuna possessed inherent balance. But the experiences in his implanted memories had shaped him identically to the original Sukuna. The only difference was slight neutralization. A touch more kindness. Yet if he experienced things that pushed him toward evil, or felt similar experiences, that small kindness would quickly erode. It absolutely wasn't because his strength was too weak. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He arrived at a dango shop and, amidst the trembling resistance of the shop assistant, packed some dango to go, expression dark throughout. The killing intent in his eyes grew increasingly vigorous. But as he walked, his expression suddenly shifted. His pace didn't slow, but his path grew increasingly remote. Soon he arrived on a secluded side road. Woods climbed the mountain to his left. A grassy field stretched to his right. Hey! Don't stick your nose into other people's business. Sukuna's savage smile spread wide. 2 masked ninjas hidden in distant trees stiffened. They hadn't noticed the drops of blood that had already appeared above their heads. Buzz. An invisible wind release slash severed the tree's canopy instantly, cutting both masked ninjas in half at the waist. Poof. Poof. Their bodies dispersed into smoke. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Sukuna's savage smile transformed into a booming laugh. A wind release slash spread outward in a ring. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. P.S. The old Patreon link was wrong, yeah, I somehow didn't notice it like an idiot. It's fixed now, so if you tried before, you can check it again. Chapter 38, Different Wills and Research Directions. 1060 words. Boom. Several large trees nearby were severed at the trunk. Deep marks scored the ground. Horror flickered in the eyes of the two masked ninjas who'd been forced from cover. They'd nearly been cut in half. Sealless ninjutsu. Damn brat. The muscular masked ninja cursed under his breath. His mask wasn't an animal face, but rather sharp lines forming a somewhat ferocious pattern. This was characteristic of root ninjas. Most ANBU wore animal masks, while root operatives bore masks with only minimal animalistic features, the majority composed of angular lines. The other root ninja, wearing a wavy patterned mask, formed hand seals and expelled a stream of fire from his mouth. Ryaman Sukuna watched the incoming flames, cold sneer spreading across his lips. He flicked his finger forward. Buzz. 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 Wind blades formed instantly, slicing the flames into countless fragments and neutralizing their power. The strength is too weak. Sukuna frowned slightly. Operating his innate technique through wind release chakra felt more relaxed and free, but produced far less power. The root ninja with the ferocious mask had circled to his flank. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Sharp wind blades flew toward him. Sukuna's attention snapped to the attack. Buzz. He casually threw out several wind blades of his own. They collided in midair with the incoming assault. The competing forces churned the atmosphere together, forming distorted, transparent ripples. This sight made Sukuna narrow his eyes. He instantly noticed the difference. Both were chakra. Both were wind release. But the enemy's wind release possessed a fundamentally stronger foundation. So this is wind release nature transformation. Interesting. His smile widened. His implanted memories contained introductions to nature transformations, but no detailed practical knowledge. Personal comprehension would be more profound, and would allow Sukuna to grow more effectively. Two eyes monitored his surroundings while two hands launched continuous wind release slashes. His other two hands gathered chakra before his chest, gradually condensing a rotating mass between his palms. As expected. Though wind and slashing are similar, it's not merely about cutting. Fury surged in the ferocious masked ninja's eyes. No matter how they attacked, this brat blocked everything effortlessly. Ryaman Sukuna, halt immediately and come with us. The striped masked ninja's voice dropped low as he retreated several steps. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. Danzo. Never heard of him. Sukuna stopped his attacks, voice cold. Aren't you the Hokage's ANBU? That is not your concern. Come with us. This is Lord Danzo's will. You have no choice. Both spoke with frigid finality. But at that moment, an emotionless voice rang out behind them. So this is merely Lord Danzo's will, not the Hokage's order. Correct. The flat tone made both root ninjas' expressions twist with alarm. The next instant, their bodies locked rigid. Choso had placed his hands on their shoulders. A portion of their blood coagulated instantly, rendering them immobile. Didn't I say not to stick your nose into other people's business? Sukuna's voice carried genuine irritation. This great me hasn't finished playing yet. Choso frowned, completely ignoring the outburst. I only obey the clan head's orders. He turned his attention to the frozen root operatives. If you have business with us, Please go through official channels. The next time you track and coerce like this, I will treat you as foreign spies, capture you, and hand you over to the village's police force. Both men's pupils contracted. Being handed over elsewhere wouldn't concern them. But not this. Because that department was also known as the Uchiha Police Force. Choso gripped their arms. Red light flared. Then he flung them violently. Both shot away like cannonballs. Sukuna approached with a dark expression, regarding Choso coldly. You think I couldn't handle those two? The clan head said your body structure differs from the norm. You cannot fight at full strength in the short term. Sukuna stared at him for a long moment, then turned and walked away without expression. Choso dissolved into blood-red liquid, dropped to the ground, and followed in that specialized form. This wasn't Choso's true body, merely his blood clone. A technique developed by referencing the shadow clone, and his own characteristics. Its effects surpassed the shadow clone, but cultivation requirements and restrictions were correspondingly greater. The most notable advantage, it wouldn't disperse from ordinary levels of damage. After both departed, slight fluctuation disturbed a nearby linden tree. Within it, White Zetsu watched Sukuna's retreating figure. He swam silently through trees and earth, following at a distance. Inside the research room, Orochimaru placed the scroll containing the petri dishes on the table, his gaze fixed on the scroll in Zenshu's hand. Everything is here. The knowledge of the incarnation ritual is here. Zenshu extended his scroll in exchange. After obtaining what they wanted, both immediately began examining their acquisitions. Orochimaru's eyes gradually brightened. He hadn't expected such ingenious ideas regarding souls and release chakra. Zenshu skimmed the detailed research data, sensed the 3 samples of Hashirama's cells, and allowed the corners of his mouth to curl slightly. He quickly stored the items, then looked up, meeting Orochimaru's gaze directly. This trade was very pleasant. I hope the next will be equally so. Orochimaru revealed a somewhat eerie smile, voice dropping low. Then let's look forward to it. A hint of a smile appeared on Zenshu's aged features as well. Both parties had obtained what they wanted. No further conversation was necessary. Orochimaru departed swiftly. Zenshu proceeded to the laboratory. The blue cells still glowed faintly on the experimental table. Compared to them, Hashirama's cells appeared less conspicuous, but those white cells were remarkable enough. He stored 2 samples separately using barriers to continue cultivating additional cells. The final sample was placed on the experimental table. Looking at Hashirama's cells brimming with vitality, too many ideas crowded Zenshu's mind. For a moment, he genuinely didn't know which experiment to conduct first. Use these cells to neutralize my own cellular defects. Extend my body's lifespan. The idea was rejected the moment it formed. This body was already on death's threshold. No matter how much he struggled, he'd only live marginally longer. Better to develop a brand new body. A perfect body. Or rather, a body that perfectly fuses the sage body and the sage eyes. Zenshu's eyes slowly narrowed. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 39, Hirako. 1149 words. Zenji's body brimmed with growth potential but remained limited by available materials. Though he possessed the Senju bloodline, his exploration focused primarily on the Sharingan. Furthermore, he'd integrated traits from both the Byakugan and Six Eyes as the foundation. Most importantly, at that time, his Yin release research had outpaced his Yang release work. If nothing unexpected happens, Zenji will focus on those Sharingan. Then I'll focus on the sage body. A faint glow kindled in Zenshu's eyes. A phantom cell resembling a planet appeared within the blue light. Reversal of 8 directions, this ability wasn't merely a simple biological field involving gravity and attraction. More importantly, its virtual mass. Virtual mass shaped like a planetary core. He extended his palm. Hazy blue light ignited at its center. A minuscule planetary core phantom surfaced within, looking very much like a miniature planet. And also like a cell. Konoha. The nearly predetermined election had concluded. Minato Namikaze began preparations for his New Year inauguration. The entire village buzzed with celebration. Zenji paused his studies and took Gojo Satoru out into the streets. As for Ryam and Sukuna, that one refused to play with them. Unable to go on killing sprees, he also refused to venture outside. Gojo Satoru's eyes lit up at the sight of a dango shop ahead. He quickened his pace. Let's get some three-color dango. You eat sweets for 3 meals a day. Don't you ever get sick of it? Zenji followed, somewhat exasperated. Aren't you the same? Barbecue every day, and you never tire of it either. Gojo Satoru ducked into the shop. Shortly after, he emerged with a massive stack of 3-color dango, eating as he walked. Zenji said nothing. He proceeded to a barbecue shop and ordered an equally impressive pile of meat. The two found a spot to sit, eating and chatting. By the way, what are you researching? Doesn't look like any particularly special technique. Gojo Satoru spoke indifferently while eating, gaze drifting toward the window. Some basic things. I discovered a fascinating direction within them. Zenji replied between bites of barbecue. What is it? Nature transformation and shape transformation. Just a bit deeper and more specialized. Then what about your technique? When will the research be complete? I really want to fight you. Zenji regarded Gojo Satoru with mild exasperation. His new body hadn't been prepared with any systematic techniques at all. It had been given hardware and a general framework, the specifics required personal completion. This was because body and soul differed fundamentally. Only techniques he'd developed himself would achieve proper compatibility. So Zenji had to do it alone. I've actually completed a half-finished product. If you're bored, I can let you test it. All right then. Gojo Satoru's words cut off mid-sentence. His gaze swept over a passing figure. His eyes lit up instantly. Zenji noticed and glanced over. Kakashi. The young ninja's condition seemed strange, somewhat dazed, walking on instinct. Follow him. Though phrased as a question, Gojo Satoru was already moving, packed dango in hand, eating as he trailed behind. Zenji frowned slightly, finished his meat in a few quick bites, and rose to follow. Don't cause trouble. We've only just joined, after all. Don't worry. I just want a simple spar with him. Gojo Satoru waved dismissively, face full of unconcern. But catching Zenji's serious expression from the corner of his eye, he sighed with theatrical boredom. Fine. I'll ask permission first. Having secured that promise, Zenji didn't stop him, because something tugged at the edge of his memory. The end of the Third War. Minato just took office. Kakashi. What am I forgetting? He thought for a long moment but couldn't recall. Yet he had a distinct feeling this wasn't an insignificant day. The two followed Kakashi at a distance, suppressing every trace of their presence. As they walked, the surroundings grew increasingly remote, farther from the village center. Though called a village, Konoha was actually more like a city. The center consisted of densely clustered buildings near Hokage Rock. The outskirts held fewer structures but contained various resource-producing areas, farms, manors, forests. Training grounds of various sizes dotted the landscape, the largest being the Forest of Death, along with forested buffer zones. The true scale of Konoha's territory was best illustrated by Sasuke's defection. At ninja speed, Sasuke had departed late at night, and only reached the Valley of the End the following day during daylight. The battle lasted until dusk. At minimum, that was 11 or 12 hours of travel. From this alone, one could see how vast Konoha's territory truly was. A state within a state. The spring wind howled. Soft banging sounds filled the air. Countless bamboo stalks swayed and collided gently around them. Gojo Satoru suddenly frowned, his gaze shooting toward the sky above the distant bamboo forest. Enemy. I see him. Zenji's eyes shifted, single Tomo Sharingan manifesting. He finally remembered what he'd overlooked. Hirako. The Hirako who researched the Chimera technique. The man had set his sights on Kakashi's Sharingan during Kakashi's youth. If nothing had changed, this point in time should be exactly when the Third War was won. Before the war, Kakashi hadn't possessed the Sharingan yet. A couple years later, when Kakashi was tracking Orochimaru, he'd already grown taller, approaching young adulthood rather than still having a youth's frame. As for when he'd first obtained the Sharingan, Madara Uchiha had been monitoring Kakashi closely. If Hirako had appeared then, he would have been eliminated to prevent interference with Madara's plans. How truly wonderful! Zenji's eyes gleamed as he watched Hirako descend from the sky. He immediately notified Zenshu. Hirako's Chimera technique held immense research value. Protect Kakashi. Don't let this guy escape. Zenji dashed forward. Hirako had just landed. He regarded Kakashi with cold indifference. Long time no see, Kakashi Hatake. You are... Hirako. Kakashi stared blankly at the deathly pale middle-aged man before him. Hirako reached toward Kakashi's forehead, but a figure suddenly materialized between them. Kidnapping children is illegal, pale old man. Gojo Satoru appeared with casual arrogance. Invisible chakra erupted violently, deflecting Hirako's hand. Who are you? Hirako's expression turned cold. A burst of intense firelight surged from the side. A massive fireball streaked toward him. Hirako extended his hand toward the flames. A mark pulsed on his palm. Dark release, inhaling Ma. The giant fireball was rapidly absorbed, vanishing completely within moments. Hirako's gaze shifted. His pupils contracted, then his face lit with pleasant surprise. I didn't expect a lone Uchiha. His fiery attention fixed on Zenji's red eye with its single tomo. Watching the fireball being absorbed, Zenji frowned slightly. Has this guy already completed fusion and absorption of his first Kekkei Genkai? Seems I'll have to show some real skill. A cold smile touched his lips. Perfect opportunity to test that research. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Chapter 40, Chimera Technique and a Special Harvest. 1102 words. Zenji's hand seals shifted instantly. His expression turned serious. Fire release, will-o'-the-wisp flame bullet. He exhaled. Yellow-white flames roared forth. Hirako spun around, facing the fireball that towered above his head with both palms extended. A futile attack. But the moment he made contact with those yellow-white flames, his expression twisted. The chakra was absorbed, but thick white smoke rushed at his face, carrying a pungent odor and obvious toxicity. Hirako retreated hastily, distancing himself from the cloud. But the palm he pulled back trailed a cluster of yellow-white fire. Ninjutsu whose chakra was absorbed by dark release would be greatly weakened. A simple layer of chakra should have blocked it entirely. Yet these flames merely touched his palm and stuck directly to the skin. The burning yellow-white fire was finally extinguished with tremendous difficulty. Bone-deep pain radiated from his hand. Sweat rolled down Hirako's forehead. His face turned deathly pale. His other hand gripped his trembling palm. Disbelief filled his voice as he stared at the Sharingan child opposite him. What kind of fire release is this? How could even dark release fail to completely absorb it? Zenji ignored him entirely. He formed seals and expelled another cluster of white-yellow flames. After launching, they exploded immediately, transforming into patches of fire that flew toward Hirako from all directions like burning butterflies. Hirako raised his injured hand. The flames on it had finally dissipated. The mark on his palm glowed. A large burst of flames erupted in response. Also yellow-white, but the color was slightly paler, lacking that thick smoke. Truly unexpected. A fire release developed by referencing white phosphorus could actually be extinguished. Zenji stepped back, glancing at Hirako's charred palm. He hadn't anticipated that white phosphorus refined and condensed from chakra would be absorbed by dark release itself. Though the process was slower, allowing the will-o'-the-wisp to cause some damage, it fell far short of his theoretical projections. The two flames collided, emitting a burst of thick white-yellow smoke. Hirako charged up from the side, rapidly closing the distance. His eyes fixed on Zenji. Unconcealed joy made him almost giddy. Zenji had already completed his seals. His gaze shifted slightly, and he stopped his attack. This didn't escape Hirako's notice. His pupils contracted. Before he could react, an irresistible force struck him. Smack! Zenshi's large hand closed around Hirako's throat, lifting him from behind. The power of idol transfiguration made his body stiffen. His soul fainted instantly. Hirako. Chimera technique. Pleasant surprise flickered in Zenshi's cloudy eyes. A pillow arriving just when you're feeling sleepy. Polymorphic soul isomer. Chimera technique. Star core virtual mass. Unfortunately, he's only researched to the single fusion state. Not yet approaching the quintuple fusion limit from the original plot. Slight regret colored the thought. Within moments, every secret in Hirako's soul was swept clean. Not only his self-created technique, but also the dark release he'd obtained. Even the location of his research base and all acquired materials lay completely exposed. One particular memory caught Zenshi's attention, a special branch Hirako had harvested. That branch could absorb chakra and vitality while possessing dangerous polluting and distorting properties. He'd obtained it recently. Finding it too dangerous, he'd considered destroying it, but remained reluctant and was still deliberating. A remnant branch of the god tree. Zenshi's eyes lit up. This was a valuable find. When the Sage of Six Paths sealed the Ten Tails, he'd left quite a few fragments behind. A portion became material for certain Six Paths sacred treasures. The remainder was destroyed by Azura and Indra. Those surviving to the present day were extraordinarily rare. For Hirako to obtain a forearm-length piece could be considered extremely fortunate. Unfortunately, he hadn't recognized its value. His abilities were insufficient to harness the branch, so destruction had crossed his mind. With a thought, Zenshu erased that specific memory. Only then did he turn his gaze to Zenji. His attention lingered on those eyes for a moment before shifting aside. Gojo Satoru stood in the distance, holding the unconscious Kakashi while hovering slightly off the ground. Do you want me to modify things? Hide the Sharingan. No need. Zenji shook his head slightly. Since you're still alive, no one threatens me. He'd never planned to hide the Sharingan to begin with. Then grow up quickly. I won't live many more years. Zenshu's voice sounded even more aged than before. Bring Kakashi. Come with me to the Hokage building. He turned and walked toward the urban center. Gojo Satoru floated after him, Kakashi dangling from his right hand. Zenji followed at the rear, his Sharingan gradually fading to normal. A remnant limb of the god tree. I wonder if it's a real object shaped purely from yin-yang chakra. The group moved swiftly, soon entering the populated district. Kakashi was the fourth Hokage's disciple, and the son of Konoha's White Fang. Many villagers recognized him. Isn't that Kakashi? Why has he fainted? Who are these people? Why did they capture Kakashi? They look like those people from the land of bears who just joined. Look at the one in front. Isn't that the defector Hirako? Some older residents recognized Hirako. After all, he'd been a friend of the Sannin, and a Jonin powerhouse, hardly a nobody. Suddenly, 4 dark figures landed around them, forming a perimeter. All 4 wore animal masks. The leader gripped a short blade, gaze fixed solemnly on Zenshu. "You came just in time. Accompany me to see the Hokage." Zenshu stepped forward, giving these ANBU ninjas no chance to speak, issuing an order instead. The squad leader was shaken by that presence. His leg lifted to retreat before he caught himself and stopped. "Lord Zenshu, what happened to Kakashi? He was attacked by this person in my hand and fainted. If you have questions, wake him up right now." As he spoke, Zenshu bypassed them and continued toward the Hokage building. Gojo Satoru floated over and handed off Kakashi. Seeing this, the ANBU squad leader quickly signaled his team to follow Zenshu's group. He himself leaped away to reach the Hokage building first. Upon arrival, that same ANBU ninja stood waiting at the main entrance. Kakashi was already gone. "Please follow me. Lord Hokage and the advisors are in the office." The ninja led the way. The group ascended to the 2nd floor and entered the spacious office. Minato Namikaze sat behind the desk wearing the Hokage uniform. On the left stood the 2 advisors. On the right, Hokage assistant Danzo Shimura, and the 3rd Hokage. Read advanced chapters on patreon.com/kizo247. Every 150 horsepower equals bonus chapter. Push the story forward with your power stones. Naruto, I founded a Jujutsu clan. 1189 words. Copyright web novel. Cough. Cough. Zenji doubled over, hacking violently as motes of blue light flew from his mouth. Where am I? Why does everything hurt so much? A twisting agony racked his entire body. Beneath him lay damp grass, and before his eyes stretched what appeared to be a primeval forest. Towering trees loomed overhead while a faint mist drifted through the undergrowth. Then, without warning, a cool sensation flooded his mind, easing the pain that had consumed him. The chaotic energy tearing through his body suddenly balanced. But even as the pain faded, he could feel something deeply wrong. His cells were being drained of their vitality, squeezed dry despite the equilibrium. At this rate, even if the energy remained stable, cellular necrosis was inevitable. In other words, death. What the hell is going on? Zenji's thoughts raced. I was just watching Jujutsu Kaisen. He squeezed his eyes shut, trying to make sense of the chaos. Somehow, he could perceive objects floating within his consciousness, a purple-black sphere of light, a familiar small stone, and a slip of paper. The tiger talisman. The thought came unbidden. It was an octagonal stone no thicker than a finger, carved with the image of 2 white tigers joined at the center. A gap resembling the Taiji symbol split them down the middle. This version was far smaller than a normal tiger talisman, because it had been his pendant in his previous life. Among all the talismans, Zenji had always preferred the tiger over the dog's immortality, or the horse's healing. Balance between yin and yang had always appealed to him more. That's why he'd worn this particular pendant. Now, impossibly, it seemed to have become real, and it was the only thing keeping the wild energy in his body from tearing him apart. The second familiar object was the paper. 4 words were written on its back. Book of Ages. This had also been one of his pendants, just a paper model with those words printed on it. But like the talisman, it too had become real, though its power felt far weaker. Only a few lines of text appeared on its surface. Descent. Zenji collapsed in a forest. His flesh and spirit underwent transformation. 2 subtle energies were born within him, and under the influence of an external force, a miraculous fusion occurred, giving rise to a new power. According to external information, this power is called chakra. Chakra. Zenji's blood ran cold. This is the Naruto world. Of all places to end up, this was far from ideal. The world of shinobi was chaotic at the best of times, and death came far too easily. Forcing his eyes open, Zenji found his vision swimming. The once clear forest had become blurred and doubled. Blue light outlined every object while their actual forms grew indistinct. What's happening to me? He looked down at his hands, or tried to. His familiar fingers flickered before his eyes, replaced by something else entirely. Clusters of tiny blue dots filled his vision, magnifying like cellular structures. They pulsed in and out of existence, sometimes crystal clear, sometimes vanishing completely. And through it all, he could see chakra continuously gathering within his body. Ordinary ninjas needed to perform hand seals to mold chakra. Only a select few, those with special bloodlines, unique organs, or the tailed beasts themselves, possessed such massive reserves that chakra generated within them constantly. But right now, Zenji's cells and spiritual energy were producing chakra at a frantic, uncontrolled rate. His physical and mental energies were being wrung dry like water from a sponge. The two energies mixed and flowed through his meridians, transforming into chakra. The massive amount gathered there enveloping his cells in reverse, but without any technique to convert it into vitality or offensive power, it simply corroded him from within. Did I transmigrate physically? Zenji's mind went blank. A normal adult possessed roughly 36 trillion cells. But people native to the Naruto world had over 130 trillion, their bodies specifically designed to generate physical and spiritual energy for chakra production. This was an entirely different biological structure. For natives, producing chakra was as natural as breathing. For Zenji, it had become a death sentence. He opened his mouth carefully. The pain had weakened considerably, and he no longer spewed those mysterious blue motes. Whether they were tissue fragments or individual cells, he couldn't say. But the countdown hadn't stopped. The tiger talisman was keeping him alive, but only barely. Because it had formed from a mere pendant rather than the genuine article, its power was diminished. It couldn't fully balance the forces raging inside him. Sitting on the damp grass, Zenji's expression grew grim. There's still hope, he muttered. This is the Naruto world. As long as my soul survives, resurrection is possible. I just need to find a way. He let out a long breath, forcing himself to calm down. Then he closed his eyes and focused on the objects in his mind. These were his lifelines, his cheat abilities. Whether he could solve this crisis quickly enough depended entirely on them. He directed his perception toward the purple-black sphere of light. His consciousness merged with it instantly, and a peculiar space unfolded before him. Countless items manifested as special lights, divided into two distinct categories. The first consisted of complex patterns formed by luminous lines, floating in the void above. The second consisted of glowing orbs of varying sizes, each radiating a different hue. Zenji could feel unique wills pulsing within them, fragments of consciousness perhaps. The entire Jujutsu Kaisen world. A smile crept across his face. I hit the jackpot. It wasn't truly the entire world, but it contained all of its essence. The two types of light represented different things. The patterns were knowledge, innate curse techniques, special moves, bloodline abilities, even information about cursed spirits and cursed objects. Everything that had appeared in the original story, and left an impression was recorded here. The glowing orbs, meanwhile, contained soul information belonging to the more prominent characters. Incarnation, Zenji breathed, staring intently at one pattern that resembled a humanoid form. If I can recreate that technique using chakra, I can survive. But before he could examine it further, a commotion erupted from the outside world. A thick fog rolled in from the surrounding woods, blanketing the clearing in white. At the very beginning, before the tiger talisman had taken effect, Zenji's body had already begun showing signs of chakrification under the violent transformation and energy erosion. The change was similar to what happened with tailed beasts, yet not quite the same. His eyes snapped open, glowing faintly blue. A pale membrane covered them, and through this new vision, everything around him dissolved into particles of chakra light. The surrounding mist simplified into tiny white dots, then became transparent altogether. With a single glance, he locked onto a location where chakra was circulating and condensing. A three-person squad. This new vision granted him extraordinary perception, but it came at a cost. His normal sight was compromised. Half blind to physical details, he couldn't make out any features of the three figures. He had no idea who they were. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.